Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Bullets found throats and hearts. Armor made no difference. Every hit was lethal. Link moved like a shadow. He rolled behind a concrete pillar and, without breaking pace, slipped his hand behind his back and produced another throwing knife. He had not learned telekinesis, but he did not need it. His biological field steadied each blade in flight, giving him surgical accuracy. He had tested the trick at home. A kitchen knife, a moment of focus. And the blade flew true. The field would not bring knives back. They were consumable. He accepted that cost. He was not short on resources. From cover he ran. The killers never saw him coming. He whipped his arm and sent one knife after another. Men fell as if a reaper had decided to harvest tonight. On the terrace garden, Winston checked his watch. 5 minutes had passed. The gunfire had stopped. Charon's phone buzzed and he answered, then looked up with wide eyes. "Sir, the killers on the first floor are all dead." His voice trembled. Santino exploded. "Impossible. Nothing is impossible," Winston replied coldly. He turned to the room's patrons. "Anyone here want to stop the show?" "No, sir," Charon answered. "The guests who paid to watch don't want to lose their seats." Santino tried to save face. "I can increase the payout, 1 million. Winston shook his head. Too late. He looked at Santino. "Now it depends on your manpower." Gunfire hammered the terrace entrance again. 10 seconds later it cut out and a man stepped through the doorway. Link walked in casually, 2 knives in his right hand. He smiled like a man commenting on poor hospitality. Not many people showed up. "This level of firepower lasts less than 10 minutes, Link said. He sounded almost bored. "Not very impressive." Winston's voice stayed measured. "Mr. Lin, you have made yourself very visible. You have offended the Continental Hotel in New York and the High Table. Do you understand what that means?" Link turned and fixed Santino with his gaze. "I don't need a lecture on who I offended. I want Santino Antonio." Santino's smile dissolved into panic. "You lost face. I can pay you. I can cancel the bounty." "You don't get it," Link said. He leaned forward. "You broke the rules. Problems at a gambling table are supposed to be settled at the table. You hired killers instead." Santino swallowed. "We have ways." "You think you can take lives at will," Link said, voice low. "Now your life is in my hands. Try to pull your gun," he added, but Santino only glanced at his father's men looking for a miracle. None came. Link's smile sharpened. A single knife hissed through the air. It struck Santino in the throat with a soft, final sound. He slumped, eyes wide, fingers clawing at the wound. Link stepped forward, pulled a phone from his pocket, thumbed a name and dialed. "Hello." The voice on the other end was old Antonio. He sounded tired, ready for bed. He had expected his son to be calling to boast. "This is old Antonio," Link said. "Your son paid the price. Now you have to decide what you want to pay." There was a beat of silence. "Where is he?" Knife in the throat, terrified. "Not peaceful," Link answered bluntly. Across the terrace, Winston and Sharon heard the call and watched the scene with disbelief. Old Antonio's face went ashen even over the line. The Continental in New York had failed to protect them. That meant the High Table might have failed as well. The thought made even seasoned criminals tremble. Old Antonio coughed. "You killed him. Does that not end it?" Link shook his head slowly. "You broke the rules by hiring killers. Gambles are to be settled at the table. I propose a rematch. Las Vegas, 100 million yuan. If you refuse, the entire Antonio family will be on my list." There was a raw edge to Link's calm. He continued, voice colder. "Don't rely on the High Table. 12 criminal groups, elders, Continental hotels. You think they are untouchable. If I decide to make you an example, I will take them down too." Old Antonio was stunned into silence. So were Winston and Charon. Santino's body shivered on the floor. The room smelled of blood and cheap perfume. No one moved. "Who are you?" Old Antonio whispered. Link answered with a small, almost amused whisper. "I am who I am, a professional gambler who hates cheaters. If I can take down the 12 directors of the High Table, do you think anyone will remember your name with respect, or will they remember mine?" He hung up. For a long minute the terrace was a held breath. Then Winston spoke very softly. "This will change everything." Link looked at the dead and the living in turn. There was no remorse on his face, only a quiet certainty. "Then let it," he said. "Call it what you will, but from now on you will play by my rules." "Are you doing this just for title?" Old Antonio's voice trembled with disbelief. Link's anger was low and steady. "Your son provoked me. People need to know not to offend me." "What if it happens again?" Old Antonio asked. "Then he dies so the rest know better," Link said bluntly. "Think of him as a warning. Do you understand?" Silence swallowed the line. Old Antonio finally stammered. "Fine. I'll be in Las Vegas tomorrow night. Same casino." "I'll wait." "Good," Link said. "Bring the High Table if you want. Bring 1,000 men. We'll see who survives." He hung up, stood, and walked toward the exit, ignoring Winston and Sharon's stunned faces. Winston shook his head. "Get people to clean up. We open in the morning." Sharon moved with mechanical efficiency. Winston dialed the high table. The call spread like a brush fire. Word of a Chinese man who had carved through hired killers with throwing knives at the Continental reached the elders and directors. Santino dead, his guards slaughtered. Everyone listened, horrified and furious. They had broken the Continental's first rule, no killing on hotel grounds. Worse, it had happened in a place that represented their control. If they let it stand, the hotel would lose its deterrence. They couldn't ignore it. They mobilized elite units and began hunting Link's trail. But details were thin. A former New York cop, a man who used surgical headshots and deadly knives. Collect his info, someone ordered. Prepare elite teams. No casino operation. Wait until he leaves the table, then strike. Las Vegas had its own power structure, and nobody wanted a shootout inside a casino. The plan: contain the game, follow him out, then ambush. Early the next morning, Link called Jessica. "I've got a big game tonight. Stay at Tracy's and don't go out," he said. Jessica protested, but he cut it off with a short, confident promise he could protect her. He meant it. If anyone threatened the woman he cared about, he would go full force. He couldn't use flying knives in Vegas. Too many people, too many powerful backers. Instead, he planned a scene outside town. After the game, he'd drive into the desert and settle the score where no one could complain about jurisdiction. Las Vegas heard him arrive. Word of his reputation spread fast. This time they didn't underestimate him. Security treated him like a prize guest, the best suite, top service, food brought to his door. For the high rollers and the high table, the night's gambling was the real show. At 8, the game started. Directors of the high table filled the VIP room, curious, angry, cautious. Old Antonio sat opposite Link, fury barely contained. "How many men do you have ready?" Link asked, lighting a cigar. Grammont, a young, pale-faced director, rose smoothly. "We've prepared 300 elite soldiers, Mr. Lin." Link's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Not enough, is that all? It's 8 o'clock. You have 4 hours before midnight. Gather whatever you can." "You'll be ready?" Link leaned back. "I'll leave the hotel exactly at midnight in an off-road. 10 kilometers out we'll start. Winner walks out." Grammont frowned. An ambush. He'd sent scouts. No large armed groups had moved into Vegas. Still, he signaled compliance. "Agreed." Link opened his bag and showed the weapons inside. "All the firepower I'll use is here. When we finish, deal with the bodies yourself." Grammont paled. He had to consult the elders. He stepped aside to call. Old Antonio tried a last bid. "I know how strong you are, but I also know your weaknesses. I've already checked with Wilson Fisk. This is the only way." Link laughed. "If you count on luck, then let's leave it to the cards." Antonio pushed his chips in. It was all in, not just on money, but on honor and control. Link's mind flicked back to that first big poker game. He'd created a weakness then, a story he fed the table enough to make them underestimate him. It had worked. He'd survived by playing their rules, then breaking them when it suited him. Now the stakes were higher. The desert would be no casino. It would be a field where the high table's iron rules didn't apply. Link wanted a clean fight, a single stage where strength and wit decided the outcome. When the cards began to fall and the night swelled around them, everyone at the table felt it. This wasn't just a rematch. It was the beginning of something that could redraw lines no one wanted rewritten. Link watched the faces around him. He kept his hands on his chips and his eyes on the horizon. If the high table thought they could contain him with rules and muscle, they were about to find out what happened when someone who had nothing to lose set the terms. "Let's start." Link looked at the cards. Judging from the order in which the dealer dealt the cards, he had a big hand this time, and old Antonio couldn't cheat. It was not bad to end it in the first round. Old Antonio used $100 million in cash, and Link used Stark Industries stocks, which are now worth more than $90 million. Together with his own cash, it is exactly $100 million. Both parties have put out real money, so it's better to end it in one go and put the money in pocket. Link didn't even flip the cards. It seemed that everyone was betting on luck. The final win or loss depended on luck. This bet involved a fund of 200 million yuan, which was really hard to imagine. Sure enough, Link won. He had 2 pair, while old Anthony had nothing. Link laughed and said, "It seems that luck is on my side. So tonight I am destined to be the last one to go." He turned to look at Grammont and asked, "What's going on?" "Okay, if you come out alive, then everything will be over and we will compensate you $10 billion. Grammont's words stunned the 12 directors. "Why so much?" Link nodded slightly and said, "Yes, your elders are wise. After all, if I win, you will lose at least 300 elite soldiers. I guess these are your most powerful and well-equipped direct gunners. Once you fail, the high table will be very weak. You need to be on guard against your opponent. If I attack again, you might really be finished. But I don't like trouble. This result is not bad. You can give me $1 billion through the casino as the funds I won today. The total is $1 billion. Link turned to look at the casino manager, who immediately said, "No problem at all. Happy to help you." "Okay, just wait." Link leaned back, holding a bottle of wine, smoking a cigar with his feet on the gambling table, swinging leisurely. Time seemed to pass very slowly, but Grammont had already sent out helicopters and personnel to search the surrounding desert, but there was no sign of anyone at all. Grammont left the VIP box and waited outside for a call from the search team. Nothing was found in any direction, so he felt relieved. But then he felt incredible. How could this guy win? When midnight came, Link stood up, picked up his backpack, and walked out. "Please prepare a fully fueled off-road vehicle for me." "Okay, Mr. Lin." An SUV of the hotel quickly stopped outside the main entrance. When Link walked out, someone handed him the key. Link got in the car, put his backpack on the passenger seat, checked the vehicle, and started it. He opened the car window, stretched out his left hand, raised it and shook it, then stepped on the accelerator and started off. Drive along the road towards the outside of the city. Once you are out of the city, immediately turn on the hazard lights and step on the accelerator to the bottom. Behind him, there was a long convoy of more than 100 cars and a helicopter following behind. As Link was driving, he suddenly turned the steering wheel and the car rushed directly into the desert on one side of the road, then drove deep into the desert. All the vehicles followed closely behind, forming a long dragon of lights. The helicopter did not rise too high because the desert was pitch black. Once Link turned off the lights, they would instantly lose each other's trace. Link looked at the distance, driving the off-road vehicle up and down in the desert. The distance of 10 kilometers was not so easy to reach, but he still had to get there. The team behind him had already notified everyone through the intercom to prepare for battle. Link looked ahead and saw the tallest sand dune, which was exactly his goal. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rushed directly towards the dune. When he passed the highest point, he turned off the hazard lights and all the lights, and suddenly he seemed to disappear. At the same time, Link opened the car door and jumped out with his backpack. After landing, he turned to the sand dune, took a deep breath, and then blew it suddenly. Suddenly, strong winds blew the sand dunes, and yellow sand filled the sky and rushed towards the convoy behind. The helicopter was suddenly hit by strong airflow and had no time to react, so it crashed down. Link activated his top speed and rushed forward following the yellow sand. He put the big bag on his back and took out a submachine gun. He got these weapons from S.H.I.E.L.D. After Link killed everyone, he still had time to return to his SUV and held the steering wheel with both hands again. The car did not lose control. He drove slowly and started to circle. It would be too shocking to return now. He blew the sand just now to cover up his superpowers. No matter what equipment the other party brought or the satellite in the sky, they would not be able to see anything. Link was very careful. He drove to a place sheltered from the wind, lay down, and slowly fell asleep. It was not until his biological clock woke him up that he started the car again and returned the way he came. When he appeared outside Las Vegas, the city was boiling. Based on the principle that everything can be gambled, the Las Vegas market opened last night with hundreds of people betting, which aroused the interest of many people. Of course, no one believed that Link could come back alive, so his odds were extremely high to an absurd degree. But most of them bet on Link's death. After all, this was free money. When Link came back, everyone was dumbfounded, especially the directors of the high table. They had not expected that Grammont had been calling last night, and the last news was that they were about to reach a distance of 10 kilometers. Then no news came back, and Grammont didn't send anyone to look for him because the casino wouldn't allow it. To prevent them from cheating, even the high tables must abide by the rules here. Link returned to the hotel, but when he saw too many people at the door, he immediately turned around and went into the underground parking lot. The hotel staff immediately understood, and the security in the underground parking lot took immediate action to prevent anyone from harassing Link. The next day, Link returned to New York. When he came back, he was a real billionaire. This time there was some risk of being exposed, but it was not a big problem. The strong wind he created and the yellow sand in the sky blocked everything. As soon as Link came back, he received a call from Phil Cowlson. "Lin, you are really amazing. Nothing surprising, just a small conflict." Link's mouth couldn't help but curl up. "By the way, can I have my own title? Of course, now everyone outside calls you the Grim Reaper." Cowlson said, "Why didn't you come to me for this matter?" Cowlson, "Didn't the director want me to hide myself?" Link said, "I'm hiding well now and no one will bother me in the future. At the same time, there may be some unexpected effects, but they cannot be seen now." "Okay, you're right, but how did you do it?" Cowlson believed that even Hawkeye and Black Widow could not face an armed force of more than 300 people at the same time. "A remote-controlled bomb lifted up the sand dunes, and the yellow sand became my best cover." Link said, "And the desert can bury everything. They will never know how I did it." "Smart move." Cowlson suddenly realized that this was the right thing to say, but he didn't expect Link's combat ability to be so strong. "It seems that I can ask the technical staff of the Bureau to develop some good equipment for you to place your weapons." "That's a good suggestion." Link's eyes lit up. "How are your things going?" "We've almost done it, and we're about to take action. Besides, the other party can't wait either, so I'll act right away." Cowlson and the others were indeed planning to take action, and with the constant urging of the hand and the council, Fisk's life wasn't easy either. After all, Daredevil never intended to give up and kept interfering with his business. The more anxious he was, the easier it would be to be exposed. So S.H.I.E.L.D. found a lot of clues and connected the hand and the society together. So the action began without any disturbance. So what if there were a few old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years? Shield equipment is not exaggerated, but Coulson felt like he was doing the director's private work, and a large amount of funds flowed into the secret account. Link didn't know all this. He had been very free these days. After Jessica came back, she exploited Link madly. She was really scared. The training these few days has been crazy. She has made rapid progress and can control her strength well. However, during the intense exercise with Link, she still will not take the initiative because she is worried that she still cannot control her strength. Link could only put himself in a difficult position for the time being and work harder. Hey Link, Dr. Bruce Banner was very happy to see Link. I can almost control it. Really? Link was a little surprised, but when he thought about it, it made sense. As long as Bruce accepted Hulk, it would be easy to communicate with him. After all, that was him. However, according to Hulk's situation, that was Bruce as a child. Yes, you are right. That was the angry me when I was a kid. Bruce looked in good spirits. That's good, Link nodded slightly, but I think it's best not to merge you two again. Bruce was stunned and asked, why? Because once you merge, Hulk's power will be weakened. Link said, I think you should take some time now to learn various fighting techniques to adapt to Hulk's fighting style. If I'm not mistaken, Hulk's fighting style is too childish. It's just simple anger and smashing things. Yes, Bruce said, I transformed a few times and now I can see everything Hulk does. There's really no technique. That's right, learning how to fight is very important for both you and Hulk. The point is that you are a genius, so I believe it won't be difficult to learn. Link said, now you don't even need a psychological evaluation. Instead, you need to see the future path clearly for yourself. The future path? Bruce frowned and fell into deep thought, but soon he looked at Link and asked, you said that the future will require Hulk's fighting power? It's not just Hulk's fighting power, it's also your wisdom. Link reminded, if you and Hulk become one, then you will become weaker. You must know that General Ross will not give up easily. Once you become weak, you will no longer be a match for the military unless you are willing to join SHIELD, which I don't think you are willing to do. Bruce didn't expect that S.H.I.E.L.D. would not recruit him. You won't recruit me. No, the matters we are dealing with now can be handled by S.H.I.E.L.D., and those that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot handle require the activation of special mechanisms. I am not clear about this. Link spread his hands. I am only a level 6 agent, and I was promoted exceptionally because of my disguised identity. I need to collect intelligence on my own to see who has the alien items. Any alien items are dangerous to us, and the danger is unknown. This aspect consumes most of the Bureau's energy. A large number of agents are scattered all over the world, deeply involved in every aspect of human beings. Stop the crisis before it happens because the technology of alien objects is far beyond ours. Bruce sighed and said, it seems that you are right. I really can't merge with Hulk. He should exist. Don't worry, Tilda, I will learn. Great, let's take a look at what you have been doing recently. The two chatted for most of the day. Bruce was indeed bored alone, but Link still left before dinner. He has to rush back home at night. $1 billion in funds, but Link can't find Langley anymore. What this guy did was discovered by Fisk, and his firm is now in a panic, but fortunately there are other shareholders. However, Link also ended his commission and transferred the financial matters to the foundation. After all, this was his foundation. He invested the funds into it, and Link himself served as the investment director, purchasing Stark Industries shares again. However, the amount of funds this time was quite huge, and he also acquired some shares of Hammer Industries at the same time, mainly because the stock price of Hammer Industries was low enough and there was not much room for decline. The two stocks are like two extremes, and the military will not allow Stark Industries to dominate the market alone, so Link is not worried about Hammer Industries going bankrupt. The funds are safe for the time being, and Link can wait until the big event starts before selling the stocks. After all, Tony Stark will be missing for a while. Jessica was so surprised to see such a huge amount of money that she couldn't close her mouth. She now imagined that Link was worried about her safety for such a huge poker game, so he made the matter smooth over. Link didn't go into too much detail, but he was now a well-known figure in the underground world with the nickname of the God of Death. Of course, people also know that as long as you don't provoke him, no matter what the problem is, things on the gambling table will be resolved at the gambling table. Las Vegas highly respects this. Fisk felt very strange. Suddenly, the people from the Hand and the society disappeared. His pressure disappeared at once. He had the final say in Hell's Kitchen. However, he also couldn't get the funds and power of the Hand, but he had already controlled Hell's Kitchen, and all the gangs were afraid of him, Fisk. Instantly, he felt relieved, but a problem loomed before him. What to do with the land and real estate he had acquired before. His wish was indeed to transform Hell's Kitchen, which would involve huge profits, but he alone could not support it. And what about the large number of poor people? It's not that he is kind, but these people are unwilling to move away. After all, no one is stupid. Fisk felt relieved on the one hand and difficult on the other. In this strange situation, he invited Link. After all, he had heard about Link's affairs and he had betrayed Link before. Vanessa invited Link and Link brought Jessica to the dinner, which was held in a high-end restaurant that Fisk had booked. "Lynn, there are things I need to apologize to you for," Fisk said. "I know, but it's not an exaggeration. And Fisk, how do you know that it's not a weakness I deliberately exposed?" Link winked at Fisk. Fisk was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and said, "I understand. Every time you play a game, you can make plans for the next one. If I could afford you, I would really like to invite you to join us." "Oh, you mean the renovation of Hell's Kitchen?" Link asked. "Yes, my previous partner suddenly left, which put me in a dilemma." Fisk said, "Now I have no idea whether I can continue. So let's analyze it. Your current difficulties are funding in the poor people in Hell's Kitchen?" Link asked. "Yes, before I thought about directly purchasing most of the land and property rights here, and then rebuilding this place to make it prosperous as well." Fisk's ambitions are good and he has the means, but the hand and the society are not meant to rebuild this place, but to destroy it. This is contradictory, so Fisker won't be smooth from the beginning. Link laughed and said, "Fisk, this isn't difficult." "Really?" Fisk was stunned. Vanessa also hurriedly said, "Link, please help Wilson." "Of course." Link raised his glass and said, "I used to be a policeman here. I know this place and I know what Fisk does. Let's have a drink first. There's no rush for this." The other three raised their glasses. After the four of them clinked their glasses, they each took a sip. Link then said again, "First of all, you have to look at these poor people separately. Some of them are lonely elderly people who rely on meager incomes to survive, so you can't drive them away. If you use force, Daredevil won't let you go, right?" "Yes," Fisk admitted readily. "This was a big problem. In my opinion, it's not difficult. You can run 1 or 2 large nursing homes as a charity." Link said, "You sign a nursing contract with them and take charge of their nursing care issues, then this problem will be solved. Even more, this is your social image, and Vanessa is an art dealer and can hold charity events. For example, some talented painters who cannot make it big can be brought over. It will be very helpful to Vanessa's career and your social status, and it can even help you avoid taxes. Don't forget about taxes. The IRS doesn't care who you are, and a charitable foundation is a very good choice." Fisk's eyes lit up. There were indeed many benefits, and it could solve a lot of problems, especially the issue of social status. He wanted others to respect him. Another thing is that he cares about Vanessa the most, so he can help Vanessa instead of spending his own money to buy those paintings, which is what Vanessa hates the most. Vanessa's eyes also lit up. After they were together, Vanessa encouraged her man to stand out and be in the public eye. This woman's ambition is no less than Fisk's, otherwise she would not have chosen this man. This man is dangerous enough. Link added, "The remaining group are the ones who have no money. You can build a batch of low-rent apartments and then exchange contracts with them. The rent is the same as before, and it's a new house, so they are naturally happy. But till it's your apartment, you make the decision. For example, drug addicts, criminals, these people. You can send them to drug rehabilitation center or still hand them over to the police. It's not a breach of contract, and it cleans up your apartment so that honest people can continue to live there. This will save a lot of apartments and reduce the number of troublesome people. It doesn't violate any laws or even principles. Daredevil has no reason to bother you again. Of course, all of this costs money, but there are many docks here. You can set up a transport team, and all the cargo ships arriving at the port will be unloaded and transported by your people, which can provide a large number of jobs. This can make money, and it can also make a large number of workers obey your orders." Fisk clapped his hands and said, "That's a great idea, but the financial pressure will be great." "Fisk, don't think about making a quick buck. You can develop the land piece by piece. This is your territory." Link reminded him, "How much is the annual income of an office building? In cooperation with the charity fund, you can take your time to determine your tax-free amount. No one else can come in here because you have the final say, so you don't need to rush. Of course, reducing the crime rate here is equally important, as I'm sure you understand." Fisk asked doubtfully, "Lynn, why did you choose to help me?" "Because this is New York." "Is everything peaceful once you leave Hell's Kitchen?" Link asked back. "Before you came, it was a melee. After you came, there was some order, although this order is also full of sin. But at least not so many people will die. I have no choice, so I can only choose you. At least there will be some order." Fisk understood and said, "I never hide my actions. In order to achieve my goals, necessary means are indispensable. You know this too. Of course, that's why I said this. You can do 2 things at the same time. On the one hand, develop large office buildings and high-end apartments, and on the other hand, start charity work." Link finally reminded. The reason why Link gave advice to Wilson Fisk was not because he was optimistic about him or hoped to cooperate with him, but because he knew that crime could not be curbed in New York. Even if one of him is defeated, there are still countless criminals coming to divide up the territory he left behind. How much can one Daredevil do? S.H.I.E.L.D. won't care about the little things in Hell's Kitchen. Even if Link takes action on his own, how much can he accomplish? Instead of doing this, it is better to let the other party get on the right track. This is the best solution Link can think of. He can't do anything else. Besides, it's none of his business whether this place is in chaos or not. Wilson Fisk was very happy. He asked Lynn, "Do you want to join us?" Link shook his head and said, "I used all my money to buy shares. I don't want to get involved in the operation. I just hope New York can be more peaceful. It's up to you how to do it. This is a long-term undertaking that requires military support, but it doesn't rely entirely on force. Vanessa is your good helper. I believe you know what to do. Everything depends on the future." After dinner, Link and Jessica left and Fisk and Vanessa returned home, both of them very excited. "Wilson, I feel like Lynn has been reminding you." Vanessa didn't change her clothes, but went to pour 2 glasses of wine. After Wilson took it, he walked to the French window and said, "Yes, I can hear it and I understand it. Before, in order to realize my ideals, I bribed politicians and police, but to them I was a pawn that could be discarded at any time. But it's different now. You encouraged me to stand up, and Lynn wanted me to take the initiative myself, so I can't have any stains. Some things can't be done anymore. Now that Madame Gao and the others have disappeared, I think there are only 2 possibilities. They have achieved their goal or they have been killed. Then I can start over again. I'll improve my social status first and then work my way up little by little. But I still have to keep the gangs in Hell's Kitchen under control. No one else is allowed to come in here, otherwise it will disrupt my plan." Vanessa stood beside him, took his arm, and said, "I will help you. I know some potential painters. I will go talk to them. Once you have a certain social status, then naturally people will be willing to donate money and join our charity. This will also reduce your charitable pressure. I think the biggest problem with nursing homes is actually medical care. We can acquire a hospital in Hell's Kitchen." Fisk's eyes lit up and he said, "Yes, with insurance, it won't cost us too much. You are really a good helper to me. In the future, I will run for district councilor, city councilor, or even mayor." The next day, Fisk took action and called in his right-hand man, James Wesley. "Wesley, I need to replan." Fisk said. "Fisk, do you understand the current situation?" Wesley asked curiously. "We don't need to know. No matter what happens, we have to face it ourselves." Fisk looked at him and said, "I hosted Lynn and his girlfriend last night. Lynn gave me a good idea. We need to replan Hell's Kitchen. Ask the designer to find 2 plots of land with the least potential for future appreciation. I'm going to build a nursing home, and I'm going to have people talk to all the lonely elderly people in Hell's Kitchen and exchange their property rights and lease contracts for places in the nursing home. When the nursing home is built, they can go and take a look first and then sign the contract if they are satisfied. We can even introduce lawyers to them and find the charitable foundation under Lynn's name to cooperate with them." Wesley was stunned, then said with surprise, "This is a good idea. These people are afraid of sleeping on the streets. If there is a nursing home, then they will definitely be willing to go there. Besides, charitable activities are tax-exempt and have many benefits. Should we set up a charitable fund?" "That's right," Fisk nodded. "I'm going to set up a Vanessa Charity Foundation, which will be run by Vanessa. She'll also hold many charity auctions in the future. These are all connected. In addition, I will build low-rent apartments, exchange leases with the remaining people, and develop an office building on the edge of Hell's Kitchen. These are all carried out simultaneously. We don't need to rush. We should use limited funds to do these things slowly, plan the funds well, and then use the money earned from the office building to change Hell's Kitchen little by little. This is a long-term undertaking, my friend, and I need your full commitment." "No problem," Wesley said. "Without their urging, we don't need to acquire all the property rights. It's better to do it bit by bit. In this way, we can also clean up those gangs. Let's keep them for now." Fisk said, "I don't want them to come into Hell's Kitchen and fight with me. They are our barrier." Fisk took action. Now that United Construction Company belonged to him, he had someone clean up the accounts and then began to replan according to the existing funds. He himself stood up again and held a press conference to announce the establishment of the Vanessa Charitable Foundation, and would first build a nursing home in Hell's Kitchen for the elderly and widows in Hell's Kitchen. After ensuring their survival, we will purchase their property rights and lease contracts to ensure a smooth transition and guarantee their survival and lives. At the same time, the first batch of low-rent apartments will be built to ensure housing for the lower-income people, but the public security conditions in the new low-rent apartments need to be guaranteed. His series of actions instantly brought him considerable fame, and the person most shocked was Matthew Murdoch. As Daredevil, he knew Fisk best, which made him a little unbelievable, but he also noticed the disappearance of the hand and the society. These changes caught him off guard. He patrolled Hell's Kitchen more frequently at night and found that the situation was much better than before. This made him very curious, and he decided to keep an eye on Fisk first. But for half a month, he didn't find anything strange. Fisk was very busy every day, attending various cocktail parties. At the same time, the United Construction Company had already begun measuring and designing on the selected land. The law firm was commissioned to take charge of the legal affairs of the elderly and widowed people and to carry out joint actions with Link's Charity Foundation. Jessica has been a little worried recently. With continuous training, she found that her strength and speed have improved. Of course, the improvement in speed is not much, so there's no need to worry about it, but her strength has increased. Although her control had improved, her strength had increased again, causing her to feel worried. Tracy, my strength has increased again. She made an appointment with Tracy for lunch that day, hoping that she could help her think of a solution. Tracy noticed Jessica's anxiety and said, "You should confess, but I don't dare. I don't know what Lynn will think." Jessica said irritably, "Will he be afraid of me?" "Do you understand?" "Of course I understand, but this will be discovered sooner or later." Tracy said, "Instead of you getting upset here, it's better to just say it directly. Otherwise, the longer it takes, the worse it may get. And he may not care. After all, he likes you so much. Love can tolerate everything." Jessica frowned, unable to make up her mind. She was worried that Link would look at her strangely, which was something she could not accept. Link also sensed that Jessica had some emotional issues recently, and she was trying her best to control her emotions. However, the two of them were together day and night, and Link was the most sensitive to Jessica's emotions. That night, after they finished dinner, they fell on the sofa and watched TV together. Link asked, "Honey, what's wrong with you lately? I sense that you are very upset. Are you in trouble?" Jessica's body obviously stiffened, and she began to struggle in her heart. "Lynn, what would you think if I were a little different from you?" Finally, she asked. "Different?" Link laughed in his heart, but it was time to be honest with Jessica. Otherwise, if this continued, Link was worried that she would suffer from depression, which would be the worst-case scenario. "Yes, you and I may be a little different." Jessica's voice was very soft, and most people might not be able to hear it. "Tell me about it," Link asked. "I have great power," said Jessica. "Really?" Link looked curious. "I don't believe it." Jessica sat up from Link's arms, then reached out and grabbed one of the legs of the coffee table and lifted it up with one hand. It was very steady, and nothing on it fell down. He put it down steadily again, then looked at Link and asked, "Did you see it?" She was very nervous, but what Link did next shocked her greatly. Link also reached out to grab one of the legs of the coffee table and lifted it up steadily. The things on it also did not fall down. Finally, he put it down. Jessica stared with her eyes wide open and her mouth open. Link said, "Isn't this the same? This is impossible." Jessica looked incredulous. "This is made of wood with a marble table top." Link laughed out loud. "Haha, tilde Jessica, you are not the only special one in this world. I always find it cute to see you restrained when exercising." "You." Jessica blushed and rushed forward, kissing Link's mouth for a long time before they separated. "I want to be on top today." The two of them tangled and finally went to the bedroom. Jessica acted very wild and released her repressed mood. Fortunately, the building of the apartment was strong enough and the bed was strong enough, otherwise it would be easy to get into trouble. In the past, the two of them would usually exercise for more than an hour, but today it was over in just half an hour, but it was more enjoyable. Jessica was sweating all over and lying on Link's chest. Only then did she ask, "What's wrong with you?" "I'm Superman." Link said, "I'm asking you seriously." Jessica said a little unhappily, "I'm serious." Link hugged Jessica with both hands, then his body floated up and flew towards the bathroom. Jessica took a long time to recover. Entering the bathroom, Link then came down, stood under the shower, and turned on the shower. "It's actually true." Jessica came to her senses after being showered with hot water. "Is that you in the comic?" "No, I'm not a Kryptonian." Link turned around and went to fill the bathtub again. "Don't be surprised. You don't understand the reality of the world. I will train you from now on. You have poor control over your strength. Although you don't need to fight, you still need to protect yourself." "Okay." Jessica was finally relieved. She put her arms around Link's neck and clamped her legs around his waist. She started the war again. Link hurriedly took insurance measures. He didn't want to be a father yet. The next day after getting up, the two went to the foundation first to arrange the foundation's affairs. Now, because they were working together with the Vanessa Charity Foundation, there were still a lot of things to do. Afterwards, Link took Jessica to look for a factory. They needed an abandoned factory and then renovate it. This will be the place where Link trains Jessica. Although she has found a coach before, she cannot fight against the opponent or hit the sandbag by herself, as these cannot control her fists and strength. In Link's opinion, the best option is to use guns. This is only for the time being, as Jessica only needs to protect herself. However, after looking at some places, Link found that they were not ideal. That is, the walls were too thin, so it would be better to buy land and rebuild them himself. He needed thick walls so that when the two of them fought, the house wouldn't collapse. And strict confidentiality measures were required to prevent anyone from snooping into their secrets, so Link directly bought a warehouse near the apartment, which was not very large, and demolished it and rebuilt it. It was rebuilt in the name of a private gym, with one underground floor and one above-ground floor. However, the lift on the above-ground floor was designed to be very high at a height of 10 meters. There's not a single window. Central air conditioning will be installed here. The entire building is made of reinforced concrete and has only one entrance. The underground floor is a shooting range, which needs to be soundproofed and safety measures must be taken. After all, guns will be placed here in the future. The responsible construction company did not suspect anything. After all, there was a shooting range, so such a request was reasonable. Isn't it reasonable for a rich man to build a shooting range for himself in the city? Jessica also canceled her personal trainer. After all, personal trainers are not safe and can easily discover her secrets. The reason why this place was built relatively high is to allow Jessica to practice jumping and control her jumping height, distance, etc. There are also various high-altitude moves to increase her flexibility. In this way, 3 months later, the law firm's office building was completed. The law firm moved in and began recruiting people. Several people were hired before. After all, the office they rented before was too small to accommodate so many people, and Link and Jessica's private gym was also built. The ground is paved with thick rubber flooring. It is empty inside now, but the basement has been arranged with a 50-meter-long shooting range, as well as weapons cabinets and other basic facilities. All lighting here uses lights, and ventilation uses central air conditioning. Such a sealed building is quite unique. However, there are surveillance systems installed in the surrounding area, and the monitoring is very strict, including in the law firm. Link attaches great importance to the use of monitoring systems. It is a measure to ensure safety and a necessary means to protect one's own secrets, because you never know when you will be noticed by others. For example, I killed more than 300 people in the desert, and no one suspected anything. The main reason was that his speed was too fast and the opponent had little chance to fight back. Of course, it did not mean that no shots were fired at all, but this was also the biggest doubt. In other words, there were no survivors at the scene and nothing was photographed, and the desert concealed many things. It's not a big problem. No one doubts Link's fighting ability now. The most they doubt is how strong his fighting ability is. Doesn't Link know this? He knew it, but he did it on purpose. After all, he might run into some trouble in the future, so it would be better to shock everyone at once. Even if it's Nick Fury, he can suspect anything, but he won't act rashly. After all, Link is his subordinate. The contact time between the two sides is too short now. If Nick Fury does anything extreme, he will easily lose Link, this outstanding combat force. Aren't there enough special people? S.H.I.E.L.D. has a lot of special people under its control, but they are not suitable to be included in its Avengers plan. Nick Fury compared the combat power with that of the Kree fleet. Even Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Link are unqualified, but he has to do this. Otherwise, how can he succeed without his own people among the Avengers? Link and Jessica were both in the law firm, along with Matthew Murdock and Foggy Nelson. You two, now that we have moved here, the firm is officially on the right track. Jessica said, some of the previous contracts will be transferred here. For example, my driver's contract will be transferred to the foundation. Where's the car, dear? Link thought about it and said, let's keep this private. After all, what if I want to change the car in the future? The foundation is mainly for charity, so you should be responsible for this matter yourself. Okay, then the vehicles will not be included in the foundation. Jessica nodded. Everyone's contracts will be re-signed as before, and the firm will be responsible for it. In addition, we need to recruit people quickly, and we can recruit a group of assistants first. Now we are working with the Vanessa Charity Foundation. There are too many people who need funding. Although it is not a big problem, it is very complicated. I don't want any problems to occur. We are just cooperating with each other, and everything is based on the interests of the client. However, the contract is basically the same, it's just that the paperwork is relatively cumbersome. Fergie Nelson said, Ms. Jones, there's no problem in this regard. It is not easy to find a formal lawyer, but there are many intern assistants who have graduated. Especially when two charitable foundations are working together, they hope to encounter such a large number of cases. Matthew Murdock said, I think we should be careful enough. After all, Wilson Fisk is not a simple person. Link laughed and said, Matthew, I know what you are worried about. I used to be a policeman. I am not unfamiliar with this person. I know who he is, but the issues here need to be looked at separately. Matthew Murdock frowned and asked, how do we separate them? First is Hell's Kitchen. You are all familiar with this place. You need to compare what it was like in the past and what it is like now. Link said, because you must admit that evil cannot be completely eliminated, especially in a place like New York. The second thing is to establish some order. Whether this order is good or bad, it needs to be compared. In the end, people can't count on politicians, police, or even the law, which won't make much difference. Matthew Murdock was silent for a moment, then said, so evil is allowed to exist. Matthew, this is your problem. You can't raise a problem without giving me a solution. Link said, we know the problem, but what about the solution? Let's not talk about the whole of New York. Let's just talk about Hell's Kitchen. Everyone knows that there is a lot of crime here, but what is the solution? Those politicians thought Hell's Kitchen didn't sound good, so they came up with the names Clinton and West Midtown. But did that solve the problem? They can't even solve the lead poisoning problem in the water pipes. My apartment has purification equipment, and it's also installed here, but what about ordinary people? They still drink toxic tap water or even tap water that does not meet the standards. Water is sweet. Matthew's face turned red. Link was right. He raised the problem, but he couldn't come up with a solution to the problem. And what about the politicians? Can they solve anything? Link took out a cigarette, lit one, and started smoking. After a while, he spoke again and said, "What Fisk is doing now is the method I gave him. As a partner, we need to keep an eye on these contracts and make sure they fulfill their obligations. This is something we can do. But the drug addicts and criminals will be kicked out of the public housing estates and they will be given to law-abiding people. The reason why I want to give Fisk some advice is because at least he is willing to do things. Although he is also not clean, he does things. He has the ability to do it. If someone else had developed Hell's Kitchen, it would have been swallowed up in a few days. It's like I reminded him not to eat it all at once. He couldn't eat it before and he can't eat it now. He can slowly treat it as a career. I'll say the same thing to you. You can't solve the crime problem all at once, so just do it bit by bit. At least make Hell's Kitchen a better place." Fergie Nelson had been anxious for a long time and immediately said, "Mr. Lynn is right, we can do it little by little. At least now those elderly people can be taken care of, right? Matthew Murdoch is like a saint. He doesn't want his hands to be stained with blood, and he doesn't kill anyone when he goes out to fight crime every day. However, there's very little he can do, so what if he brought down Fisk? There will be more people coming later. This is something that cannot be stopped, and Fisker is at least doing something. What about someone who just wants to make money? What will happen?" Matthew was very confused at this time. He only talked about the problem but did not have any solution. Link pointed it out directly. "It's right for you to raise the problem, but where is the solution? You can't just bring it up yourself and expect others to solve it. That would be too much. The two parties no longer have any disputes for the time being and are concentrating on resolving the contract issues. Fisk is also not idle. He is actively appearing in major media. At the same time, a new company was established at the dock, responsible for loading and unloading and transportation at the dock. All construction materials needed by the United Construction Company had to be unloaded here. The cost of sea transportation is lower, and direct landing at nearby shores saves transportation costs. Fisk recruited all the workers in Hell's Kitchen, and his men were responsible for the security of the dock. If the gangs from Hell's Kitchen wanted to go ashore here in the future, they had to get his permission. The Irish gang and the Russian gang, which were previously the most powerful gangs in Hell's Kitchen, had suffered heavy losses before, and with the subsequent blows from the Hand and the Society, Fisk's power is now the most powerful. "Wesley, any other thoughts about Hell's Kitchen?" Fisk asked. Wesley is a talented person who can speak several languages. He said, "There is no problem with the hospital, but we can't expand it for the time being. It will take up a lot of our funds. We can only acquire it first. The other thing is a large supermarket. We can build a comprehensive one so we can make more money, such as catering and entertainment. I mean normal entertainment. We can also create a red light district, concentrate some of the gang's businesses there, attract outsiders to come here to play, and at the same time clean up other streets and streetwalkers." Fisk was very satisfied. He looked at Wesley and said, "As expected, your talent can only be reflected at this time. It is a waste of your talent to let you be responsible for the problems on the streets. I can do anything as long as it can help you achieve your dream." Wesley regards Fisk as a friend, and Fisk also regards him as a friend. "By the way, I heard that the heir of the Rand Group is back," Fisk asked. Yes, the Rand family encountered a plane crash before, but they were never discovered, so their shares could not be dealt with. Now the heir is back, has proved his identity, and got the shares back. Wesley nodded. The Rand Group is also located in Hell's Kitchen. It's not that there are no large companies and tall buildings here, but they are relatively few. Can't fully enhance the value of Hell's Kitchen. "How's this person?" Fisk asked with a concerned look. He doesn't care about anything. After all, he seems to have received no education in all these years and doesn't understand the affairs of the group. The Meacham siblings are still in charge of the management. Wesley thought for a moment and said, "In addition, their father Harold Meacham seems to be still alive." "Oh." Fisk was stunned. "I didn't know about this before, but with the disappearance of Mrs. Gow and the others, many things have come to light." Wesley said, "Harold Meacham's incident may be related to Mrs. Gow and the others." "I see." Fisk suddenly realized it seems that Alexandra and Madame Gow did have their own purpose. They disappeared so cleanly, including the island country. I suspect they were destroyed by other forces. You should be more careful now and keep more people around you. I understand, we can kill them quietly. I suspect it's a government agency. Wesley also had his own suspicions. Such a huge force, but it didn't touch us, so we are safe now. Fisk was still worried. We can't be careless. The current situation is the best for us. All previous drug and human trafficking has been cut off. We must do our best to build a red light district. We can't let the gangs go hungry, otherwise they will do whatever they want. Inform them of this and work together to attract customers. The public security at night must be improved. Let the West Central City branch increase patrols at night. Come on, attack me. Link faced Jessica in the gym. Use the fighting skills you learned and attack me at will. Here I come. Jessica rushed over and then threw a straight punch. While dodging, Link said, "Your intention is too obvious. You should know how to attack the weak and not let others see your intention." Pay attention to your footwork, the continuity of your attacks, don't be too rigid, and use various techniques flexibly. Techniques are used to help you exert power, not to hurt the enemy. It is your power that hurts the enemy. Link was dodging and teaching at the same time, and Jessica couldn't hit him at all, but Jessica was very strong and had enough endurance, so now she could attack without restraint and she could hold on. The two of them now spend several hours here every day training, including fighting and firearms. Link chose the Glock 26 for Jessica. The gun is relatively small and fits Jessica's palm. Jessica is very strong, so the recoil of the gun has no effect on her. The key lies in the shooting action and muscle memory. This requires more practice. Anyway, Link has bought a lot of bullets and let Jessica train. Jessica let go, and the effect of her training improved significantly, and even her ability was greatly improved. The two of them didn't even exercise at home, but directly in the gym, where they didn't have to worry about the bed and the floor collapsing. Jessica can use her full strength, and Link still needs to be controlled, but the power has been increased a lot, so Jessica is always exhausted. The relationship between the two people has made rapid progress again, and they both feel that the other is the most suitable for them. Before we knew it, winter arrived in New York. Stark Industries brought good news. The development of the Jellicoe missile was completed and entered the testing phase. The selection for next year's Apex Award began, and Tony Stark had the highest voice. The story that Link has been waiting for is about to unfold. After the appearance of Big Brother Iron Man, the curtain of the Marvel Universe is about to open. In fact, this is what is said in the movie, and Link believes that the beginning of chaos on Earth was Odin's aging and the death of the Ancient One. If the two of them were still alive, Thanos would not dare to come to Earth. Regardless, the Avengers will kick off soon, and interesting things will begin, and likewise, we are getting closer to the Infinity Stones. Although Link has joined SHIELD and is a level 6 agent, he's still considered a peripheral staff member and cannot enter the Corps at all. He shows his strength only in the hope of joining the Avengers in the future. It's not a bad thing that S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't go too deep into the Corps. After all, it's still S.H.I.E.L.D. and it's hard to tell the difference. There was no need for him to go into the Corps and wade into the muddy waters. He could just wait patiently for the beginning. In this way, time came to 2008 and Fisker's nursing home opened. It was well built and had complete facilities. The lonely elderly people in Hell's Kitchen also signed contracts and moved in. Their meager pensions belong to the nursing home. They have no money of their own, but all matters will be taken care of by the nursing home. All their property rights, lease contracts, etc. were transferred to United Construction Company, so Fisk controlled more land and property rights. The first batch of low-rent apartments have been put into use and exchanges have begun, and the construction of the first office building has also begun long ago. Everything is moving in a good direction. This is a charity matter, and as for making money, the dock controlled by Fisk is on the right track, which has really solved a large number of employment problems. In addition, the Red Light District project has also begun. Each gang is responsible for its own part here, which will be their main source of income. As a result, the security in Hell's Kitchen has improved a lot. After all, only when it is safe will people come to play, and there are many ways to play. The girls here come from all over the world, which is dazzling. Nightclubs, discos, and clubs all have their own characteristics. There's even a large casino here, which has really attracted a group of people to Hell's Kitchen. Every night, gang members and police would join patrols, which made Matthew Murdoch very depressed. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Fisk cut off the landing channels for drugs and people, which forced the gangs outside Hell's Kitchen to look for new docks. For a time, there was a shortage of supply, and Fisk began to take action, digging out the drug addicts in Hell's Kitchen and sending them to drug rehabilitation centers. To this end, Vanessa launched a charity auction and selected the works of a lesser-known painter, but his paintings were very good. Link was also among the invited guests. He brought Jessica with him and bought a painting for $20,000 and hung it in the guest room. The auction was very successful. After all, the purpose was to help drug addicts, but in reality it just cleared them out of Hell's Kitchen and it would be difficult for them to come back. However, if they can quit drugs, they may not be unable to get a new life, but this is too difficult, and everyone knows it is difficult. Vanessa was dazzling at the auction and got what she wanted, but this was just the beginning. She would then frequently move in and out of New York's upper society. The Apex Awards were held as scheduled. Link paid attention and saw that Stark Industries was negotiating with the military about the purchase of Jellicoe missiles. Stark Industries' stock rose again. Link took this opportunity to sell all his stocks and immediately bought shares of Hammer Industries. At this time, the stock of Hammer Industries dropped slightly, and Link made a direct move without hesitation. At this time, his $1 billion had become nearly $2 billion. The dividends were given to the charity fund. By the time he completed the operation, the news of Tony Stark's disappearance finally came back. Stark Industries' stock suddenly fell by about 3%, while Hammer Industries' stock began to rise. Carlson called Link and asked him to find out some information from the upper echelons of New York to see if there was anything to be gained. Then there was no other action. In fact, this matter is a bit strange. S.H.I.E.L.D. should have been keeping an eye on Tony Stark. Didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. take action when he was kidnapped? Or maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't expect that Stark would be kidnapped under the protection of the military. After all, this sounded like a joke. Most people wouldn't believe that Stark would be taken away by the U.S. military. As time went by, Stark disappeared for longer and longer periods of time, which naturally dealt the greatest blow to Stark Industries. However, because Stark Industries had so many profitable projects, the stock price did not fall much. Link also analyzed that as the mastermind behind the scenes, Obadiah Stane would not have allowed the stock price of Stark Industries to plummet without making preparations. However, Hammer Industries benefited from it. As time went on, Justin Hammer hinted on various occasions that Stark was dead. The stock price of Hammer Industries rose significantly, and Link made a fortune. So more than 2 months after Stark disappeared, Link began to slowly sell Hammer Industries shares, and his funds reached $1.3 billion US. By buying low and selling high, Link made more than $100 million US in 2 operations, most of which came from the appreciation of Hammer Industries stock. Coincidentally, Link had also passed the tax season, so he could patiently wait for Stark's return and announce the closure of the weapons department. Stark Industries' market value of $200 billion US plummeted by more than 55% to less than $100 billion US. Link planned to short Stark Industries and make a fortune. He directly used 10 times the financial leverage, and then borrowed more than $10 billion US worth of Stark Industries stock from various financial institutions for a period of 1 month. By the time all this was done, Stark had been missing for 3 months, and Link had also received the news that Stark had been rescued. The stock price began to rise, but Link was still holding onto the stocks and did not sell them. It was not until the day before Stark's return that he took action and sold all the stocks at once. But it did not affect the stock price. Countless people rushed to buy it. If Tony Stark came back and did not announce the closure of the weapons department, then Link would go bankrupt. But he was not afraid. At worst, he could go to Africa, capture Ulysses Klaue, steal his vibranium, and then sell him to Wakanda. Stark is back, and as soon as he gets off the plane, he's going to hold a press conference. Link was in the Foundation's office, watching the press conference on TV. Jessica was sitting next to him. She didn't know about Link's financial operations. Jessica took a sip from the wine glass and asked, "Why are you paying attention to him? Of course we have to keep an eye on him. The development of our foundation depends on him," Link said with a smile and then continued to stare at the TV. Jessica stopped talking. She found that her boyfriend was paying extra attention to her today. Tony Stark did not disappoint Link's hopes. He publicly announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons department. Obadiah Stane was shocked and hurriedly took remedial measures, but it was of no avail. The stock market reacted the fastest, and people immediately started selling Stark Industries stock, which also surprised Jessica. Their foundation was run on the stock dividends of Stark Industries. She immediately turned to look at Link, who actually looked very happy. "Honey, our stocks?" Jessica asked immediately. "Don't worry, I sold it a long time ago, and I'm shorting Stark Industries stock. I'm sure I'll make a lot of money this time, so it's worth celebrating. You call Tracy and we'll have dinner together tonight." Link stood up and rubbed his hands excitedly. He didn't care about the money. This was a small achievement for him. Although he had the advantage of foresight, he was the one who did all the operations. From now on, he no longer needs to worry about money. He can directly hold shares of Stark Industries. He has made a lot of money this time, and he may be able to become a shareholder and join the board of directors. Jessica was stunned when she heard it and asked, "How did you come up with that? This is a secret." "Okay, don't ask. Let's think about where to eat tonight and then wait for Stark Industries stock to fall." Link didn't say it. After all, this matter was not easy to explain. Jessica nodded, then took out her cell phone and called Tracy. "Link hasn't received a call from Coulson, but that's right. After all, Stark lives in Los Angeles, Stark Industries is there, and his Stark Tower has not been completed yet. Normally, Tony Stark is not in New York at all, so it is better for him not to be in it." Link watched the stock of Stark Industries continue to fall, and he was ready to close his position at any time and return the stock to the financial institution. This is a routine operation of short selling. He sells high and buys low, and the difference is his profit. In total, he has sold stocks worth more than $14 billion US, and he can earn more than half of the profit, just by paying a large amount of interest. His total assets could reach more than $10 billion. He bought Stark Industries shares at the lowest point, but he only bought 10% of the shares. If you hold 5% of the shares of a listed company, you must disclose the shareholder information. Link does not have a job, but he has a charitable foundation, so he must disclose the information of the charitable foundation. When Link finished all the operations, Coulson called and said, "Lynn, you really surprised me. You actually became a shareholder of Stark Industries." It's not me, it's my charity fund. Link corrected. What's wrong? Can you come to Los Angeles? Carlson asked. I need you here. Okay, I can go. After all, Stanny is going to hold a board meeting and Jessica will be there. Link was going to go anyway. Stark Industries' market value evaporated by more than $100 billion in one go. Link acquired it at the lowest point, spending only nearly $9 billion, which just reached a 10% shareholding ratio. However, the shares are held in the name of a charitable foundation, so Jessica, as the head of the foundation, has to attend the board meeting. The two had already booked their flights, and Link figured Carlson would look for him. In Los Angeles, after Link and Jessica checked into the hotel, Jessica was a little nervous and asked, Lynn, what should I do when I attend? Put the interests of the foundation first. Just say that the operation of the foundation will rely on the profits of Stark Industries in the future. Link said, you can support Stanny temporarily. Temporarily, Jessica didn't quite understand. Yes, for now, you don't have to worry about other things. This is their internal struggle for power. It has nothing to do with us. They will decide the winner. Anyway, it's just a vote. Link comforted her. I'll talk to you when you come back. Okay, I'll try my best. Jessica took a deep breath and encouraged herself. The two of them went to bed early, and the next day Jessica took the hotel car to the Stark Industries headquarters while Link went to meet Carlson. Hey, long time no see. Link shook hands with Carlson. What can I do for you? Stark escaped on his own, and we are very interested in how he escaped, Carlson said. Link raised his eyebrows and asked, haven't you been keeping an eye on Stark? That's how I was recruited. Why didn't you do anything after he was kidnapped? Carlson said helplessly, we didn't expect it either. After all, he was going to the U.S. military base. Who knew he would be kidnapped? After that, we didn't dare to conduct a large-scale search because it could easily cause misunderstandings. When Link heard this, it was exactly what he thought. He said, there is something wrong with this. It is impossible to succeed if the troops escort the troops without accurate intelligence. I have been operating Stark Industries stocks recently. I found that after Stark disappeared, the stock price did not drop significantly. This is very abnormal. Unless they knew about it in advance and made arrangements, it wouldn't be like this. Carlson understood immediately and asked, do you suspect there is a problem within Stark Industries? I think it's that Stanny. Otherwise, no one else can stabilize the stock price. Link said, and if Stark gets into trouble, he will be the one who benefits the most. He's also the only one who knows Stark's itinerary. You're right, this matter needs to be reported to the director. Carlson immediately took out his phone and called Nick Fury. The two talked on the phone for a long time while Link walked aside and lit a cigarette. His idea was very simple. On the one hand, he wanted to demonstrate his own value, and on the other hand, he wanted to avoid fighting as much as possible. After all, Iron Man's armor was too thick and his pistol was useless, but he could use a sniper rifle. This requires waiting until the opponent opens his armor. Link has always held on to the idea of avoiding fighting as much as possible. Carlson hung up the phone, then came to Link and said, well, the director will let you investigate Stanny, and I will continue to approach Stark. Okay, I'll be there as soon as possible. Link nodded. But I might need some equipment. Is there a branch here? Yes, I'll take you there first. Carlson waved and asked Link to get in the car. The two soon arrived at the Los Angeles branch, which was also a building. S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed wealthy and powerful. However, it was also true that New York and Los Angeles were international cities on the east and west coasts, so it was necessary for them to each establish a branch. When they arrived at the branch, Carlson mysteriously brought him a piece of equipment. It was a box that looked a bit like a waste bag. Inside the all-black box was the willow leaf throwing knife that Link had used before. Placed on the lower back is a pair of special half-finger gloves with control buttons on them. When pressed, throwing knives can pop out from both sides of the box. 100 willow leaf throwing knives can be loaded in the box. Link liked it very much. After equipping it and trying it out, he found that it was indeed more convenient than a waste bag, but it could hold too little. There are 4 in total, all built for him by S.H.I.E.L.D. Technical Department. Naturally, they are not as good as Hawkeye's equipment. In S.H.I.E.L.D. view, the shooting range of the throwing knives is limited after all. They didn't know how far Link could shoot, but Link naturally didn't care. He could also equip a large number of firearms and save the throwing knives for close combat. He put the things aside and asked, Carlson, if I want to get into someone else's computer and copy the data inside, what do I need? That's easy. Carlson quickly brought over a USB flash drive, which was much larger than those sold on the market. Just plug it in and it will automatically crack and download. Take this, what else do you need? A car, preferably a fast sports car, black for concealment at night. Link thought about it and made another request. This makes it easier for him to track. If Obadiah Stane wants to seize the energy core, he must take action against Stark. Then it will be natural for him to capture him. But I don't know the exact time, and this thing may not be guaranteed. There is also a sniper rifle. Okay, I'll arrange it. Carlson quickly got ready. Link put everything in the car, said hello, and drove directly back to the hotel. Jessica had returned. When she saw Link coming in, she immediately said, Dear, there will be a dinner party tonight to entertain us shareholders. No problem, I'll go with you. Link then said, It looks like we need to buy a house here. I guess we'll have to come here more often in the future. Okay, it's up to you. Jessica didn't care, but she still asked, are you still buying an apartment? Apartment? Link thought about it, then shook his head. No, let's buy a villa this time. It's different here from New York. A villa is better so we don't have to worry about the floor and the bed. Link teased. Jessica's face turned red. She couldn't control herself at the critical moment. She used a lot of force every time, otherwise they wouldn't be doing it in the gym now. If I buy a villa, I can also build a gym, which will make it convenient for training. Tony Stark did not show up at the evening party. This was Stanley's strategy. On the one hand, he wanted to win over shareholders and unite to suppress Stark by taking advantage of the closure of the weapons department. On the other hand, he was also preparing for the future. Link and Jessica are new faces, and this time they hold 10% of the shares. Although it is in the name of a charitable foundation, everyone knows that this is Link's private property. Stanley was very enthusiastic, and Link was polite on the surface. Link suggested visiting the headquarters and factory of Stark Industries tomorrow. Stanley immediately agreed and said he would send someone to pick them up at the hotel tomorrow and take them on a tour. After the cocktail party, the two went out for a midnight snack and then returned to the hotel to rest. As expected, someone from Stark Industries arrived the next day and took them to the factory. Link was indeed curious about this place. He also used his X-ray vision to observe and found that the ironmonger was being built. With this, Link had a clear idea in mind, and the next thing he went to was the headquarters building of Stark Industries. Stark Industries has an expo in New York, which was built during World War II, but it is now closed and Tony Stark does not usually appear in New York. Link and Jessica visited all the way up. Of course, they didn't have to see every place, they just wanted to take a general look. There were some R&D departments here, which were the highlight of the visit. Link was quite curious about these, but the question was how to get into Stanley's office. Only there is the evidence of his weapons smuggling, and with this evidence, S.H.I.E.L.D. can deal with him and even help Stark get back more shares. However, Nick Fury may not hand it over to Stark. Maybe he will arrange someone to take over these shares. Anyway, it is easy for S.H.I.E.L.D. to achieve. Link calculated how much Nick Fury had earned from the evidence he provided. It's great. This is my first time at the headquarters of a large group, but we want to take a break now. Link said suddenly. Of course, we have a VIP lounge here, please follow me. A secretary was responsible for showing them around and took them to the lounge. Link looked at it and was very satisfied. He said, okay, let's take a break first. I'm outside, you can call me anytime. The secretary closed the door and walked out, while Link took out a cigar and Jessica poured 2 glasses of wine, one of which was Link's favorite plum-flavored bourbon. Link smoked a cigar while constantly looking around with his X-ray vision. He was looking for Stanley's office. His eyes passed through the floors and he quickly found the location, then he listened. Stanley was in the office talking to someone from the military. After all, Stark's actions also affected the military. Stanley had to deal with inquiries from the military and make some guarantees. It must be said that Stanley's contribution was indeed to Stark Industries. Howard and Tony, father and son, are indeed geniuses, but they are indeed not as good as Stanislavski in management. After a while, the secretary knocked on the door and came in, saying that Stanley wanted to see them. Link thought it was a good idea, so he took Jessica to Stanley's office. Stark is the CEO and Stanley is the COO, but he is usually responsible for everything except research and development. Welcome to the headquarters of Stark Industries. Are you too satisfied today? Stanley said with a smile on his face. Link shook hands with the other party and then said, I am satisfied. This is the first time I have seen the headquarters of a large group. The conditions here are really good. It's a pity that I don't have the talent in this area. Mr. Lin, you are too modest. You started from scratch. Stanley took out a cigar, obviously knowing Link's preference, and then poured him a bourbon. Link was not polite. After taking it, he said, it's nothing, I'm just lucky. I also have some knowledge of psychology. I'm lucky. I've met Mr. Stark twice and have some understanding of him. You can say that I'm gambling this time, but luckily I'm pretty good at judging people. Stanley sighed and said, well, I'm doing my best to help Tony manage the company. He's just too willful sometimes. The market value has evaporated by more than 100 billion yuan. It is too difficult to recover. I believe in you, Mr. Stanley. After all, you have contributed a lot to this place and you have the ability to do it. Link did not hesitate to praise you. Our foundation supports you. After all, we need dividends to operate. Mr. Stark's place, Stanley immediately said, don't worry, I will definitely convince him. Link and Stanley had a pleasant conversation, but Link didn't find any opportunity during this time unless Stanley left the office. Link and Jessica said goodbye and left. Link actually realized that it was not realistic to get Stanley's evidence in advance. After all, Stark Industries is a technology and industrial group with many monitoring systems and advanced security measures. Unless Link uses his superpowers, he is not sure he can avoid all the cameras this time. Link gave up the idea of stealing evidence and he and Jessica started looking for a house. For example, Tony Stark's Liberty City is not suitable for them. The two of them certainly cannot live here permanently. The villa does not need to be too big, otherwise it will be quite expensive to maintain. They are not short of money now, but they both have their own secrets, so it would not do to have too many people in the villa, so they set their sights on Beverly Hills. We have a complete service system here. There's no need for long-term employment. All you need is regular maintenance and cleaning services. It is so simple and convenient. Link is actually not very adaptable to the life of rich people or life in the United States. He doesn't like having to pay property taxes on his own house, but things are slowly improving now. The residents of Beverly Hills are always coming and going. There are Hollywood stars and wealthy people here, but there are always people who go bankrupt or are short of money. Luxury houses are also an investment, especially in wealthy areas with good geographical locations. Link didn't buy anything too big. Not all of the mansions here are worth a fortune. Some are worth millions. Link bought one directly and looked at the conditions inside. The houses here are all well maintained. The reason he chose this one is that this villa has an indoor basketball hall, which is half the size of a standard basketball court. It used to belong to a basketball star. At this point in time, millions of dollars are no longer a small amount of money. There's also an outdoor swimming pool, but it is still far inferior to the mansions worth tens of millions. However, there are only 2 of them, so this place is already pretty good. The basketball court can be simply renovated by replacing the floor with a thick rubber floor, and the other things can be dismantled. This can be done very quickly, and Link and Jessica can move directly into the villa. All household items were replaced, which was the responsibility of Jessica, while Link drove a sports car and began to monitor Stanny. He went to Stark's house and brought a box of pizza. Link probably went to persuade Stark. At this time, the stock of Stark Industries had stopped falling, but the market value of more than $100 billion evaporated, which was still unbearable for the shareholders. Stanny left quickly, and it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied. Link followed him all the way to Stanny's home. He listened outside and found no valuable information, so he stepped on the accelerator and left. Link's tracking distance was very long, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered. On his way back, he called Coulson. Coulson, it will probably be difficult to obtain evidence of Stanny's crime. Stark Industries' security system is very tight and I can't get in. Link said directly, and it is relatively difficult to track him. After all, he seems to be very busy now. Did you gain anything? Coulson asked. Yes, Starny contacted all shareholders to temporarily deprive Stark of his rights. He is contacting all his connections to gain support. Link said, Lynn, there are some problems with your guess. If Stanny is the man behind the scenes, then Stark should be dead. Coulson said, No, I think my idea is correct. Don't forget that the initial attack was intended to kill him. The thing on Stark's chest is proof of that, but he didn't die. The other party saved him. Link said they performed surgery on him but didn't ask for a ransom. By the way, do you know how he escaped? No, he doesn't want to pay attention to us now. Coulson seemed to have figured it out and said hurriedly, If your guess is correct, then the people who kidnapped Stark are asking Stanislav for money. Yes, I guess Stanny didn't tell the truth at first. When those people found out that they were going to kill Tony Stark, they immediately changed their minds. Link guided them and said, I guess only Stark knows what their specific thoughts were. But what happened over the past 3 months was a big shock to Stark, so he shut down the weapons department as soon as he came back. I also deduced some things based on some information before, so I made a lot of money by planning ahead. Coulson nodded slightly. After all, no one could have imagined that Stark would shut down the weapons department, and Link's actions did not arouse the suspicion of S.H.I.E.L.D. No one around Stark knows, so how could Link know? But Link's psychology is really amazing. This guy is already a billionaire. It is really unbelievable that he bought the bottom of Stark Industries stock and became the 3rd largest shareholder. Your analysis makes sense, so we should keep an eye on Stanny. Coulson thought for a moment and asked, what will he do after he gets control? Think about what's in Stark's chest. Link reminded him, we don't know what it is, but Stark knows. So will he tell Stanny? You know, the relationship between them is very close. How will Stark Industries make money after losing the weapons department? Tony Stark is not a fool. He must have a backup plan. I guess it is new energy. I visited the Stark Industries factory today. The electromagnetic arc reactor they put there is very similar to the one on Stark's chest. Stark has mastered the new energy of the future. His Tilda Coulson took a breath, so if Stanny knew, Link immediately added, if he kills Stark now, he will have control of Stark Industries' weapons and energy. He doesn't need Stark anymore. The benefits are too great now. Besides, he has had this idea for a long time. Once he wins over everyone, it will be time for him to act. It looks like we have to protect Stark. Coulson made up his mind. Link said, then you don't need to keep an eye on him. You just need to protect Stark. When he makes a move, just catch him. I don't have time to keep an eye on him. After all, I have a girlfriend, and she doesn't know that I work as an agent yet. Okay, you don't have to keep an eye on Stanny. Send someone to protect Stark. Coulson thought they had grasped the key point. Link's analysis made sense, and he now needed to report to the director. Link also thought that this was fine. After all, they were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and since Stanny couldn't activate Ironmonger, he was just an ordinary person. After both parties hung up the phone, Link drove back to the villa, and the two tried a new way of exercise in the swimming pool at night. The water resistance is great, so they can try harder and even try it underwater. There was no need to carry out any missions next, so Link still used Shield Sports' car to take Jessica on a tour around Los Angeles. It was their first time here, so naturally they wanted to have a good tour. Especially Hollywood. Link has no interest in investing in Hollywood because it is not a place that ordinary people can invest in. No matter how well a movie does at the box office, they can still make you lose money, so Link has no interest at all. But there are indeed a lot of beauties here, and Link just came to take a look. Jessica is the most suitable woman for him. They had a lot of fun, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. That night they were watching the news at home. A golden and red steel armor appeared on the news. Iron Man appeared and went to Ethan's hometown to eliminate a group of terrorists. Link knew that Stanny would probably take action soon, and once he was caught, Link could take Jessica back to New York. Link, something happened. Coulson called one night. Link asked curiously, "What is it?" Stanny got Stark's energy source. Coulson said, "Come to Stark Industries factory immediately. We need you." Link didn't quite understand. "How come?" "Don't ask, just come quickly." Coulson then hung up the phone, and the voice on the other end was very noisy. Link was speechless. He quickly stood up, said something to Jessica, then went to the storage room and took out a long box. He immediately drove out of the villa. The engine of the sports car roared as he left Beverly Hills. Driving at high speed all the way, the sports car in his hands reached various extreme performance levels. When he approached the factory, he heard a loud explosion ahead. Instead of moving forward, he looked at the surrounding buildings and drove straight towards a building. He got out of the car, carried the box, and walked straight inside, took out his ID, then activated the controller, and the ID turned into an FBI one. He grabbed a security guard and said, "FBI, I want to go to the rooftop immediately, quick." The security guard was stunned, then looked at his ID and nodded immediately. Then he took him to an elevator, entered the elevator, inserted the key, locked the elevator, and went straight to the top floor. Link came to the rooftop, opened the box, took out the sniper rifle inside, and assembled it. He stood on the edge of the rooftop and aimed directly at the two Iron Men in the distance. Link couldn't figure out how Stanny broke through shield protection and got Stark's energy source, but he would not reveal his superpowers. Now let's see if the villain will die because of talking too much. The security guard stood behind him, looking at the Iron Man battle in the distance, and shrank his neck slightly in fear. Link did not chase him away because there was no need. After adjusting the optical sight, Link waited patiently. He did not need to consider wind speed, temperature, humidity, etc. He only needed to wrap the bullet with the biological force field. Finally, the two Iron Men landed on the roof of the factory. I don't know what Stark did, but Stanny opened his armor, revealing half of his body. Bang! Link pulled the trigger instantly. Stanny was talking nonsense at this time. "I have never liked this kind of thing, but I have to say I like this armor very much." Tony Stark was lying on top of the electromagnetic arc reactor, looking up at Stanny, and suddenly Stanny's head exploded. Stark was shocked. "OMG. Link put away his gun and took out his phone. "Coulson, Stanny has been dealt with. You need to tell me later how you let him take the things." "Okay, see you later." Coulson hung up the phone. Now was a good opportunity, an opportunity to get close to Stark. Link put away his phone, then loaded up his sniper rifle and looked up at the security guard. "Good job, now let's go down. Don't tell anyone, wait for the press conference from Stark Industries." Okay, no problem, sir." The security guard's eyes were full of admiration. He must be an elite FBI agent to be able to kill someone with just one shot from such a long distance. Link carried the box back to the car, started the car, turned around, and went straight back. "Honey, what's in here?" Jessica had a very detective mind. Some of Link's things were unreasonable, especially tonight. Just now Link left in a hurry with his things, and Jessica started watching TV. The battle between two Iron Men was hot news in Los Angeles, and the TV station would not miss this news. A lot of helicopters were dispatched, including those from various TV stations. Jessica also watched the live broadcast, but Link's sudden departure made the shrewd girl feel uneasy. "This is a sniper rifle." Link opened the box generously. "I'm an agent of SHIELD. Link took out his ID and handed it to Jessica, which caught her off guard. "I don't suspect you of anything." She wanted to explain hurriedly, but Link laughed and said, "You'll know sooner or later. You said you like to get to the bottom of things. I used to be a policeman. I was discovered by SHIELD at a poker game in Las Vegas. They have been keeping an eye on Stark. I also considered it when recruiting me. I still have a relatively exciting job, but I don't want to expose my extraordinary qualities." Link then introduced what SHIELD is and finally said, "Joining them will help me understand the world while protecting my own secrets. Of course, if someone really threatens us, I will take action." Jessica felt relieved, hugged Link's waist, and put her head on his chest. "I will also train hard and not let myself become your weakness." Link stroked Jessica's hair before picking her up and rushing to the gym. What was happening outside had nothing to do with them. The two were fighting fiercely, and the rubber floor was used to absorb shock to prevent the noise from being too loud. The scene was cordoned off, and Tony Stark did not let Pepper Potts blow up the electromagnetic arc reactor, so the scene was not too bad. Coulson walked up and said, "Mr. Stark, can we talk now? Next time." Stark opened his mouth to refuse. "Mr. Stark, the public must be explained what happened here." Coulson said, "My colleague just shot and killed Stanny. We need to find a cause of death for Mr. Stanny." "Okay, tomorrow." Stark understood that the matter could not be concealed. After all, there were many helicopters in the sky. "Okay, we'll handle the scene." Coulson nodded. The scene was quickly brought under control, and Ironmonger's armor was not blown up, but Stark had just dismantled the energy source, making Ironmonger ineffective. Coulson did not take it away directly, but asked someone to put it back to the factory. What they wanted was not a suit of armor. Nick Fury is not short-sighted. Many of his ideas are long-term enough, but the ideas are not backed up by the corresponding strength. His last trump card is to travel around the universe and never return to Earth. At the press conference the next day, Tony Stark announced that he was Iron Man. Link and Jessica were in the villa, hugging each other and curled up on the sofa watching this scene. Jessica asked, "Will the stock go up?" "Yes, it will increase a lot in the future. We will make a fortune." Link laughed, "But we can pack up now. We are going back to New York." "Okay, there must be a lot of things accumulated in the Foundation." Jessica immediately stood up and hurried to pack her luggage. Link took out his phone and called Coulson. "Coulson, what's the situation?" "It was a mess, but fortunately I finally had a chance to talk to this Iron Man." Coulson said, "But now it seems that we have the answer to how he escaped. What happens next needs to be decided by the director." Link said, "Then I'll go back to New York." Coulson said, "Mr. Stark wants to meet you. Although he denies it, you did save his life." "Okay, I haven't seen him for a long time." Link didn't object to the meeting. Coulson added, "He plans to send the armor made by Stanny to S.H.I.E.L.D., but he will only provide the finished product for energy manufacturing." "Do you think it is possible for us to get the manufacturing method? Or maybe it's been researched. Don't even think about it." Link directly rejected Coulson's idea. Energy is the core, so he won't be stingy with a set of armor. He definitely doesn't like that set of armor. Using it to repay a favor is the best choice. Don't think Stark is a fool. He is very smart, but a little cynical. He is too proud, and he just uses things he despises to repay favors. That makes sense. Coulson believed in Link's judgment. This young man's psychology was terrifying, and he could see through everything. "Then tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, you go to Stark's house. He will treat you to lunch at his home. You can bring your girlfriend." "No problem." Link then hung up the phone. He didn't expect that Stark would give him the armor. This was a good choice. He now had another way of fighting. "Jessica." Link ran to Jessica and told her not to put all the things away because they had an appointment tomorrow. The next day, Link drove Jessica to Stark's house. The door opened automatically and the car drove in. When they arrived at the door of the villa, Pepper Potts was standing there waiting for them. After getting off the car, Pepper Potts was slightly stunned and then asked, "Is it Miss Jones?" "Yes, Miss Potts." Jessica smiled and stretched out her hand. "The charity fund was established by my boyfriend. I am just responsible for the management." "I see. Welcome. Please come in." Pepper Potts led them into the villa, and Tony Stark sat on the sofa with a glass of wine. After seeing Link, he was a little surprised. "Lynn, it's me, Tony." Link came forward. "I was recruited after I came back from Las Vegas. I thought the job was interesting, so I accepted it." "This really surprises me," Stark said in shock. Pepper Potts was also very surprised. "Do you know each other? By the way, this Mr. Lynn is also the owner of a charity foundation, and his foundation also holds 10% of Stark Industries shares." While Tilda Stark was even more surprised. "Come, let's have a good chat. You really have a lot of identities." They both sat down. Pepper poured them some wine, and Link introduced himself. After Stark heard this, he said, "Isn't it a waste for you to be an agent?" "No, I like this job. It's very interesting." Link said, "With Stark Industries stocks, I don't have to worry about money. I can do what I like. This job is very exciting. Also, thank you for the gift." "It's nothing." Stark waved his hand nonchalantly. "Now it seems like a good idea to give it to you. At least you are a shareholder and a major shareholder. Your vision is very accurate. The stock price has now returned to its original price, but it will rise even more in the future. Of course, I'm optimistic about you." Link said, "And I will support you. The foundation will give you the voting rights of the board of directors later. This decision is absolutely correct. Let's start lunch." Stark was very satisfied. The four of them had lunch together, and then Link took Jessica away. The two of them drove straight home without talking more about the armor. Link didn't have any idea about the armor, and he didn't think much of this set of armor. Besides, there would be more trouble if he got the armor. He joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and even the future Avengers, not to become a superhero, but simply to understand the situation. It's good just like it is now, and Link guesses that Nick Fury will give this armor to Phil Coulson. This is a good result. After all, Nick Fury trusts Phil Coulson more, improves his fighting ability, and even lets him join the Avengers. This is a very good choice. Nick Fury knew that Tony Stark gave Ironmonger to them as a favor. Naturally, he was also thinking about the Iron Overlord, but Link was very useful, so he sent Phil Coulson to talk to Link. This is the first time I've been to your house since you moved in. These paintings look great. Coulson came to the door, but it was during the day, and Link smiled and said, "You could actually come at night. Jessica already knows my job. After all, I was in a hurry that day. I even went out with a big box." "No problem?" Coulson asked. "Of course, no problem. She's still very reasonable." Link poured Coulson a glass of bourbon and handed him a cigar. "This thing is not very useful, but Coulson can still accept it just for the taste." The two then came to the rooftop, basking in the sun, and Coulson said, "Iron Overlord, how do you think we should deal with this?" "You can do whatever you want with it. I don't need it." Link said, "But I hope you can prepare some equipment for me. After all, if I need to take action in the future, I will still need equipment support. The weapons I have here are not comprehensive. It would be best if they could move with me so that I can carry out any combat mission conveniently." Coulson also nodded and said, "Your shooting and throwing knives are too accurate. This will really help you to display your combat ability. I will coordinate this with the equipment department. Since you don't want to use it, then select someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. to use it. I think you're a good person. After all, you often go out on field missions, so you may be needed in the future." Link said, "And I think the director trusts you very much. This armor must be modified according to the driver's body shape. Is there any problem with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Don't worry about that. Our technology is not that simple." Coulson said confidently, "We will need to ask Mr. Stark for energy in the future. You may need to communicate with us at that time." "No problem." Link raised his glass and agreed directly. Coulson was very quick and delivered a car to Link a week later. 3 of Link's 4 parking spaces were finally occupied, and Coulson sent a special agent car, a Chevrolet Suburban. This is a modified car with enhanced power and strong bulletproof capability. The front 4 doors and 5 seats have not changed much, but the back has been modified to become an arsenal. There are even several sets of combat suits. Link tried on the combat suit and found that it was probably improved upon Hawkeye's combat suit. Coulson introduced it to him. "It's made of wear-resistant material. It has a general protective effect. Since you mainly use guns and throwing knives, there is also a matching tactical vest and holster. Also, there are a few boxes for throwing knives. I asked the technical department to make a few more for you." Link took a look and was quite satisfied. After all, without nanotechnology, he would not be able to make a nano battle suit even if he got vibranium. We can only wait for the future. Whether the bullet can hit him depends on whether he is willing to do so. Life is not peaceful. Wilson Fisk is in trouble. In Hell's Kitchen, a guy suddenly appears and attacks gang members with military weapons. This caused the already improved security in Hell's Kitchen to disappear again, and the gang members began to feel insecure. Even if Wilson Fisk suppressed them, they would go crazy facing the machine gun fire that could happen at any time. "Lynn, what do you think of this situation?" Fisk approached Link. "I believe that with your knowledge of psychology, you can definitely analyze something." "Of course." Link nodded and said, "This man is obviously seeking revenge. He probably lost an important relative or loved one, so he is so extreme. And looking at the force he used, it shows that he was a former soldier and someone important to him died at the hands of a gang member." Fisk agreed, but now he had a headache. He said, "I can't suppress it anymore. After all, this concerns the life and death of those gangs and also disrupts the environment of Hell's Kitchen. I have to stop him, but it's not easy to find him now." He didn't have a specific target, but all gang members. Link thought for a moment and asked, "So what does the FBI have to say? After all, this is not something the NYPD can solve. They are also investigating, but they haven't found anything." Fisk shook his head, "And they have a lot of ideas. They hope to take this opportunity to get involved in Hell's Kitchen. They wanted to trade something with me." Link suddenly realized that most people didn't know Wilson Fisk's background, but the FBI definitely knew it. However, he has now changed his identity and started to expand his social influence. At the same time, his charity work is booming, which has given Fisk a protective color. He is no longer a simple criminal, and Fisk has made a cut, taking indirect measures to remotely control his power. However, Fisk must have a lot of criminal evidence of some people in New York, including evidence of illegal activities of some politicians and wealthy businessmen, as well as most of the intelligence on the underground world. The FBI hopes to gain something from this opportunity. They naturally don't want to get everything, but controlling Fisk is what they hope to do. Link thought for a moment and said, "I'll ask someone to come up with a solution. You wait for my news and try to suppress the gang members." "Okay, I'll try my best. I owe you a favor again." Fisk was very happy. He didn't expect that Link actually had a way, but Link's identity is different now. He is a billionaire and a shareholder of Stark Industries. He is much stronger than him in some aspects. Link said goodbye to Fisk and drove directly to Hell's Kitchen. He did not go to look for Phil Coulson because that was not a difficult task. He could easily find the Punisher. There was no need to guess. It must have been Frank Castle who did it. Only he could be so crazy, so it was not difficult to find him. It was too easy for Link. After eavesdropping on Hell's Kitchen, Link soon gained something. Frank Castle was preparing weapons for the next operation. Link quickly locked onto him, drove to his vicinity, got out of the car, and walked over to him. At this time, Frank Custer was on a rooftop, which was his favorite place to stay, and few people usually came up there. He was very alert, and when he heard the door open, he took out a pistol and hid it behind his back. Then quickly approached the door. Link pushed the door open and saw Frank Castle, who was blocking the doorway. "What do you want?" Link smiled and said, "You live on the rooftop." "Yes, this is my territory. I don't allow anyone to enter." Frank Castle was like a homeless person who wanted to occupy the rooftop here as his own residence. Link didn't intend to beat around the bush and said directly, "The Beret S50 sniper rifle you provided last time is very useful, and the large-bore bullets are very much to my liking." The Punisher's pupils shrank, and he immediately pulled out his right hand hidden behind his back and pointed the pistol at Link's head. Link didn't move at all, still looking at the other person with a smile, which made Frank Castle a little confused. Link said, "Relax. If I were here to deal with you, you would have been dead long ago. I just wanted to talk to you." "What?" Frank asked. Link looked at the other person and asked, "Is that all we need to talk about?" Frank took a few steps back and made way for the door. Link walked onto the rooftop and closed the door. He observed the situation on the rooftop and leaned against the door instead of going inside. "Let's talk about your recent actions. You have affected the law and order of Hell's Kitchen." Link said. Frank was stunned, then asked sarcastically, "Are you from the NYPD or the FBI? Last time you used my sniper rifle to smash a man to pieces." "Yes," Link nodded and admitted, "that was an unofficial operation. If you can get detailed intelligence, then you should be able to understand the situation on the scene. The person I shot was not an ordinary person. He could control others through words and make them do whatever they wanted. This person has always been very secretive because most people don't remember being controlled by him. Even if they do remember, their memories are very vague and they are completely unaware that they were controlled. Even if someone says it, no one will believe it." Frank was stunned when he heard this. Is there such a person? "This man is codenamed Purple Man. His real name is Zebdiah Kilgrave. His parents are scientists and they used him for experiments." Link said, "Due to an accident, a virus was created and anyone who gets close to him will be infected with the virus and obey his orders. I believe you understand how dangerous this person is." Frank was very confused and asked, "So you are really from the government? Can I have my ID?" Link opened his suit jacket and Frank nodded. Link reached out and pulled out his ID, then opened it. Frank didn't recognize the SHIELD logo, and Link said, "The Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency does not belong to the government, but is a global agency that specializes in dealing with these special people and items. So there are a lot of people like this." Although Frank didn't know this organization, he didn't think Link lied because there was no need. Wilson Fisk is now known as the Kingpin, which is what the Hell's Kitchen gang calls him, and no one like him would use such an excuse to approach him. Instead, we should use force directly to eliminate him. "Not many, but not few either," Link said. "Some people abide by the law and even uphold justice, like the guy who likes to come out at night." "Aha, I know, people call him Daredevil, but he has disappeared now." Frank naturally knew Daredevil. "It's not that he disappeared, rather what he hoped to see happened. That is, the safety of Hell's Kitchen has been improved and some criminal activities have been reduced." Link explained, "Of course, your affairs are not actually under the jurisdiction of our department. I just admire you as a person." "Will you let me join you?" Frank asked. "Of course not. You don't meet our needs." Link shook his head. "I just sympathize with your personal experience and admire you as a person." "Sympathy?" Frank smiled bitterly. "If you are so powerful, why don't you fight crime?" Link shook his head and said, "Our organization is affiliated with the World Security Council and is the defense line of the Earth, so we don't target ordinary criminals. You have to know that aliens are more difficult to deal with." Aliens. The news Frank heard today was enough to shock him for the whole year. "Are you really not kidding?" "Of course not, otherwise what are we defending against?" Link spread his hands. "Aliens arrived on Earth a long time ago and used humans for experiments. And then they go away and throw away things that are insignificant to them but deadly to us. An alien bacteria that once spread can kill all humans in the world, or even an alien energy that can blow up the entire Earth. The most important thing is that some aliens have stayed, their lifespans are very long, and they are still hiding among humans. These are the problems we need to deal with. Why don't we just deal with ordinary crime?" Frank then asked, "If you are so busy, why are you targeting me?" It was Fisk. "Wilson Fisk found me," Link said directly and frankly. Frank's hand holding the gun tightened again. "Don't be nervous," Link continued. "My cover identity is a professional gambler. I was recruited by accident because I am good at firearms and psychology. I joined halfway. I was at NYPD before. After the internship, I was assigned to the West Central City Police Station. You should have heard that I shot and killed more than 20 gang members. Frank suddenly realized that he had said that an Asian police officer shot and killed more than 20 people and was subsequently wanted by the Irish gang. As a result, he was attacked by the NYPD and fell. However, the Asian police officer disappeared afterwards, and it turned out that he had been recruited. Fisk's current transformation is my idea, and Hell's Kitchen is slowly reducing its crime rate. He asked me to analyze your mental state, so I made an excuse and took over your work. Frank asked, "You want to stop me?" "Yes, you did this just for revenge, but you chose the wrong target." Link said, "You thought it was a gang fight that affected your family, but that was just a cover-up. In fact, their real target is your family." "What?" Frank was stunned. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Link nodded. "You're just paying the price for your mistakes. Think about what you found in the army." Frank was stunned. He recalled many things in an instant. "I don't know the specific situation. I just have some doubts." "Yes, just some doubts, but those people will not let you go." Link said, "Billy Russell, William Roslin. They used the bodies of soldiers to transport the confiscated drugs back home. I believe you should be aware of the profits involved. We cannot allow even the slightest crisis to exist. You knew there was a problem, but you covered it up. That was your mistake." Frank finally put down the gun in his hand, or to be exact, the gun slipped down. He knelt on the ground with his hands on his head. Link could guess his mood at this moment. Link did not go over to comfort him, but just let this tough guy kneel there and cry silently. It was indeed his fault. He clearly discovered that there was a problem, but he did not delve into it further because he valued brotherhood. He underestimated the greed in human nature. He thought that if he left, everything would be over, but the profit was too huge. This was a business with almost no cost. How could the other party be willing to give up such a huge profit? Frank's existence was a hidden danger, so he had to be eliminated. As a result, he did not die, even after being shot in the head. His tenacious vitality kept him alive, but he went in the wrong direction. He originally wanted to use legal means to punish the gang members who killed his family, but the result was not good. He then used his own method, but he was going in the wrong direction, making it very difficult for him to take revenge. Link took out a cigarette, lit it, and smoked it slowly, just watching quietly. After a long time, the other party finally recovered his mood. Frank stood up slowly and said, "I won't go on, thank you for the information." Turning around, he was about to pack up his weapons. Link thought about whether he should help Frank. After all, he was an outstanding talent. Although Link didn't want to drag him into joining S.H.I.E.L.D. as a deputy, this was a good choice. Especially for the protection of Jessica, it can also act as your other hand when necessary. Having a strong fighting force to serve you is also a good choice. Link said, "I can help you, but I want you to work for me in the future." "Work for you?" Frank was stunned and turned to look at Link. "What, help you kill people?" "Maybe." Link said, "My cover identity is a professional gambler, but that was in the past. Now I have made a lot of money and invested in voting. Now I am one of the major shareholders of Stark Industries, owning 10% of the shares. I established a charitable foundation and acquired a law firm to provide legal assistance to disadvantaged groups." Frank was stunned. He didn't expect that the person in front of him was actually a billionaire. "Then why are you still in that bureau?" Frank didn't quite understand. "Now that I know the truth about the world, I naturally want to continue to understand it. This kind of life is more meaningful." Link said, "My girlfriend Jessica is in charge of a charity fund. Although this kind of legal aid is a charity, it still has dangers. Especially when it comes to supporting the disadvantaged, the people you face are not simple people. I need you to be her bodyguard, protect her safety, and participate in the investigation of the case when necessary. I believe this is to your liking, isn't it?" Frank nodded and said, "Okay, but how are you going to help me?" "First, capture Billy Russell. He and your previous comrades are participants. Most of those who did not participate are already dead." Link said, "Then there is William Roslin. Although he is from the CIA, it will not be difficult for me to capture him." "Okay, but I want to deal with them myself." Frank's hatred became even more intense. "It's a deal. Now pack up and let's go." Link made the invitation. Frank packed up his weapons, and the two men carried the things down and loaded them into Frank's car. Then Link drove to lead the way, and they went straight to Link's home. There was one parking space left among the four, just enough for Frank's car, and the two of them went upstairs. Link took out his laptop, logged into the database, and quickly found Billy Russell. It was easy to capture him, but the two still made a plan. To capture all of them, they needed to secretly capture Billy Russell first. Frank didn't have the patience to wait, so Link had to set off again with him. They each drove a car, and Link gave Frank a walkie-talkie as a means of communication, and they exchanged phone numbers. The two men took turns tracking Billy Russell and found him easily. This guy is now the owner of a company and even provides donations to the Military Service Center. The information Link obtained is very detailed, so it's not difficult to find him. By using the alternating tracking method, it was very easy to keep an eye on Billy Russell, and neither of them needed to look for evidence. Link is no longer the NYPD, and there is no need to resort to legal action, so they tracked each other directly to their homes. Link turned on his X-Vision and discovered that there was no security system or surveillance system here. But it makes sense when you think about it. First of all, this is America, and there aren't many burglaries because most people don't have cash in their homes. Secondly, Billy Russell is a retired Marine and now runs a private military and security company called Chopping Block. Finally, what he did was shameful, and installing these things at home might just cause trouble for himself. Action, you go to the front and knock on the door. I'll come in from the back. Link notified Frank using the intercom, then got out of the car and ran to the back door himself. At the same time, he was observing the surroundings to see if there was anyone there. Billy Russell's house is really nice. It is located in a wealthy area and the neighbors are far away from each other. This made their actions easier. Link didn't notice any surveillance cameras pointed at him, so he climbed in directly from the backyard. At this time, Frank had already pressed the doorbell. Billy Russell came to the door and was surprised to see that it was Frank after opening it. Frank, Billy Russell's voice was obviously shocked. Billy, Frank looked at the other man. I need your help with something. Come in. Billy Russell immediately made way for the door. Billy Russell let Frank into his house. When he closed the door, his face changed several times and he was full of doubts. Why did the other party suddenly come to his house? He couldn't help but be suspicious. Then he turned around and was about to ask something, but when he turned around he saw Frank pointing a gun at his head. Billy Russell was sure that the other party knew something. Frank, he was about to speak when he saw an Asian man walking up from behind Frank, obviously entering through the back door. 1 against 2, my chances of winning are slim. Billy Russell's mind was constantly calculating how to get out of the current predicament. And Link said at this time, Frank, let's interrogate him in the bathroom of his house, then burn this place down and destroy all evidence. Frank nodded and said, okay. Billy Russell panicked, stepped back and immediately said, Frank, we are friends. Yes, friend, Frank said in a hoarse voice, because we were friends, I only beat William Rawlins. Of course, I blinded one of his eyes, but I left. But you are not going to let me go. My wife, son, and daughter are all dead just because I care about brotherhood. Bang! Frank went up and punched Billy Russell directly in the face, but the opponent did not fall down. There was the door behind him, so he leaned against it, then kicked his legs and pounced directly at Frank. This was his only chance. The Asian stranger was not armed, so Frank's pistol was his chance. However, although he was fast, Link was even faster. Swoosh tilde. At some point, a willow leaf flying knife appeared in Link's right hand and stabbed directly into Billy Russell's ankle. Frank paused in his forward movement, became even more angry, and hit the opponent's head again with the butt of his pistol. Then he grabbed his collar and dragged him away. Link followed behind, watching his feet carefully, avoiding the blood and taking back the flying knife. When he came to the bathroom, Frank turned on the violent mode and soon he asked for a lot of information. Billy Russell has been begging Frank to let him go, but because of the hatred of his entire family, Frank turned into a punisher, but in fact he is an avenger. When Frank came out covered in blood, he glanced at Link and said, thank you. His voice was extremely hoarse and his eyes were red. Link looked at Frank and said, there's a bathroom upstairs, go wash up and change clothes. I'll go get ready, this place needs to be blown up. Okay, Frank went upstairs without delay while Link came to the kitchen, turned on the gas, opened the microwave, took out one of his spare magazines, took out a few bullets from it and threw them in. After waiting for a while, Frank came down and nodded to Link. Link started the microwave and the two separated, walking out the front and back doors again, getting in the car and leaving. Link set the microwave oven to start heating after an hour, and then the bullet detonated, causing the house, which had already been filled with gas, to explode instantly. Boom! Most houses in the United States are made of wood. The explosion directly tore the house apart, followed by a fire that burned at a high speed. Remember, the gas was turned on before. The fire instantly grew larger and engulfed the house, and everything inside was set on fire. Link and Frank have been gone for a long time, and their next target is William Roslin. In the entire criminal process, William Roslin is the leader, while Billy Russell is relatively just a small role. What about William Roslin? How much has he mastered? The two of them temporarily returned to Link's home. Frank will stay here today. After all, he has no place to stay now, and he doesn't want to go back to his own home. Do you want to kill all these people or just William Roslin? Link poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Frank. Frank said, I only need William Roslin. As for the people and things behind him, we don't seem to be able to deal with them. Link smiled and said, you are very rational. This is not bad. Maybe the CIA is behind you. They may allow you to take revenge, but they will not allow you to destroy their business. The CIA needs a lot of money overseas. They make counterfeit money, sell drugs, etc. The profit chain of these guys is very huge. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to deal with them, it's not easy. These people are more terrifying than the gangsters. If they have a sin value, they must be higher than Wilson Fisk. Frank laughed at himself and said, when I joined the army, I thought I was fighting for my country, but now it seems that I am not. Isn't it unfair for those comrades who died? No. Link shook his head and said, at least from the packaging point of view, they died for their country. Link didn't want to continue complaining. That was the nature of the Americans. No matter how much he said, it was useless and it wouldn't change anything. Okay, I'll be responsible for tracking William Roslin, and you go find yourself a nice apartment nearby. Link said, buy yourself some suits and stuff. After all, the charity foundation is my face. The driver's name is Robert McCall. You know where the car is parked. Just come before 9 o'clock every morning. Link took out a checkbook and wrote a check to Frank. This was his resettlement fee. As for weapons, I will apply for legal Glock 17 and a bulletproof vest for you. Okay, I'm leaving first. Frank didn't plan to spend the night here, so he got up and said goodbye. Link didn't try to stop him. He walked him to the door and let him take the elevator directly to the underground parking lot. After Jessica came back in the evening, Link told her about Frank. Jessica had no objection and thought that the bodyguard Link found for her should be quite capable. They both need to conceal their abilities, so having a bodyguard who can handle the problem is the best. Jessica easily accepted Link's arrangement. After all, it was all for her own good. Such a boyfriend made her sister Tracy very jealous. She even claimed that she wanted to compete with her for him when she stayed at Tracy's house a few days ago. Link used his laptop to search for William Rossland's whereabouts using the SHIELD system, and it was easy to find him. This guy is actually in New York, and he just arrived to investigate the death of Billy Russell. It is true that if you don't take the road to heaven, you will end up in hell. This guy was obviously worried that their affairs would be exposed, so he came to see if there was any evidence left and at the same time investigate the cause of Billy Russell's death. Although burned after the autopsy, it was easy to find out what had happened to Billy Russell. However, the autopsy has not started yet. There are not many coroners in the United States and they are very scarce. There are also many homicide cases here and the coroners are too busy to handle it. William Rossling doesn't have that much patience, but he's the CIA, and here in New York, the NYPD doesn't care about him. This made William Rossland very anxious. He was now a middle-level official in the CIA, but he was still useless in New York. They had no power to enforce the law in the country, and they couldn't even bring the case over. He was in a dilemma at this time, but this gave Link and Frank an opportunity. The next morning, after Jessica left the apartment, Link called Frank over. Frank came on foot. His previous car was stolen, and now it has been disposed of. The two got into Link's SUV. Frank looked curiously at the small arsenal of weapons in the back and asked in surprise, "Is this your equipment?" "Yes, my public identity was originally a professional gambler. I once fought a game with a high table. People called me the god of death." Link said while driving, "I am good at shooting and throwing knives, and I am very accurate. So the Bureau got me this car, which is a mobile weapons depot, and all these guns are given to me to use. Of course, these are recorded, so I used a flying knife yesterday, which is convenient for recovery and does not leave too many traces." Frank nodded and said, "I see, I still have quite a few weapons. But most of them are military. If you need any, you can tell me. Okay, I won't be polite with you. After all, I helped you a lot." Link smiled and then said, "Rossland is in New York. He's here to deal with Russell's matter, but he is waiting for the autopsy now. I have found his location. I am going to take him away now, but do you have any place I can use?" "Yes, there are many bankrupt small factories in New York, and they are now abandoned." "We can just pick one," Frank said, "but how do we get rid of him? He is probably very alert now. It's not easy to take him away quietly." "Don't worry," Link said, "leave it to me. Just stay in the car and don't let him see you. I'll take care of the rest." Soon, they drove to the hotel where William Rossland lived. Link looked and found that William Rossland was getting ready to go out. He sat in the car without moving, and Frank sat in the back seat with a gun in his hand. Link used X-ray vision to observe the target's movements, and when he was about to walk out of the hotel, Link got out of the car and greeted him. "Agent William Rossland." Link blocked the other person's way and asked. William Rossland came alone. Although he is now a mid-level official in the CIA, what happened between him and Billy Russell is a secret and cannot be easily known. "Who are you?" Rossland looked at Link warily. Link pulled out a book of documents. "FBI, we need to talk about Billy Russell." "I don't think we have anything to talk about." Rossland didn't want to talk at all. "Really?" Link laughed and asked, "Then why are you, a CIA, here to investigate his cause of death? Is it related to what you did in the Middle East?" As soon as these words were spoken, William Rossland had to take them seriously. He frowned and looked at Link, saying, "We have only cooperated overseas. This time I came here to report his death in a private capacity. Besides, overseas affairs are not your business." "Indeed." Link nodded and then said, "We don't care what you do overseas, but are you just overseas? We need your cooperation in this matter. If something comes to the point of tearing each other's faces apart, then we will not be polite." "I don't know you." Rossland wanted to deny. Link interrupted him directly. "Corpse, do you want me to say anything more? You brought the things back to the country, so does that mean they are within our jurisdiction?" William Rossland subconsciously looked around and didn't find anything strange. He then looked at Link again. "So you want to investigate me?" "Not yet," Link said. "We don't know who is involved in this matter, but it's not something you can do alone. How far the investigation will go depends on what my superiors think." William Rossland frowned tightly. He was very panicked, and this was also Link's plan. The location he chose was from an angle with no surveillance cameras around. And these were what he observed after he parked the car just now. including the place where he parked his car. There's little surveillance in the United States, but there's surveillance inside the hotel where the other party lives, so Link cannot go in to look for him. Link was not in a hurry. After all, William Roslin came to New York to find out the situation. He couldn't stay in the hotel all the time. He would keep urging the autopsy. And now he is conducting a psychological attack, using the seriousness of the matter to destroy the opponent's psychological defenses, making him lose the ability to think and thus achieving the purpose of his guidance. Link didn't give the other party too much time. After seeing his expression and judging his mental state, he said, "Can you come with us? Billy Russell's body was taken away by us last night and an autopsy was performed." His final experience was not good. "What?" Roslin became even more nervous. "Come with us and we can give you a copy of the autopsy report, but we need to make an offer in exchange." Link said in a transactional tone, "As for whether the offer should be discussed between us or with the people above, we can't decide. Also, who did it and what specific intelligence was obtained. This is the key point and it is also our mission." Roslin nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go with you. I want to see the autopsy report first." "No problem, but I don't think it's possible to tell anything from the technique because it was done purely to vent anger." Link turned around and led the way while continuing to speak to distract the other party. Arriving at the car, Link opened the back door directly. Roslin was preoccupied and looked up just before getting in the car. Suddenly, he found that there was another person inside, pointing a pistol at him. There was a silencer installed at the door of the car. Link pushed him from behind and pushed him directly forward. Link's strength was not something Roslin could resist. Bang! The car door closed. Link walked around to the driver's seat and got in the car, then started the car and drove away. William Roslin still recognized Frank at this time. After all, one of his eyes was blinded by this guy. "Did you kill Russell?" Roslin asked. "Yes, that's the result for you too," Frank said. "This is for my wife and 2 children. I didn't arrange this." Roslin wanted to quibble while thinking about how to escape, but Frank would never listen to him. He laughed hoarsely and said, "It doesn't matter. I wanted to kill you at first, but I couldn't, so I chose to leave. But you obviously don't want to let me go. It was all my wishful thinking that everything would be fine if I left." Roslin hurriedly added, "I am just a small character. The people above think you are a hidden danger. I can't do anything about it." This was done by Russell. "Shut up," Frank suddenly roared. "Don't try to cover it up. Think about it carefully. You can say something later." William Roslin is not good at fighting. Frank used to be an elite Marine Corps. Although he is an agent, he is more of a brain user. Today, he actually believed the other party so easily. He glanced at Link and could only see his profile. It was this guy who made him lose his composure. It was a psychological attack. He was a master. For a moment, William Roslin couldn't find a way to escape. Soon, the car arrived at a factory area and stopped in an abandoned factory building. The 3 got out of the car. William Roslin was ready to talk, but Frank couldn't wait. He shot directly, hitting Roslin's knee with 2 bullets. The screams echoed in the empty factory. Frank then stepped forward to search Roslin, took out all his belongings and weapons, threw away his pistol, and began his revenge with his fists. William Roslin was still begging for mercy, shouting, "You can't afford to offend the people behind me. Let me go till I can cover up Russell's affairs." How could Frank listen to him? The skin on the back of his hand was already cracked, but he still didn't stop. In the end, he beat William Roslin to death. Link walked over from behind and patted Frank on the shoulder. "He's dead." Huff, huff, Frank panted and sat back. Link grabbed the back of his collar and then gently put him down, and Frank lay on the ground. This time he didn't cry, but seemed deflated. He lay on the ground in a daze with his vision unfocused. Link took out the cigarettes, took one out for himself, and then smoked it slowly. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Frank got up and asked, "Will this cause you any trouble?" "No trouble. Although it's difficult for us to deal with the people behind him, once they find out about S.H.I.E.L.D., they will retreat on their own." Link said nonchalantly, "Okay, you've almost vented your anger. Go wash up. I'll get you a towel." Link turned and walked towards the car, then returned with a towel and threw it to Frank, telling him to go find some water. Link searched around and got some gasoline, then destroyed the body. The 2 left and Frank got his revenge. He would be calmer, but his guilt would not be alleviated. Maybe time or a big event would change his mind. A few days later, Wilson Fisk invited Link and Jessica to a banquet again. Link was not sure what he was thinking, but he still took Jessica with him. Vanessa, now radiant, hugged Jessica first, then Link with Western etiquette. "Welcome to you," Vanessa said. "Wilson wants to hear your opinions. He always attaches great importance to your opinions." This was just polite talk, but Link still said politely, "This is your own choice. I am just offering some suggestions." After they were seated, a waiter poured them wine. Fisk raised his glass and said, "It's a pleasure to see the 2 charitable foundations working together. Let's drink to our cause." After the 4 people toasted, they all took a sip. Fisk got straight to the point and said, "I'm planning to cooperate with the Rand Group recently. What do you think?" Link was stunned, then asked, "Why did you suddenly think of cooperation?" "This is a long story." Fisk then described the details. The Rand Group originally belonged to Wendell Rand, but 15 years ago, he, his wife, and son disappeared on a private plane. After their disappearance, the search and rescue team did not find their crashed plane, so there was no way to declare them dead, so the shares of the Randall Group were placed in trusteeship. And now, Wendell Rand's son Denny Rand is back, has proved his identity, and has taken back his shares, which is more than 51% of the shares. Harold Meacham was previously Wendell Rand's friend and partner, as well as a major shareholder of the Rand Corporation. After Wendell Rand's accident, he was in charge of the Rand Corporation. He has a son and a daughter, son Ward Meacham and daughter Joy Meacham, who later grew up and joined the group. However, at this time, Harold Meacham was diagnosed with a terminal illness and later died. But this person is not dead. He's still alive, but he lives in secret and never shows up. But suddenly he appeared and frantically looked for the hand in the meeting and found Fisk here, but Fisk didn't know. Tell the other party truthfully that the hand in the meeting disappeared overnight and the specific reason is unclear. You've met Mrs. Gao. The hand is the organization she belongs to. They were the ones who supported me financially before, but they disappeared overnight. Fisk's face didn't look good. After all, this matter was too horrific. He didn't even notice any control over Hell's Kitchen. It scared him just to think about it. I know some, but not all. Link said, then what? Then Harold Meacham died again, this time for real, Fisk said. It seemed that his son knew about his affair, but his daughter didn't, and they had a quarrel in public about it. But none of this matters. What matters is that after Danny Rand found out, he came to ask me about the hand and the society. Link understood that Danny Rand was this generation of Kunlun's Iron Fist, but he did not guard Kunlun honestly. Instead, he ran out on his own and took back his own group. If he had not appeared, the Shao would have attacked Kunlun. Without the protection of the Iron Fist, Kunlun would be very vulnerable and would be destroyed. Fortunately, the hand and the Huey were dealt with by S.H.I.E.L.D., but Danny Rand didn't know that as the Iron Fist, he would not let the hand and the Huey go. Link thought for a moment and asked, just tell him directly. This doesn't seem to have much to do with cooperation, right? It's really not big. After Danny Rand learned about my current career, he thought it was great and was willing to cooperate with me. Fisk said, I'm thinking about whether to accept it, so I hope you can listen to your opinion. Link didn't hesitate and said directly, of course I accept it. Hell's Kitchen is a huge cake and you are just getting started now. However, discerning investors will definitely take notice, but you must firmly grasp the initiative as capital is extremely greedy. The charity in this is your cause, not theirs, and if you lose the initiative, you lose your cause. So the more like-minded people there are, the better, just like the Rand Group. I believe you have a good eye for people. You should be able to trust the character of Danny Rand, otherwise you wouldn't ask me. Fisk smiled and said, yes, he is young and has a conscience. He will not abandon charity just to make money. That's good. You can start with a small-scale cooperation and absorb some funds. However, the valuation should take the future into consideration. Link said, of course, I can also help you find investors such as Stark Industries. Tony Stark is also keen on charity for reasons of tax exemption and for his own reasons. In this way, if others want to join in, they will have to see if they have enough weight. This will be good for you. Of course, it's just cooperation now. Other things can be discussed later. The last sentence is Link's reminder not to try to establish a direct relationship with him because Stark is not an easy person to get along with. If Fisk approaches him, he may not pay attention to you. Vanessa said, I heard that Mr. Stark also likes to buy art. I can discuss this with him. No, he doesn't care about this matter at all. You can talk to Miss Pepper Potts. Link said, in the future, Stark Industries will definitely be controlled by Miss Potts. This is very important. I understand, thank you. Vanessa understood, the woman behind a successful man. Fisk was very happy. He got Link's guidance and Rastek Industries' participation. This was a huge gain. In fact, he has already felt the pressure, otherwise he would not have invited Link. Asking for opinions is actually secondary. The focus is Stark Industries. Doesn't Link understand? Of course I understand. After he joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he has been hanging out in New York's upper society. Although his circle is not very big, he always speaks in a cryptic way. This investment is good for both Link and Stark Industries. On the one hand, Stark Industries has expanded its business. Link can make money, and on the other hand, matchmaking helps to improve his social status. He can no longer be a professional gambler because his identity is different. His charity foundation owns 10% of Stark Industries shares, which instantly changes his social status. Why was Fisk willing to listen to him? Because of the changes in Link's identity and status, this is the path Fisk also wants to take, regardless of how fantastic Link talks about it. The deeper reason behind this needs to be thought through clearly, not that Link can really give orders. Of course, the plan is still feasible, and Fisk's current identity and status have also changed a lot, but it is not enough. After all, it is just real estate, and it is not one of the largest ones. Naturally, it is not enough to raise it too much. Maybe in the future, United Real Estate Company will become a giant, but it is definitely not good enough now. Link added, since we have decided, let's not delay any further. I will make a call first. Fisk and Vanessa did not expect that Link would call right now to settle the matter. In fact, Link just didn't want to cause too much trouble. Hey, Pepper. Lynn, it's really surprising that you called me. How is Jessica? Pepper Potts said with some surprise. She's right next to me. I'm calling to discuss investment. Should Stark Industries shift its focus to New York? Link asked. Yes, after the weapons department was closed, Tony planned to work on new energy and high-tech industries. Pepper Potts said, the Industrial Expo is about to reopen and the Stark building has been completed, but Tony has to replan the building's energy supply. There are many R&D departments in the building. By using new energy, a lot of electricity can be saved. That's good. Do you know United Construction Company? The reason why Link was certain that Stark Industries would invest was because the focus of Stark Industries had shifted. The weapons department is on the West Coast, and Tony Stark's home is also there, but after the weapons department was closed, the development of Stark Industries needed to be readjusted. Is she the one who developed West Midtown? Pepper Potts really knew that she was much more reliable than Stark in terms of company management. That's right. Recently, the Rand Group here is preparing to invest. I know Mr. Wilson Fisk. I think Stark Industries can also invest. Link then introduced the charity project to solve the problem of poor people here. In this way, even if this place is developed, it will not cause serious social problems. In addition, the drug addicts and criminals here have been cleared out, and the gangs have been temporarily kept in check. Once the area is developed, the gangs will no longer be a problem. Neither the New York City government nor investors want gangs to cause trouble. Although they cannot be eliminated, their strength can be reduced. Pepper Potts said, that's a good project. I think it's feasible. That's good. I still have billions of funds left, and I'm still prepared to invest in it. Link had a lot of funds left over from last time, so naturally he wouldn't leave it alone. He didn't have the money to invest at the beginning, but now that Fisk has succeeded, it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to invest in it. This project is definitely profitable. After Link and Pepper Potts finished talking, he hung up the phone, then looked at Fisk and said, Stark Industries will contact your company soon, and we will conduct an investigation and evaluation. I will let the charity foundation come forward and invest in the name of the foundation. That's great. Fisk was very happy. What Link had in his hands was billions of cash, so he could develop several pieces of land at once. With the addition of the Rand Group and Stark Industries, the subsequent development would be accelerated. Link reminded, this is your chance, Fisk, but whether you can grasp it depends on you. Many problems will arise and you need to solve them perfectly, especially the number of construction workers. We must not affect the future balance for the sake of rapid development. Fisk thought about it, then nodded and said, I understand. I will have people make reasonable plans. It will not affect the future, and the workers will have jobs. Link's reminder is not without reason. After all, if Fisk wants to move forward now, he needs to prevent future troubles. If he pursues construction speed and hires a large number of workers, what will happen once it is completed? Link added, the area near the pier is not an ideal location for office buildings and high-end apartments, but you can consider lower-priced apartments. This is very important for your impression among the workers. Doesn't the Rand Group also have a dock? I believe they also have a lot of land. You can talk to them. Don't give up your long-term career for the sake of immediate benefits. This is a trade-off that you need to consider yourself. But Rand Corporation, Stark Industries, and even myself, we are not eager for quick success. Understood. Let me toast you to express my gratitude. Fisk raised his glass and toasted Link. The atmosphere of the subsequent dinner became relaxed. Link also asked some questions about the construction of schools and hospitals. He even asked Vanessa if there was her gallery here. After dinner, Link and Jessica said goodbye. Their car was outside and McCall, the driver, was waiting there. With Link's identity changing, it would no longer be appropriate for him to drive out by himself to attend banquets and parties. Of course, he wouldn't attend too many of them because there was no need. He wants to enjoy life instead of working for money. The work of S.H.I.E.L.D. is interesting. At the same time, he can learn about the movements of the Infinity Stones in the future. The Space Stone or the Mind Stone is what he needs. Jessica was in charge of the specific matters, and Link deposited most of the remaining funds into the account of a charity fund named after Jessica. There's not much living fund left, but it is still more than $100 million. However, the specific investment funds still need to be evaluated. United Construction Company can be said to be valuable now, or it can be said to be not very valuable. What he has the most is land, and he is seriously short of funds for development. Considering the current prices in Hell's Kitchen, it is actually not much. If calculated in this way, then Fisker must have suffered a huge loss. And if the price is raised, then this price is not easy to calculate because it will naturally be valuable after development, but this requires investment, a large amount of investment. This matter needs to be negotiated in the end. The price cannot be decided on a whim. It certainly cannot be the lowest price or the highest price. Of course, bank loans are also possible, but that would be even more unprofitable, so people prefer to look for angel investors for their first round of financing. Link handed over full power to Jessica. The specific amount of investment and how many shares to get were not issues that could be resolved in one go. As for Danny Rand, Link had no intention of contacting him. Link now needed to redefine his identity. He could naturally participate in the card game, and circles like pursuing technology could still be maintained, but circles related to money were not acceptable. Those gamblers who pursue money are not suitable for him to contact now. He needs to move up, but his identity is not a professional gambler, but a shareholder of Stark Industries, and he is also talking about investment. Link's identity is different now. If he can't find his position, it will affect his intelligence collection. He still has to stay in SHIELD. At this time, problems arose with Tony Stark. This guy was unable to solve the problem of palladium poisoning and could only use chlorophyll to treat it, but the effect was not good and the poisoning was getting worse. He handed the position of CEO to Pepper Potts and put her in charge of investing in United Construction Company. At this time, Black Widow also infiltrated Stark Industries. Lynn, Mr. Stark has a problem. Phil Coulson came to Link. Link was stunned for a moment and asked, "What's the problem?" Poisoning. The energy he used caused great damage to his body. Phil Coulson said, and it seems that he has not found a solution yet. Our researchers are also trying to find a solution. Link thought for a moment and said, then just tell him not to use energy. Isn't there shrapnel in his heart? With shield technology, is it impossible to take it out? He won't listen to our advice, that's the biggest problem. Coulson sighed, you should know his character. Character is one thing, but life is another. Link said, surgery does have risks, but don't you have mastered the technique of hand and meeting? You can definitely tell him that it's at least safe and the success rate of the operation is not low, right? The chief wants you to go talk to him, Coulson said. Sure, Link nodded. When should I go? Wait a moment, I'll let you know when the time comes. Coulson came in a hurry and left quite fast. Link shook his head. These Marvel superheroes were all psychologically fragile guys. Maybe he could just become a superhero psychologist? This is a joke. Link continues to look for his own position. What career should he pursue? It occurred to him that he didn't want to do nothing. After all, what was the point of lying at home every day? The sun was shining all the time, but there was no need to lie on the rooftop every day. He looked up at the transparent glass ceiling and the sunlight pouring down, making him feel extremely comfortable. His own strength is still growing. He has not reached his limit, although the superpowers appear very quickly, but the growth of strength has not stopped. Maybe you can learn it yourself. After all, he has a super brain, he can read very quickly, and his memory is extraordinary, which can be used to learn quickly. Link thought about studying at this time. After all, just having strong strength can indeed ensure his own safety, but he is completely incapable of both technology and magic. Let's not think about magic for now. Ancient One may know himself, or he may not know it yet. But the use of magic here comes at a price. And Link is not very interested in it. As for technology, I can give it a try. Instead of waiting for others to develop nanotechnology, why not do it myself? He did it as soon as he thought of it. He immediately started searching for information online, first on computer hardware and programming, starting from the basics. After all, the original owner studied psychology, and he also carried forward that knowledge, so he was very strong in this area. However, the original owner was not good at other aspects, especially technology, and he was not good at them before he traveled through time, so now he needs to start learning from the basics. Link looked up some books, then got up and went out by himself, found a large bookstore, and started buying books. He will start learning about both computer hardware and software to test whether his super brain is really that powerful. It only takes him a few seconds to finish reading a book, but he still bought all of them. This time he drove the 5th-generation Mustang Shelby GT 500 and the backseat was piled with books. When he got home, there were finally some books on the bookshelf in his study. He arranged the order of reading and started with the first entry-level book. A breeze suddenly blew in the study. After a few seconds, he finished reading the entire book and then closed his eyes to recall its contents. Link was pleasantly surprised that he remembered and understood everything. It was the first time for him to try this way of learning and he couldn't stop. Facts have proved that all human beings love to learn. The difference lies in whether they can get happiness from it. Just like Link now, he can learn any knowledge so easily, so he is happy. In just 10 minutes, Link finished reading the entire book. It really felt like flying. However, now he needed to verify whether he had mastered it so well. There was only one laptop at home, which was given by S.H.I.E.L.D. Link couldn't use it to try it out, and a normal computer couldn't keep up with his reaction speed. This gave him a headache, so he could only log on to the internet and look for some public-related papers to read. Link read it until the evening and was completely immersed in it. Most of the content was correct. He could understand it and understood it very well. He also pointed out some minor mistakes and left messages in the message board. This is also to test whether he is really correct and whether there are any problems in his understanding. The pleasure of rapid learning makes him unable to stop. Hey, honey, what are you looking at? Jessica was very curious. She didn't see Link after she got home, but her boyfriend's coat and shoes were at the door, so he must be at home. So she looked around and actually saw him in the study. Reading papers, Link looked up. He didn't even hear Jessica coming back. It seemed that he was too immersed in the work. I decided to study computer hardware and software first, but I didn't expect to jump right in. Jessica asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly think of studying?" "Because there's nothing to do." Link spread his hands. "I could be a professional gambler before, but now my identity and status are different, so some things are not appropriate to do now. After thinking for a long time, I suddenly realized that it would be better to study. I can read quickly and have an excellent memory. It shouldn't be difficult to study like this, just like when I studied psychology. The result is really efficient. I didn't make good use of this ability in the past." Jessica was not surprised. Her boyfriend was just like Superman in the comics, except that Superman didn't seem to have such a strong learning ability, right? She was unconsciously drawn into the plot of the comics. Ever since she knew that Link looked like Superman, she started reading Superman comics. "Not bad, maybe you can surpass Tony Stark in the future." Jessica encouraged her boyfriend out of respect. Link laughed, pulled Jessica over, let her sit on his lap, and said, "That's very possible. I've actually thought about our equipment problem a long time ago. Although we are not prepared to be exposed, there are some things that are beyond our control. Haven't you been reading comics recently? Superman's suit is very important. Although I am not afraid of bullets, I cannot resist them. I also need to find an excuse for my bulletproofness. A close-fitting battle suit is very important, but this is reality, not a cartoon. We can't wear the battle suit inside. So I've always wanted to have nanotechnology." Jessica's eyes lit up and she said, "What a great idea. You are really a genius. Keep working hard, my Superman." She gave Link a kiss, then got up to change her clothes and went to cook. Link needs to read the papers very quickly and reply to many authors of the papers. Some people will read them carefully, while others will ignore them. He was enjoying this, and the investment negotiations were more than halfway through and were almost finalized. All parties were interested in making this happen, and charity was the main reason. Making money became a secondary factor. With such a unanimous opinion, they directly took a middle stock price, and the market value of United Construction Company instantly soared to $50 billion US. Among them, the Rand Group invested $5 billion US and held 5% of the shares. The Stark Group invested $5 billion US and held 10%, and the Jessica Charitable Foundation invested $5 billion US and held 5%. In fact, most of the land owned by the United Construction Company was purchased with funds provided by the Hand Association in the past, and the cost was extremely huge. It's just that now it's all Fiskars under the name of United Construction Company. If he had developed it himself, it would have taken him decades, but now he has received tens of billions of dollars in funding all at once. In this way, there's no problem in carrying out development at the same time. He also accepted Link's suggestion and put forward the idea on the board of directors. First, the land near the dock will be used to build low-cost apartments, which will be rented or sold to ordinary workers. After all, the environment is not good because it is close to the dock. The shops here will be low-priced bars, convenience stores, barber shops, etc. It is not suitable for developing office buildings and high-end apartments. At the same time, there needs to be a public school here. At this time, Fisk is only developing an office building on the edge of Hell's Kitchen. Now it can add a high-end apartment and an office building, and at the same time replan and expand the acquired hospital. In order to ensure the medical resources here, the second nursing home can be built to accommodate more elderly people living alone. The board of directors agreed with this and said that it was a very good suggestion to take all aspects into consideration while developing charity. After all investors are not aiming to make money in the short term. The Rand Group and the Stark Group will both carry out independent development, but not for commercial use, but for the development of their own groups. The Rand Group is going to build a pharmaceutical pill research and development laboratory, while the Stark Group is going to build a superfactory, a fully automated superfactory to produce electromagnetic reactors. Half a month later, a big news came out that Tony Stark personally participated in the Morocco racing competition. However, an accident occurred halfway through the journey, and they were attacked by a man holding an electric whip. After Link saw this news, he thought that this was about to happen. Sure enough, within a few days, Link received a call. "Lynn, leave immediately," Coulson said hurriedly. "I'll wait for you at the airport." Link left immediately, but Jessica did not follow him. She had other things to do, and investment was not just about giving money. Link drove all the way to the military airport, parked his car there, and then got on a small business jet. Coulson was waiting for him on the plane. When he saw Link, he asked him to sit down and said, "Mr. Stark held a party yesterday. He was partying at the party in a battle armor." Colonel Rhodes went to stop him and ended up wearing a battle armor. The two men fought fiercely, and finally Colonel Rhodes took away the armor. Link laughed and said, "Is Tony making arrangements for his funeral? Give a piece of armor to the military," but actually it was given to Rhodes. It seems that his poisoning has become even worse. Coulson nodded and said, "Your idea is similar to what the analyst said. The director will come in person this time, and of course he needs you to persuade him. Even if you don't want to have surgery, you can't continue to use the armor." Link thought for a moment and said, "He has a lot of psychological problems, especially he is too proud and conceited, which is both his strength and weakness. It's hard to change. We can only start from another aspect. This requires Pepper's help. I'll talk to them separately then." "Okay, you are an expert in psychology, so you have the final say on this matter." Coulson then talked about Ironmonger. "My armor has been modified. It's really good, but it's too bulky. But the director thinks this is a good idea. If there is a place where it can be used, then heavy firepower weapons can be used. After all, Mr. Stark's Iron Man is flexible enough, and now Colonel Rhodes's is also relatively flexible, so it's best for me to pair this with heavy firepower." Link found it very interesting. Things were slowly changing. He, the little butterfly, had finally flapped his wings. Of course, he's not a butterfly. If he really reveals his strength, he will be a hurricane. Unfortunately, Link is not willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D. because he wants the Infinity Stones, not to be a superhero. "That's great. At least you have mastered a certain level of high-end combat power." Link said, "Maybe there will be room for you to display your abilities in the future." The two chatted and talked about life issues. Phil Coulson had just met a female cello teacher, but he was too busy with his work. Unable to balance his love life, Link had to remind Coulson that he needed to be proactive in this regard, and work was not everything. After the plane landed, there was a car waiting for them. The two got in the car and drove all the way to Stark's home. At this time, his home was a mess. Nick Fury has not brought anyone back yet, but this place has been taken over by S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson and Link are waiting here for Stark's arrival. Link searched around in the ruins of the bar and found a bottle of bourbon, plum-flavored, and since there was no glass, he just drank from the bottle. He found a seat and sat down, then took out his phone and called Pepper Potts directly. "Hey, Pepper," Link greeted casually. "Lynn, do you have any good projects to introduce this time?" Pepper asked with a smile. The project introduced by Link this time was good. Although Wilson Fisk had many problems in the past, the cooperation is good now. Pepper visited the place in person, especially the nursing home, and brought some gifts as a donation to Stark Industries. The nursing home is not just a perfunctory one, but is really built very reasonably and covers a large area. There are medical rooms, physical therapy rooms, activity rooms, reading rooms, etc. Not only are they very complete, but they are also well-staffed. Because it bought the hospital here, the nursing home has doctors, nurses, physical therapists, etc. The rest include caregivers and handymen, all of whom are people from poor families hired in Hell's Kitchen. The elderly here have no assets. No matter how much their assets are, they are all given to the nursing home, and everything in their future will be the responsibility of the nursing home until their death. Currently, we only accept Hell's Kitchen, but the scope may be expanded in the future. This also involves the future sustainable development of the real estate industry. If some elderly people have houses, they will be taken over by United Construction, planned according to the situation and rented, sold, or redeveloped. These are all things for the future. The elderly here are treated equally. Regardless of whether you have assets to donate to the nursing home, the conditions are the same. Pepper was very satisfied with the situation here, but she also asked whether there was any supervision here. It really exists. The law firm under the Jessica Charity Foundation provides free legal aid and support to the elderly here. Pepper was very happy that they sent people to check on the situation regularly and supervise everything here. It seemed that the Vanessa Charity Foundation and the Jessica Charity Foundation were really doing something. In the future, the Stark Charitable Foundation will also join in and supervise this place, and then we can ensure that everything is safe. The next place we visited was the hospital. The hospital here was not big enough and the medical conditions were average, so it was necessary to expand its area and introduce equipment and personnel to turn it into a large hospital. After all, the future West Central City will also be home to many wealthy people, but it will also be open to the poor, so the plan is to divide the hospital into two. The hospital is divided into two parts. One half is specially built for the rich, where you can get the best service by paying money, and the other half is built for ordinary people, including the elderly in nursing homes. In this way, the funds of the rich can subsidize part of the medical care of the poor, and with medical insurance, the hospital can still make a profit. Link made some suggestions. After all, the American medical system is really not good. It is terribly inefficient and extremely expensive. If you don't have money, you can only endure it. It is hard to imagine that one has to wait in line for a appendectomy surgery. Poor people don't have much money, so it's better to let novice doctors practice and train a large number of doctors who can perform basic surgery. This is Link's idea. After Pepper's visit, the subsequent expansion plan was naturally approved. The overall plan was to create more jobs, but the number of construction workers would not be expanded on a large scale to maintain a steady development progress. They are all developed on the edge of Hell's Kitchen, so the rental and selling prices after completion are guaranteed. Finally, we donated equipment and funds to the local police station so that they can expand their police force and patrol the building to improve law and order conditions. We also need to support the development of the red light district to stabilize the gangs, and the red light district should also be developed separately, with one built near the dock where it is cheap. The workers need a place for entertainment, so a red light district would be most appropriate here, while a high-end one would be built more luxuriously with greater investment for the wealthy. This aspect is handled by Fisk's assistant James Wesley, whose ability is outstanding enough and Fisk relies heavily on his help. This is why Pepper was happy. She was very satisfied with the investment project introduced by Link. No, Pepper, what I want to talk to you about now is Stark's situation. Link said, Stark's condition is very bad now. He may be dying soon. What? Pepper was in a state of panic. What happened? You know what's on his chest. It's made of palladium, which is a radioactive element. Link then introduced the situation. Now we need to persuade him, especially about the surgery. I think the only person who can persuade him now is you. Pepper didn't know what to say. When she came to her senses, she immediately said, I'll go back right away, whereas Tony, he'll be back home soon, so just come here. After Link finished speaking, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Now it seemed that Pepper was really anxious. Stark came back and saw Link. Hey, Lynn, you're here too. You don't think I have a mental problem, do you? Of course there is a problem, Link said with a smile, and it's a big problem. Let the director talk to you first. I'll stay here for a few days. You'll have time to talk. Okay, Stark had no choice but to sit down and listen to Nick Fury introduce Stark's father, Howard Stark, who was once one of the founders of SHIELD, which surprised Stark very much. After receiving his father's belongings, Nick Fury said goodbye and left. Coulson also left, leaving the place to Link. Lynn, you won't imprison me, will you? Stark asked. Of course not. But you'd better take a look at your father's belongings. Besides, Pepper is on her way back and she knows about you, Link said with a smile on his face. Oh no, Stark suddenly felt a headache. You told her? Yes, you need surgery now to repair the hole in your chest. No matter whether you can discover new elements or not, at least you won't die, right? Link said, you haven't married Pepper yet, you should have a child. A little Stark, maybe a daughter. Stark wanted to complain, but Link's words shut him up, and the thought of having a daughter made his heart waver. Hello, daughter. Stark took the things and went to the basement. Link also went down with the wine, gave the wine to Stark, and then stayed to run and watch. An old-fashioned film is playing. The Starks were both smart people. Tony Stark understood the clues Howard Stark left behind. Lynn, what do you think it could be? According to your father, the technology at the time was not capable of this. I guess it's a new element that is in that model. Link said directly, if you can achieve this, then maybe it can solve your problem. Correct. Tony Stark stood up. I'm going to go out now. I think you should wait for Pepper. She should be back soon. You two need to talk. Link said, I'll go get your things now. You can make a phone call first. Or maybe Pepper will come and fight. She's the CEO now. Oh my God, Stark slapped his forehead. Tony, Pepper's voice came at this time. She ran to the basement hurriedly in high heels. Link said hello and left. He drove the shield car and went straight to get the model for Stark. Link arrived at the Stark Industries headquarters. Originally, the largest part here was the weapons department, but now that it has been closed, it seems a lot quieter. There will definitely be some subsequent transformation, but no action has been taken yet. Link went directly to Pepper Potts' office. She is now the CEO. A lot of things in the office were sorted out, but it was obvious that they were not finished yet. Link looked at the model of Stark Industries. He took out a miniature camera, pointed it at the model, and started taking pictures, capturing all the details. Only then were they disassembled and carried away piece by piece. Link came here for his own purpose, which was to get the new element hidden on the model. He was not sure whether it was useful or not, but it was a good thing, so Link naturally wanted to keep it for himself. After assembling the model, he drove away and returned to Stark's home. Link had no idea what he talked about with Pepper, and he had no intention of getting involved. In fact, he had no intention of persuading Tony Stark. Everything was just a cover-up. Stark wouldn't listen to any advice. Even using psychology would be useless. Link knew this very well. He came over and then informed Pepper about Stark. His purpose was to let Pepper delay Stark while he helped to get the model. Link was well aware of Stark's arrogance. He didn't worry at all about what others might notice, and Stark wouldn't take it seriously. Hey, Tony, Pepper. When Link came to the basement, he saw the two of them biting each other, and he had to remind them. Hey, Lynn. Pepper was a little shy, but Stark didn't seem embarrassed at all. Lynn, have you got the things? Stark asked. Link nodded and said, the things are in the living room upstairs. I won't disturb you. I believe you can solve the problem. I'm going back, Pepper said. It just so happens that I have to go to New York to deal with the expo. Link said, then I will enjoy the Stark Industries aircraft. Welcome. Pepper turned around and gave Stark a kiss, then whispered, you promised me that you would solve the problem, otherwise you will have to have surgery. Don't worry, I've found a way, Stark said confidently. Link took a Stark Industries plane back to New York, went to the military base to pick up his car, and then returned home. He would see what was going to happen next on TV, and without any intention of taking any action, Carlson probably went to New Mexico at this time to deal with a hammer problem. Link had a completely nonchalant attitude. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not give him any tasks. Link knew very well that he was not on Nick Fury's trusted list. Therefore, Nick Fury will not let him be responsible for many things, and Link is willing to do so. After all, he doesn't really want to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. Sure enough, what was supposed to happen still happened. Ivan Vanko's spirit of revenge was still there. Stark arrived in time and successfully solved the problem. As for the incident in New Mexico, Link didn't get any information. All he got were the videos that some people had posted before, about a hammer that no one could lift. The news after that should have been blocked. After all, this involves aliens, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will not allow the news to spread. These were two major events, but Link did not get involved at all. Instead, he shorted Hammer Industries one step ahead and made a lot of money again. The funds mobilized this time were not large, and most of the funds previously deposited into the charitable foundation were invested in the United Construction Company. With more than $1 billion left, Link still used financial leverage. After shorting Hammer Industries, the charity fund once again had billions. The key point was that the value of Hammer Industries itself was not high. He took the biggest bite this time. Many people had previously received information that Justin Hammer had basically reached a cooperation agreement with the military, and they had all gone long in advance. This made Link earn billions of US dollars, but Link had no interest in Hammer Industries. He made the money and ran away to prepare for the next investment. He was the investment director of a charity fund. Link is going to look at other stocks. After all, Stark Industries shares are not available for purchase right now, but everyone is holding on to them because there is potential for growth. Stark himself is a living signboard. There are many large companies on the market, some of which Link had heard of in his previous life, and some of which he had not. Of course, there are also some companies from the Marvel universe that exist here. Companies like Pym Corporation and Osborne Group exist, and Link mainly focuses on these because he is familiar with them. Link was not sure which universe this was, and he could not tell, but some things would not change. The stock crash of Stark Industries happened before, so Link made a lot of money and directly improved his status and position. Now, while studying, he is keeping an eye on these familiar groups and companies, preparing to buy another batch of stocks. The chairman and CEO of the Osborne Group is still Norman Osborn. Link checked the information and found that the biological department under the company has invested a lot, but there is no name of the specific person in charge. Link logged into the S.H.I.E.L.D. database and found the name of Richard Parker. However, this man had stolen the technical information of the Osborne Group and was preparing to flee the country with his wife. As a result, the plane they were on crashed and both the couple died. Of course, the technical data they carried with them was also lost. They have a son, Peter Parker, who is adopted by his uncle Ben Parker. Link is not concerned about Spider-Man, but about the Osborne Group. Just look at its investment in the biological sector, and you will know that the Osborne family still has hereditary genetic diseases. They have invested a lot in this. Link estimates that the Osborne Group is still cooperating with the military on the super soldier serum, but it was not successful. If Norman Osborn was injected with the serum again, he would probably still turn into the Green Goblin. The Osborne Group could do something about it. The Osborne Group has developed in many areas such as medicine, electricity, military industry, etc., which is a diversified development, however. Link was not very willing to manage such a group. He could be a researcher, which required his super brain to work hard. He searched online for books on biology, medicine, and chemistry, then sorted them from basic to advanced and made a shopping list. He planned to learn more and see how much room his super brain could be used. The only pity was that he didn't have a Kryptonian spaceship. Link purchased a large number of books and then finished reading and memorizing them in an hour and a half, which was really fast. Super speed and super brain are perfectly combined together. After looking at the books on the bookshelf, he can tell everyone loudly that he has really read them. However, this is not enough. More knowledge is needed. The best thing is naturally papers, but these papers are all on the internet, so Link can only read slowly. If he reads too fast, the notebook will get stuck. It would be great if I had Jarvis. Using holographic projection as a screen, quick reading would be no problem at all. Unfortunately, he can't handle this now. It's not a software problem. He now feels that he can write an intelligent program. It may not be as good as Jarvis, but it will be no problem to handle daily life. What he lacks is hardware. A powerful artificial intelligence requires an equally powerful supercomputer as its main body. Link has no place to build a supercomputer now. Other aspects are easy to deal with, but cooling is the biggest problem. He still needs more knowledge reserves, so he is not in a hurry now. Just learn slowly. The next day, Phil Coulson sent Link a video and then called. It turned out that it was Coulson who introduced Asgard to him. Just to let Link know the situation, the Earth is facing a lot of aliens, and they are very powerful, and it is difficult to cause damage to them with ordinary weapons. When Carlson was in New Mexico, he did not wear the armor because it was not there, and when the destroyer appeared, there was no time to transport it. It was later estimated that Iron Monger was not strong enough to cause damage to the aliens' weapons, especially since Thor could control lightning, which was even more worrying. Coulson told Link that he would go on a secret mission and would no longer be responsible for communicating with Link, and asked Link to go to the New York branch tomorrow. Link hung up the phone without thinking too much. He knew all of this and didn't care. He needed time now. It would probably take another year or two before the plot of Avengers 1 was released, right? He was actually interested in going to the New York branch. After seeing Jessica off the next day, he drove to the New York branch. "Maria Hill is here, Lynn. I asked you to come here because I have a mission for you." "What mission?" Link asked. "You'll know soon." Maria Hill took Link to a medical room. Through the transparent glass, she saw that most of the people inside were wearing protective clothing and they were surrounding a person. Only then did Link realize that this was Captain America, Steve Rogers. Was he just brought back? Steve Rogers, Captain America. Maria Hill said, "We just found him and we need to be extremely careful in thawing him." "Why do you let me watch him?" Link asked. "After all, he has been asleep for decades. We are worried that he will not be able to accept the reality, so we are going to let him adapt slowly." Maria Hill said, "Come with me." Soon, they came to an open place with a huge space. Workers were building a room with background boards around it. "This is a ward built in the style of World War Roman II. We plan to let him wake up here and let them slowly accept reality." Link smiled and said, "He is a soldier, and he often goes deep behind enemy lines." "Do you think his vigilance would be low?" "I think he'll figure it out pretty quickly." "No, we have made very careful arrangements, but just in case, I hope you will be there when he wakes up," Maria Hill said. "Okay, but there's a problem. He's a super soldier. I may not be able to stop him without hurting him." Link gave the other party a heads up in advance. "Don't worry, we have a lot of people," Maria Hill said and turned to leave, and Link followed her. "I'll let you know in a few days. You can go back now." "Okay, I'll wait for your call." Link left. "Go home and continue studying. The thawing process is probably not too short. After all, it will take a lot of time to thaw without any damage." Nick Fury is probably very excited now. Finding Captain America and having a superhero is a huge step forward for his Avengers plan. Like Hawkeye, Black Widow, and even Link, the god of death, Captain America is more valuable and even more trustworthy. Link read the papers at home, constantly accumulating his knowledge reserves and at the same time using the papers to test his knowledge reserves. This is a good idea. There are many arguments in the paper. On the one hand, Link can verify whether it is true and effective, and on the other hand, it can broaden his thinking. He learned things from books, but the real knowledge and experience were in the hands of the professors. He read papers to enrich his knowledge reserves and exercise his flexible thinking ability. Modern science is very subdivided, but Link is planning to study large subjects such as physics, chemistry, biology, etc. But the most important one is mathematics. Master all the knowledge of university subjects. There are connections between subjects, and mathematics is the foundation that must be mastered. Keep buying books and quickly reading them, then reading papers. When the thesis failed to achieve any results, Link would go to the university to seek more knowledge. The bookshelves in the study were already filled with books, and Link had read them all. He felt that he needed a library. Now he finally had some awareness of being a wealthy man, and directly purchased a library in Hell's Kitchen and renovated it to increase the space for book collection. He planned to collect a large number of books. In Manhattan, where every inch of land is valuable, even Hell's Kitchen is starting to change. Some libraries seem out of date because they cannot create any value. It would be better to sell them and build high-rise buildings. Some libraries have already been sold. After Link bought a library, he began to collect various books, but the books he collected had nothing to do with humanities. They were all scientific, including some scientific journals. Generally, library buildings are relatively large, with high ceilings on each floor. Now, one floor has been expanded to 2 floors. Although it is a bit cramped, the book collection can be more than doubled. Link hired a number of employees to classify and register all the books, and subsequent purchases would avoid the existing collections. "Lynn, come to the police station immediately." Maria Hill called. Link left the library immediately. Although it was still under renovation, it did not affect his reading. He had been reading here during the day recently. He drove directly to the police station, where someone took him to the small theater, a place renovated for Steve Rogers, which Link jokingly called the small theater. Nick Fury was also there, but he was in the monitoring room. "Lynn, stay quiet and go in. The doctors estimate that the captain will wake up in half an hour. You are just here in case." "Understood." Link nodded, then walked in quietly. Nick Fury and his men were watching in the monitoring room. The pinhole cameras were installed very secretly. Everyone was waiting for Captain America to wake up. After a while, Steve Rogers woke up and looked at the surroundings in confusion. It was a white and clean ward with an open window with a gauze curtain drawn and wind blowing in from outside. There was a slight noise outside, and a baseball game was playing on the radio. Link's super hearing allowed him to hear the sounds inside clearly, as if everything was flawless. A female agent wearing a World War II military uniform pushed the door and walked in. As expected, an accident occurred. The baseball game was not broadcast correctly. Steve Rogers watched the game live. Is it reasonable for S.H.I.E.L.D. to make such a mistake? Boom tilde, the female agent pressed the alarm and the armed agents entered. But then they were thrown out, the set wall broke, and Steve Rogers rushed out. Link was standing at the door, watching Captain America rush over, and Link said, "Do you want to meet Peggy Carter?" Captain America paused. Link never intended to take action. There was no need to take action if the problem could be solved with just a name right, and on the surface, he shouldn't be a match for Captain America, so he might as well do it himself. "Who are you?" Steve Rogers remained alert. "The Strategic Science Corps." Link said, "This is our predecessor, and its founders are Colonel Chester Phillips, MS Peggy Carter, and Mr. Howard Stark. We are now called S.H.I.E.L.D. We created this little drama because we are worried that you will not be able to accept the reality." "What reality?" Steve Rogers asked. "Captain, you have been sleeping for 70 years in a frozen state." Link gave a direct answer. "Of course, now I can take you out and see what New York looks like today. You remember Times Square, right? Of course, my memory is still stuck in the past if what you say is true." Steve Rogers agreed. "Please." Link pushed open the door. The people outside were a little nervous, so Link waved his hand and asked them to leave. Nick Fury did not bring anyone here. He left the problem to Link to deal with. After all, Link is good at psychology. Captain America was surprised by the decoration in the branch building. He looked back and forth all the way to the front door. Link opened the door and the two walked out. The noise came instantly, and the surrounding high-rise buildings and the colors on the electronic billboards clearly told Steve Rogers that everything was different. Link led the way. Times Square was not far away and only took a few minutes to walk there. Standing here, Steve Rosty turned 360 degrees and accepted everything thoroughly. He said with some frustration, "I missed a date." Link patted him on the shoulder and said, "Take your time. People always have to move forward." Link estimated that Steve Rogers would not have a chance to travel through time this time because with his appearance, Thanos would definitely not be able to see the 6 Infinity Stones. "I just don't know what Thanos will do. This is unknown. Whether I should fight Thanos is a question. Go back, our director is waiting for you. You need a place to stay and learn something." Link said, "But I believe it won't be a big problem. You have enough time now." "Okay." Steve Rogers was very confused now. "By the way, I don't know your name yet." "Link, I'm Asian. You can call me Lin. I'm good at psychology, which is a branch of medicine that treats human mental illnesses." Link said, "I'm also good at fighting. I'm a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., but it's a special recruitment. You will gradually understand this later." As they talked, they returned to the precinct. As soon as they entered, they saw Nick Fury, and Link introduced him to them. Nick Fury said, "Welcome back, Captain." "Thank you. I'll have to trouble you with the future matters," said Steve Rogers. "This is what we should do. You've made great sacrifices, and this country owes you." Nick Fury said, "Any ideas? Like a place to live?" "Queens." Steve Rogers wasn't quite sure of the situation. Link said, "Don't go to the place where you lived in the past. You should live in a luxury apartment in Manhattan and use modern household appliances. The fastest way to accept reality is to integrate into it so that you can adapt quickly." Maria Hill frowned and said, "Isn't that too crude?" "No, Captain is not a baby. He needs to be carefully cared for in life." Link shook his head. In the play, Captain America has difficulty adapting to his current life, mainly because the pace is too slow. A soldier who can fly a bomber to the polar regions and make an emergency landing, a soldier who is ready to die, has a psychological quality that is far superior to that of ordinary people. Now it's a question of changing your lifestyle habits. You can't do it slowly and just replace it with a new lifestyle. In fact, it is just a change in food, clothing, housing, and transportation. There are not many other problems. Ordinary people only come into contact with home appliances and computers. It is not difficult to learn about this aspect. It would be best if he could also train with modern equipment so that he can adapt faster. After all, he is a soldier. Nick Fury nodded, then asked, "Captain, what do you think?" "I don't know anything now, but I'm willing to give it a try. I have to live." Steve Rogers had no idea at all. He was completely unfamiliar with this world. Nick Fury finally said, "Okay, let's arrange it this way. Get the captain a luxury apartment right away. The peaceful time will not last too long, maybe a year, maybe 2 years. Link now has to read hundreds of books every day. The library has been renovated and expanded, and then a large number of books have been purchased to enrich it. This library is open to the public free of charge. Children from Hell's Kitchen can come and read if they want, but of course it doesn't matter if they don't want to. Doing charity is not about feeding people. The public security has improved a lot now. If these children are still unwilling to study, then their future will probably be away from here because Hell's Kitchen is slowly disappearing. Just like nursing homes, low-rent apartments, etc., they will disappear at a certain time. After all, there are fewer and fewer poor people living here. With the development, every inch of land here will become valuable, the poor will gradually leave, and this place will become a place for the rich. This is the case with Manhattan. Of course, some workers will stay. After all, the environment near the docks is not good and they can live there. This process may take a while, which is considered to be kind. Link has foreseen this and he will not interfere too much. Link is now ready to intervene in the Osborne group. As his identity changes, he begins to realize the problem that is in the United States, status and identity are very important. Being just a shareholder of Stark Industries is not enough. If you can become the chairman of Osborne Group, that would be enough. However, his current capital is not enough to acquire the Osborne Group. If problems arise within the Osborne Group, it would be best if the stock price plummets. Link was constantly revising his plan. In less than 2 years, he had revised his plan several times because his identity and social status were constantly changing. From a small policeman at the beginning to a billionaire now, the process has been too fast for him, and he is somewhat difficult to adapt to it. At first, he bought a house, a car, and brand name items for Jessica, but only now did he realize some problems. Those billionaires don't buy luxury goods. It's actually the middle class who buy the most luxury goods. Link is considered a nouveau rich, but he is a powerful nouveau rich. In the future, he will join the Avengers and strive to obtain 1 or 2 Infinity Stones. This process requires him to hide his true strength, at most. He is just a more powerful agent. Of course, he also needs a high social status so that the authorities cannot easily manipulate his identity. He has just realized this not long ago. The purpose of my previous studies was to develop my own nano battle suit. After all, my strength doesn't have to be exposed, but I must have the battle suit. Both he and Jessica need nano-battle suits made of vibranium to facilitate self-protection and cover, especially since vibranium has the ability to absorb kinetic energy. Link is still hesitant about whether S.H.I.E.L.D. should disappear, but improving his own status will facilitate free choice and not be influenced by the official authorities, and that is enough. Now Link's thinking is slowly changing. This has nothing to do with the super brain, but is about politics, which he didn't quite understand before. What inspired him was the Hammer Group. Although Justin Hammer was arrested and the stock price of the Hammer Group plummeted, it still did not collapse. The military still needed it to continue to exist. Link was inspired here and then looked at Pym Company and Osborne Group. Link chose Osborne Group because he was certain that it could treat Norman Osborne and his son. If the treatment is successful, then Link will have a competent CEO, of course, provided that he is willing to cooperate with him. In addition, Link plans to try whether Richard Parker left any message for his son. In The Amazing Spider-Man, the Roosevelt Secret Station was mentioned. Link was planning to go there and take a look. He searched online and bought a special coin online, which was used by the secret station. Richard Parker used his own genetically modified experimental spiders, and the key was a decay formula, but there may be more detailed information left out there. Link wanted to go and see if it could be of use to him, provided that it existed, of course. "Why did you think of me today?" Frank asked. "I need your help with something, let's go." He called Frank to get in the car, and after getting in he asked, "Are you used to the work?" "It's not bad. After all, it's just a bodyguard, and your girlfriend doesn't go to messy places." "The job is very easy." Frank said, "It's just too easy. He told many people want to do this but don't have the chance. You can practice more often." Link said, "That driver is not simple, do you know that?" Frank suddenly said, "Yes, I checked his information. He is faking his death and getting away. There won't be any problem." Link didn't hide anything. To be more precise, he trusted Frank more. After all, they did a lot together. Frank nodded and said, "He is indeed very peaceful. He reads books every day. He said he wants to finish 100 books. This is his wife's last wish. I can see that he misses his wife very much. I'm glad you knew that, but you are very good at choosing people." Link smiled and said, "Of course I have to consider Jessica's safety. After all, I am a billionaire now, and it is inevitable that someone will want to take advantage of her." But what about your safety?" Frank asked. "Even though you are a secret agent and have good skills, you still have to be careful. People in the underground world won't cause trouble for me. They know how powerful I am. The title of the God of Death was given to me by them." While driving, Link recounted what happened between himself and the High Table. More than 300 lives are enough to scare everyone. Even if there are some guys, it is difficult for them to obtain my information because no one dares to tell him. Frank gasped and asked, "How did you do that?" A remote-controlled bomb exploded in a directional manner on the sand dune, directly knocking the helicopter down. Then the sky was filled with yellow sand. Link said, "Then I got close and shot them one by one. My shooting skills are very accurate, and so are my throwing knives. I've seen flying knives before, they're very fast." Frank had seen flying knives before at Billy Russell's house, but he had never seen gun skills. But just think about it, to deal with all 300 people in a short period of time, the action must be fast and precise, which is really unimaginable. You know, continuous shooting causes recoil and consumes physical strength, especially in the desert. Soon they came to a subway entrance. After getting off the train, they entered the subway station. However, they did not come to take the subway. They walked to the edge and jumped down, then walked forward along the subway line. Not long after they walked, they saw a closed fork in the road. Frank asked curiously, "Is there another fork in the road here? Haven't you heard of Roosevelt's secret station?" Link then bent down, crawled in through the opening below, and then climbed onto the platform. It was indeed Roosevelt's station. There was only one coin slot. He took out the coin he had bought and put it in. Frank looked around curiously and said, "What are we waiting for?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a roar. Link turned around and looked behind him. The middle of the track cracked, and then a carriage rose up. "Oh my God," Frank exclaimed. "I can't believe there's something like this here." Link said, "That's why it's so secretive. Let's go up and take a look." After the carriage stopped, the door was open and Link walked straight in. There was a lot of information and a computer here. After checking it out, he confirmed that these were the things left by Richard Parker. Moreover, since it was a secret that he was researching, Link did not watch the video left by Richard Parker. He just took the information himself and left the video to Spider-Man. Regardless of whether he could find it or not, at least he left him something. Link didn't have any psychological burden because he kept the most precious video of Spider-Man. Frank actually came here to be a porter. The two of them needed to take all the things out at once to avoid having to make another trip. Link sorted out the information and packed it into 2 boxes. He then checked to see if anything was left out before leaving. "So, I'm just here to be a porter?" Frank asked helplessly. "Hey man, this is a secret operation. I can only ask you for help." Link patted Frank's shoulder. "Send the stuff home first, then I'll buy you a drink." Okay, Frank knew that this was because Link trusted him, so he didn't ask what it was. After all, Link was an agent, and doing something mysterious was in line with his job. The two returned to Link's home. Link put his things in the study and then came out with a bottle of good wine. The two went up to the rooftop and lay down on the lounge chairs, smoking cigars, drinking wine, and chatting about Frank's current life. Link took this opportunity to give Frank some psychological treatment. After Frank left, Link began to look at the technical information left by Richard Parker. This was complete research and development information, and Link could see it very clearly. However, in order to treat Norman Osborn, new spiders need to be cultivated, which takes time. Link must get their blood as soon as possible. Link was not in a hurry, but started trying to find a new way to treat Norman Osborn. He was not willing to let the other party have powerful strength, as that would make it difficult to control him, and he would need to expose his strength, which was something Link was not willing to do. It would be best if Norman Osborn could remain a normal person after being cured, and just have his genetic disease treated. Link had enough knowledge, and with Richard Parker's information, he was confident that he could develop a new information solution. Now that he didn't have a laboratory, he could only rent one. After some searching online, I found that such laboratories can only be found in universities. Generally, group companies and private laboratories have their own projects. Of course, universities also have them, but they have more laboratories and some can be rented out. He directly contacted a university in New York, which could provide some experimental materials and experimental mice. Link could go there during the day, but had to leave at night. There are other laboratories here. Link is an outsider and must not stay here at night to prevent him from stealing data from other laboratories. Link didn't mind this, he just needed to do some experiments. Although the rent was very high, Link was not short of money now. He immersed himself in experiments, looking for patients with genetic diseases in some hospitals, extracting their genes for research, and soon he came up with the latest treatment plan. Treatment is carried out by correcting the patient's genes, a plan that has been improved through Richard Parker's research. It only took a month, and Link finally realized the power of the super brain. It would be a waste if Superman didn't use it, but he would make good use of it. "Frank, come with me today." At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Link and Jessica came to the underground parking lot together, and Link called Frank. "Oh, you pay me as a bodyguard, now I want to do an additional job as a porter." Frank asked with a smile. "Okay, I won't be paying the bodyguard's salary today. I'll give you the porter's salary paid on a daily basis." Link joked, "Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything." Frank was embarrassed and got into Link's car. The Rolls-Royce started first, McCall drove Jessica to work, and then Link drove off. "You follow me these few days, let's go keep an eye on him." Link said, "Norman Osborn." "Huh?" Frank was stunned. "Agent mission? No, it's my personal matter. I want to take control of the Osborn group, and I need to start with Norman Osborn." Link said. Frank looked at Link in surprise and asked, "You want to kidnap him?" Link rolled his eyes and said, "The Osborn family has a genetic disease, and I have a cure. I've experimented with it and cured several people. This case is very rare and there is no specific medicine at present. However, my treatment method is very effective and I guarantee that it will be cured." Frank suddenly realized and said, "That's feasible?" Link said, "There are naturally conditions for treating him. The situation of the Osborn Group is not good right now, and his position as CEO is not stable. So I approached him to work with me and find a way to make the Osborn Group's share price plummet. From what I know, the military should cancel its cooperation with them. The Osborn Group has a lot of problems, so it's easy for the share price to go down and then I'll short it." finally. I will buy the company at a bargain price and cooperate with Norman Osborn. I will own more than 51% of the shares, while Norman Osborn will continue to be the CEO. Frank asked curiously, if you like making money so much, why do you still work as an agent? Who told you that I like to make money? Link drove steadily and responded, I'm not doing this for money, but for status. Look at Tony Stark. Everyone wants his Iron Man armor, but does anyone dare to steal it? Even the power of the state is not enough. This is the identity I want, and the Osborn Group's diversified investments are very suitable for me in this regard. Once the market value of the Osborn Group exceeds $200 billion, then I will have the same status as Tony Stark. Do you understand? Frank understood this time that what Link cared about was not money, but identity and status. In this way, he can do whatever he wants most of the time without being constrained by the government. Link must have his own secrets, which Frank can clearly feel. I don't know what it is specifically, but Link's rise is too rapid. It's really unbelievable, and he is not really involved in the real industry. He is mainly involved in finance. There was no capital to interfere in this regard, and Link seized the opportunity to buy shares of Stark Industries, which was the key. I see, so what should we do now? Frank said. Keep an eye on him and observe the security forces around him. After we have a clear understanding, we will sneak into Osborn Manor at night. Link said his plan, I need to secretly obtain his genetic sample. At the same time, make a deal with him to ensure that he will not go back on his word and treat his son first instead of treating him first. The genetic disease runs in the Osborn family and his son also has it. Frank nodded slightly and said, That's easy. We can go in tomorrow night. The two men finalized the plan and then came to the Osborn Group building to observe outside. Norman Osborn was a workaholic, or he was racing against time, especially after Richard Parker escaped. To be honest, Link looked down on Richard Parker. This man had character problems. He joined the Osborn Group with his good friend Dr. Kurt Connors and was responsible for the cross-species gene transplantation project, especially Kurt Connors, who wanted to regenerate his own severed arm. The Osborn Group provided the money and equipment, while Kurt Connors provided the manpower, and there was also investment from the military. Richard Parker succeeded in his research and development, and he used his own genes to complete the research which no one else could use. Then he ran away with the results. He cheated the Osborn Group and Dr. Kurt Connors, and finally the Osborn Group lost the military's research and development funds. Norman Osborn was out of options. On the one hand, he had a genetic disease, and on the other hand, he was kicked out by the board of directors. He was left with no other options and used the unfinished enhanced serum himself. Thus, the Green Goblin was born. Peter Parker inherited his father's legacy, became Spider-Man, and finally killed the Green Goblin and later Harry Osborn. The Parkers are naturally nemesis of the Osborns, and no matter how you look at it, Richard Parker is unreasonable. His reason was that the Osborn Group wanted to sell the research results, which sounded unreliable. The purchasing power of the U.S. military alone was enough for the Osborn Group to make a lot of money, especially in terms of stock price. How much can you get if you sell it secretly? This is a long-term business, and the Osborn Group doesn't even know that he has successfully developed the technology, so how can he sell it? This fundamentally does not make any sense. Richard Parker's identity is not simple, and it is even more strange that he is going abroad with technical information. The Osborn Group didn't know he had succeeded, but he was intercepted on the plane and the news was leaked. If you think about it carefully, you can conclude that Richard Parker is not a good person. Link took away his technical information and left a video for his son. This is considered kind, otherwise he would have smashed everything. The two monitored for a whole day, and after Norman Osborn left the group building, they followed him all the way to Osborn Manor. Afterwards, he observed outside and looked for various security systems. Link used his X-ray vision to observe all the lines and already had a complete security deployment in his mind. The two then left and had a meal outside, and then Link sent Frank home before returning to his apartment. When Jessica saw Link coming back, she stepped forward to help him take off his coat and asked, "What are you busy with?" "Busy making money." Link then expressed his thoughts on wanting to control the Osborn Group and other things, including the raisins. After listening to this, Jessica asked in confusion, "Why do you do this? Aren't you an agent of SHIELD?" Link said, "SHIELD is not so stable. I feel there are some problems inside. Just like I have collected a lot of intelligence before, the funds involved are huge. However, the whereabouts of these funds are unclear. Things are not so quiet inside SHIELD. Besides, we are special. So we must have sufficient identity and social status. In this country, money means everything, especially the big groups. After taking over the Osborn Group, I will develop some things. I have a strong brain." Jessica said with some concern, "Will you be in trouble in the future?" "What's a problem for me?" Link smiled. "At most, our strength will be exposed. By then, it won't be us who will be afraid, but others. After all, everyone has read Superman comics. If a real Superman appears, will they be scared?" Jessica laughed and said, "That will be interesting." The next afternoon, Link and Frank came to the outside of Osborne Group again, waiting for Norman Osborne to come out. This guy was not the kind of person who would leave work on time. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening when Norman Osborne came out this time, with only a driver driving the car. Driving him back to Osborne Manor, the car drove in. Link and Frank parked the car nearby, then got out and walked over. The two of them observed from outside and found that there were not many security guards, but the security system inside was the most advanced one available. Link was in a blind spot in the surveillance camera and just flipped in, followed closely by Frank. Frank followed Link's footsteps and moved forward, their pace sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Link was comparing the moving surveillance cameras, which also included hidden cameras. In this way, we came directly to the side door, which was the passage used by the servants and was not locked at all. Wearing gloves, he opened the door and walked in, then took a few detours and entered the study. Norman Osborne was sitting in the kitchen at this time. He had not had dinner yet, so the chef made a simple meal for him. He is not a picky person because he has so little time, and after Norman Osborne escaped from Richard Parker, he is now paving the way for his son. But his son also has a genetic disease which has become a huge mountain weighing on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. His own son still cannot understand him, and he does not want to put any pressure on his son. But what if you fall down? He is under too much pressure now. After eating a quick meal, he walked towards the study, pushed the door open, closed it, and turned on the light. Norman Osborne saw two people, one of whom he knew. Link is no longer an unknown person. Although it is the Jessica Charitable Foundation that holds shares of Stark Industries, how could Norman Osborne not find out about it? Stark Industries and Osborne Corporation are in competition, such as military orders, and there is also competition in the fields of medicine and energy. Mr. Osborne, don't panic, Link said with a smile. Mr. Lin, Norman Osborne had indeed seen storms before, and he remained relatively calm. Yes, I came here to discuss cooperation. Link said, why don't we go to the company to talk? Norman Osborne asked. It's simple because the premise of cooperation is that I can cure your family's genetic disease. Link then took out a piece of paper. These are several experimental subjects. They all have the same problem as you, but they have been cured. You can investigate first. Here's my phone number at the end. Link put a piece of paper on the desk. Norman Osborne's pupils shrank. This sentence shocked him the most. Can it really be treated? He hurriedly picked it up and took a look. It was full of names and the hospitals where they had been treated. Norman Osborne looked up at Link with a complicated look in his eyes. Can the disease that he was worried about really be cured? If you confirm, then I can treat one of my sons first, but you need to give me a genetic sample today. Link took out a syringe for drawing blood with a metal seal and placed it on the desk. So what is this collaboration about? Norman Osborne asked. It's about the Osborne Group. Richard Parker's escape and death caused his research and development results to disappear forever. Link said, the situation of the Osborne Group is very bad now, and I need it to be even worse. It allows me to short sell and then buy the bottom so I can take control of the Osborne Group. Of course, I still need you to be the CEO. Later, I will hand over more technologies to the Osborne Group to develop the group. I need Osborne Corporation to reach the heights of Stark Industries. Norman Osborne frowned, thought about it, and then said, I can pay for treatment, but the Osborne Group does not belong to one person. There's no rush for this, Link smiled. As far as I know, the military will soon cancel its cooperation with you, and I estimate that you will be kicked out of the board of directors. We can talk about it later. Now give me your gene sample. This is the therapeutic injection that needs to be developed based on the gene sample. Once you're sure there's nothing wrong, I can treat your son first, and then we'll see. Norman Osborne nodded, then picked up the seal, took out the syringe, and drew his own blood. He was also a technician, so drawing blood was not unfamiliar to him. Then he sealed it again and handed it to Link, who waved his hand and led Frank to the door of the study. He suddenly turned around and said, come out in 10 minutes and don't make any noise. After saying that, Link opened the door and walked out, still leaving Osborne Manor with Frank. The two men returned to the car, stared for a while, and found that Norman Osborne did not move at all, then drove away. In fact, Link didn't need to bring Frank with him at all, but he brought him here specifically to show Norman Osborne. Link is very famous in the underground world, but he is alone. In order to prevent Norman Osborne from having any ideas, he brought Frank here specifically. If Norman Osborne was interested, it would be easy to find out some things, such as Frank's service in the army and some things that happened in New York later. These were not difficult for him, and this showed that Link was not alone. In addition to his own combat capabilities, Norman Osborne needs to think twice even if he wants to do something. Link didn't want to fall out. He was still counting on Norman Osborne to help him manage the Osborne Group. The reason why he wanted to get more than half of the shares was so that he could remove the CEO of the group at any time, which would be safe. Link covets the Osborne Group for the sake of social status, and of course he will not hand over the initiative. Even if he is unwilling to manage the group, the manager must be under his control. Norman Osborne sat in the study, looking at the list left by Link. He was very excited, as he could finally get rid of the nightmare. However, he was unwilling to hand over the group. but compared with his life, he was weighing the pros and cons. After all, his own group was also researching super soldier serum and cross-species gene transplantation technology. Thinking of this, he began to resent Richard Parker again. But Norman Osborn himself is really good. He did not transfer his resentment to Peter Parker and even admired the kid. In fact, it is not difficult to copy the super soldier serum. The hard part is to find another Steve Rogers. Link has analyzed it before. For example, Howard Stark once copied the serum. If we talk about who knows the serum best besides the inventor Dr. Abraham Erskine, it is Howard Stark. After all, he also contributed to the birth of Captain America, and he was there, so they must have communicated with each other. The super soldier serum used by the Red Skull was created by the Doctor. So why did it fail as well? This is a psychological problem, not a problem with the serum. There's no way to find the saint of Captain America. Even if the lazy duck-necked Dr. Erkins didn't die, it would be difficult for him to create another Captain America. Why did he choose Steve Rogers? It is because of his character that he has a strong heart despite his weak body. This is the key. Norman Osborn didn't know all this. He was still thinking about the group's super soldier serum and whether it could be used for living experiments. If I succeed, I naturally won't need to be coerced by others. If I fail, I will have a way out. The key is that my son doesn't need to wait for death. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Looking at the list in his hand, he could not wait for dawn, so he did not sleep all night. I specially accompanied my son to have breakfast in the morning and then sent him to school. The Rolls-Royce I was riding in did not drive to the school gate, which was my son's request. As soon as he arrived at the group, he couldn't wait to make a few phone calls and find someone to help him check the situation. It was very easy to check. It was not something secret, and I got a reply very quickly. It was true that these people all had genetic diseases, and someone had found them before and was willing to treat them for free. The only difference is that the other party is not a hospital or a pharmaceutical group, but an individual. These people agreed to try it out as it was a last resort. After all, the medical expenses were so high that even the insurance company would not reimburse them because it was a terminal illness. As a result, the patient was cured. When he went back to the hospital for examination, the attending doctor was very shocked. Norman Osborn had an idea in mind, so he asked his men to continue watching to see if these people were really healthy. Link was not in a hurry. He used the laboratory to study the genes of the Osborn family and then made therapeutic injections that targeted the genes. Each family has a different treatment formula for its genes, but there's a basic formula that Link has perfected, and it can treat all genetic diseases. This will also be a foundation for the Osborn group in the future. He did not give up the lease of the laboratory and is preparing to continue his research. Gene therapy is based on Richard Parker's research, and he is now going to conduct his own research and development. The Osborn Group's main business is medicine and biology, and its military industry is mainly based on soldier serum. Its weapons department is responsible for the research and development of individual soldier equipment. But the results were not ideal, and Link estimated that problems would soon arise. Although it was unclear what universe it was, Peter Parker had only just entered high school. According to the time calculation, what happened to the Osborn group should have happened before the Chitauri attacked. Link didn't have any mission, so Coulson still asked him to collect intelligence. Link guessed that Nick Fury's focus was on Captain America. Under normal circumstances, I should have gone to check out the situation and provide psychological counseling to Captain America, but I didn't. It's probably still a trust issue. Nick Fury is probably also worried that his psychological abilities are too strong. Link had nothing to do and was doing experiments quietly. He developed drugs very quickly and they were all effective. In addition, he was studying nanotechnology, and with the continuous addition of various disciplines, his knowledge level was getting higher and higher, and Link was becoming more and more satisfied with the super brain. The thinking is too fast. The cells are strong enough and the speed is fast, so whether it is learning or thinking, the word is fast. This makes him successful in his studies. What limits him now is the basic knowledge of various subjects, which is the most critical issue. If he could go to outer space to study, he would be stronger in science. This may not be impossible. Maybe in the future he can go to Asgard, where they have accumulated a lot of knowledge. However, Asgard seemed to have only grown muscles and believed that its military force was powerful. Its defense was almost useless. Its palace had only one shield, and it was very slow to build up. Although the defense was strong, the internal protection was insufficient and was directly broken through by the Dark Elves. Find a chance to go there. As Norman Osborn had been waiting, representatives from the military finally arrived and first watched the test of the flying skateboard. General Socom, who led the team, was not very interested in it. He then inquired about the progress of the super soldier serum. During the experiment, some mice had gone berserk. Norman Osborn tried his best to explain, but General Socom did not support these studies at all. What he cares about is the space project. If the Osborn group cannot come up with something better today, the military's research and development funding will be cut off. This is not just a matter of money, but also a major event that will affect the market value of the Osborne Group. Norman Osborne tried his best to get it, but to no avail. Link had told him before, and now it was confirmed that the military was now ready to invest in Exploration Space Company. The matter subsequently fermented, and all major media outlets reported on it. Norman Osborne took a look at the contents of the newspaper and felt no emotion. Will the board kick itself out? In fact, it doesn't matter anymore. The research and development of the super soldier serum was not successful, and we have to go back to the formula stage and start over. There's no point in researching it anymore. There's no cure for his disease. So his last hope lies with Link. He took the initiative to call Link. Mr. Lin, do you have time to accept my invitation to have dinner together tonight? Of course, I've been waiting for Mr. Osborne's invitation. Link smiled when he received the call. I will bring my girlfriend with me. In the evening, Link and Jessica dressed up and attended the event invited by Norman Osborne. They were relatively low-key and tried to avoid reporters. Welcome, Norman Osborne took the initiative, and then Link introduced him to Jessica, and the three of them sat down. Link took out a sealed tube, handed it to Norman Osborne, and said, "This is for the treatment of the young master. Just inject it when you get home. A low-grade fever will appear. This process will last for 24 hours, and simple physical cooling will suffice." "Thank you." Norman Osborne took it, looked at the metal seal, and did not open it. Then he said, "The military's investment has been withdrawn. They are not interested in the research of the Osborne Group. I heard that there are a lot of reports in the media now, and they are indeed well informed." Link smiled. "So what plans does Mr. Osborne have for the future?" "Call me Norman." Norman said, "I believe we will have a pleasant cooperation in the future." "Of course, Norman, you can call me Lin." Link understood that the other party agreed. "Lin, what are your future plans for the Osborne Group?" Norman asked. Link began to explain his plan. "First, we want to get back the shares. Of course, I will give you a batch of medicines, including the formula of gene therapy injections and a batch of special effect drugs. Then I will bring in Stark Industries. Their weapons division is shut down, and I hope to convince them to take a stake in Osborne Corporation. Of course, if that doesn't work, then we can buy it. Medicine and weapons will become the two main pillar industries of the Osborne Group, and then some departments will be cut off, such as the energy department, which will be sold directly. Because Tony Stark will develop new energy next, and we can't compete in this area." Norman Osborne nodded slightly. "This was a good idea." Link continued, "Then invest in United Construction Company. I believe you have heard of it. By joining forces with Rand Group and Stark Industries, our strength will be even stronger. Especially the stock price, it won't be a problem for the market value to break through 200 billion. Norman Osborne laughed and said, "Lin, you should take charge of the Osborne Group." "No, I don't like to do too many things. What I care about is the status that Osborne Group brings me." Link said, "I have other things to do and need the same status as Tony Stark. This makes it easier for me to do things." Norman Osborne was stunned. He could never have imagined this. Link smiled and said, "Money is not important to me. I am not a capitalist. I don't need to pursue profits endlessly. This is not necessary. As long as there is enough money, it's fine. I don't have any aspirations in this regard, so you can easily manage the group without worrying about being responsible to the board of directors." Norman Osborne nodded and said, "Well, it seems I have to continue to work hard." After dinner, the two sides went their separate ways, trying to conceal their whereabouts as much as possible and discuss the follow-up plans during the trip. It is not difficult to suppress the stock price of Oscorp because many secrets are in the hands of Norman Osborne, so it is not difficult for him. Especially at this time. Back home, Norman Osborne called his son over, then took out some medical supplies and gave him an injection. "Dad, what is this?" Harry Osborne asked after the injection. "This is medicine." Norman Osborne sighed and then told about his family's genetic disease. "Son, there is finally a medicine that can treat it. I dare to tell you now." Norman Osborne told his son about the genetic disease of the Osborne family, which meant that no one in the Osborne family would live long. He founded the Osborne Group to focus on the development of biology, medicine, and other aspects in order to treat his family's diseases, which was a huge burden on his heart. And today, there is finally medicine to treat it. "I've asked for leave for you. After you use the injection, you will have a low-grade fever for 24 hours. That's the result of your genes being repaired. Don't worry." Norman Osborne looked kind and touched his son's head. "No one in the Osborne family will die from genetic diseases anymore." "Dad," Harry Osborne was really shocked. "Did you use it?" "Yes, son, I used it." Norman Osborne would not tell his son about the trouble. "Well, go to bed early. Don't think too much. Everything will pass. You will feel much better after a good sleep. If you feel comfortable, call the butler and use physical cooling. No medicine is needed." "I understand, Dad." Harry Osborne went back to his room. What he had just heard had a great impact on him, but he soon fell asleep with a slightly hot body. Norman Osborne has already understood it in detail. This is the case for everyone who has used the injection, and no problems have occurred so far. Moreover, he also spent money to have the hospital invite these people back for follow-up visits and conduct comprehensive physical and genetic examinations. Otherwise, how could he dare to use it on his son? Of course, he could also use it for himself, but he didn't dare to take the risk. What if something unexpected happened? After all, it is not so easy to suppress the stock price of Osborne Group. He discussed it with Link for a long time today. Strictly speaking, this is a violation of securities trading regulations and is an internal operation. It's just that Norman Osborn sacrificed himself for the benefit of others, damaging his own interests to benefit Link. Jessica and Link return home, and McCall and Frank leave. After Jessica went upstairs, she asked, "Will Osborn cooperate with you?" Of course, although he will also suffer losses, he will earn more when the stock price appreciates in the future. Link said, "You know, I have been studying recently, and I also rented a laboratory at the university. I have researched a lot of special medicines. Once they are launched, they will definitely be a big hit. You know, American medicines, they are very deceptive. My medicine is the most effective. Of course, this will make doctors earn much less, but it doesn't matter. I can still make money by exporting it, and it is more beneficial to patients. Link doesn't want to help the people here, and it's not wise to go against the entire medical system. If you don't open it, I will export it, and I won't charge a high price. After all, everyone may get sick, and the pharmaceutical business will never have trouble selling. I'll just develop more. Anyway, the super brain is so useful now, Link doesn't mind creating another character for himself. However, this matter will be kept secret for the time being. He only needs social status and does not need the title of genius for the time being. When the need arises, he can just expose Norman Osborn." Jessica asked, "Is it a big medical problem?" Link rolled his eyes and said, "Isn't it difficult? Medical insurance interferes with patients' treatment plans, and doctors prescribe drugs not based on the condition of the patient, but based on the benefits given by the pharmaceutical representatives. There are more problems than we know." Jessica didn't know any of this. She was just an ordinary girl except for her great strength. Norman Osborn then began to act. Now there were some voices in the board of directors, but he didn't care about it at all. He didn't try to win over the shareholders, but secretly gave some information to Frank. Frank became the liaison between Link and Osborn, and Link secretly sent the information to the media. Then negative news about the Osborn Group began to leak out. The first was the escape of Richard Parker. A huge amount of research and development funds were invested, and success was on the verge of happening, but the developer ran away with the information. When they were on the plane, they encountered a plane crash, and it was impossible to recover the data. The Osborn Group's investment was wasted. Secondly, the military's withdrawal of investment caused the Osborn Group to lose military research and development funds. Finally, it was revealed that Norman Osborn had health problems, and that the Osborn family had a hereditary genetic disease. These three are big news, and then there are some gossips that the electric eel power generation developed by the energy department of Osborn Group will be inferior to the electromagnetic arc reactor of Stark Industries. The scandals of the internal directors also made the headlines in the gossip newspapers. The share price of the Osborn Group plummeted, and a board meeting was immediately convened. Norman Osborn was furious, thinking that someone had betrayed the group's secrets. After all, he himself had suffered huge losses, and no one else would suspect him. However, his anger immediately caused panic among the board of directors. Everyone began to distrust each other, and the board of directors was split in an instant. Link had already used financial leverage to enter the market and short the Osborn Group. He will make more money this time because the rhythm is in his hands. Of course, he got the biggest bite of the pie. He had made billions of dollars by shorting Hammer Industries before, and now he had more capital, so he shorted more. Financial institutions holding shares of the Osborn Group suffered heavy losses, and what they would get back later would be a bunch of cheap stocks, while Link made a fortune. There is still follow-up news. The biggest problem of the Osborn Group is that there is no good news. The project in which they invested the most has completely failed. Now the group has not come up with any valuable good news. This hit their soft spot, and all of a sudden the Osborn Group gained strength and collapsed. As the stock price plummeted, investors directly sold their stocks. Some shareholders were also shaken, and some financial institutions even negotiated directly with Link, hoping that he would directly purchase these shares. Link is not a sucker, so he simply ignores it. Norman Osborn will not rescue the market, and he will not acquire it now. So the two of them joined forces and watched the stock price fall all the way to $3 per share, almost becoming a bargain. Link then closed his position and returned the stocks, including interest, before sending a representative to discuss the purchase of the stocks. He did not acquire the company immediately, but instead sent separate people to negotiate, with Matthew Murdoch responsible for the legal aspects of the transaction and people from Jessica's charitable foundation responsible for the acquisition. More than a month later, just when people thought that the Osborn Group was going to go bankrupt, the Jessica Charitable Foundation suddenly announced that it had completed its control of the Osborn Group, with a shareholding of more than 67%. Anything over 5% needs to be reported, so Link made the acquisition on the same day and took full control of the Osborne Group. Of course, he will not hold these shares in his own hands, but will bring in some beneficial partners such as Stark Industries. He hasn't discussed this matter yet, but he thinks it won't be a big problem. However, it's not possible now because various drugs still need to undergo biological and human experiments, which need to be reported to the Drug Regulatory Agency and then obtain a license before they can be sold. Jessica, as the head of the foundation, held a press conference. This kind of press conference has been held several times, so Jessica was not nervous. She's now considered a celebrity in the United States and a woman who controls a charitable foundation with tens of billions of assets. Just 10% of Stark Industries shares are worth more than $20 billion. The new energy project has not yet been fully implemented, and we are waiting for the renovation of Stark Tower to be completed. In addition, 3 more buildings are included in the plan, and Stark Industries' stock price will surely soar again by then. Next is the 8% stake in United Construction, which is also worth billions of US dollars. The foundation also has a large amount of funds, which has not been announced yet. But this acquisition can show some strength. MS. Jones, what is the purpose of the foundation's acquisition? A reporter asked. The foundation has been committed to legal aid charity, and now we will get involved in medical charity. Jessica said, the Osborne Group has developed in biology and medicine. Although it is facing difficulties now, its foundation is still there. Also, our foundation has been prepared for this and has developed more than a dozen special medicines. Although it has not been reported yet, we will conduct biological tests and clinical human tests through the channels of the Osborne Group. The Osborne Group has sufficient capabilities in these areas and can complete the data collection as soon as possible. Once approved, all data will be put on the market for sale. Another reporter asked, "Excuse me, are you confident that you can solve the internal problems of the Osborne Group?" "Of course, as the owner of a charitable foundation, Mr. Lin has been injecting a lot of funds and the research and development of drugs has already begun." Jessica said, "If we are not sure enough, we will not acquire shares in Osborne Group. After the foundation takes over, it will increase its investment in charity, especially in medical care." Someone immediately asked, "Excuse me, was this acquisition planned?" Mr. Lin is good at investing. The previous acquisition of Stark Industries shares and the current acquisition of Osborne Group were all decisions made by him. Jessica explained, his vision has always been accurate and in line with the development of the foundation. When we first started providing legal assistance, we acquired a law firm that shared the same ideals. The subsequent investment in United Construction Company, which developed West Midtown, is consistent with Mr. Lin's investment and philanthropic philosophy. It's the same now. With sufficient funds, Mr. Lin has invested in drug research and development. The press conference went smoothly because Link and Jessica were lovers. Neither of them had any gossip, and they rarely appeared on camera. They seem a little mysterious, and everyone is curious about these mysterious billionaires. Some subsequent questions about her private life were ignored, and Jessica finally announced that Norman Osborn would continue to serve as the group's CEO, while Link would serve as chairman. The matter has come to an end for the time being. Osborne's stock price has only increased slightly today. It has not risen, but it has not continued to fall. At this time, Norman Osborn and Link are still buying some scattered shares. The two of them are preparing to completely acquire all the shares, and of course they will not delist. Most of the shares on the market had been acquired by them, and Link then brought Jessica to the Osborne Group. There were only Link and Osborne on the board of directors. Link sat in the main seat and kicked his feet, turning the chair around. "It's a very interesting position, but I don't like it. Norman Group is left to you." Link looked at the other party and said, "Of course, I will take care of it. Then what happens next?" Norman Osborn didn't finish his words, but the meaning was clear. Link opened the briefcase he brought, took out an envelope from it, handed it directly to the other party, and then took out the contents of the briefcase one by one. "These are all the information about special medicines. You can have people conduct biological experiments, then report to the regulatory committee, and finally conduct human experiments." Link said, "I believe you know this process. As more and more effective drugs pass testing and are launched on the market, the stock price will surely rise as news is released. Meanwhile, dispose of the other departments and only keep the pharmaceutical-related ones. When the stock price goes back up, I will talk to Stark Industries." Norman Osborn said, "So what about the flying skateboards and combat equipment we developed?" Link touched his chin. This seemed to suit him very well. "Keep it and prepare another testing site. I will do the testing myself when the time comes." Norman Osborn was stunned and asked, "Is this appropriate? My title is the God of Death." Link smiled. "This thing might be suitable for my battle suit and flying tool, so I want to try it myself. Of course, the suit may not be suitable, but it can be modified later. The key point is the flying skateboard. If it can be replaced with Tony's energy source, it will be amazing." Norman Osborn's eyes lit up, but then he realized that Link could obtain this energy through personal connections and use it on his own flying skateboard, but it would not be sold as a commodity to the Osborn Group. Okay, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. If any changes are required, you can let me know and I'll ask someone to make the changes for you. Norman Osborn didn't care about it. Link said, don't promote these things for now, they're not for sale. Wait and see if we can acquire the weapons division of Stark Industries, especially the talent. Okay, now you have the final say. Norman Osborn nodded. No, you have the final say. After we leave, this place will be handed over to you. Take a day off and get your illness treated first. Your condition should be getting worse. After Link said this, he left with Jessica. Norman Osborn excitedly opened the sealed tube, looked at the injection inside, and sealed it again. He took the information to the head of the medical department and at the same time increased the security level. The incident involving Richard Parker must not happen again. No one is stupid. Norman Osborn is still the CEO. Many people who had sold their shares before immediately realized that this was premeditated. Not to mention the several major events that caused the Osborn Group's stock price to plummet, some of the dirty things within the group were actually made public, and the information must have been provided by someone on the board of directors. And now it seems that it is Norman Osborn who's still very angry. Of course, the one who suffered the greatest loss is Norman Osborn, and no one suspected him at the beginning. I still can't understand why he had to bear such a huge loss, just for a dozen or so special medicines that haven't been tested yet. This is unrealistic and very uncapitalist. The shareholders who sold their shares couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter. They believed that the Osborn Group had been defrauded, that there was an inside story, and that it was a malicious short selling. But there is a problem. They have no evidence, so there is no way they can win even if they sue. Some people are not convinced and want to do something, but Norman Osborn is not a good man and is not someone who can be easily messed with. Well, why not target Link? After all, this guy rose too quickly and had no background, so they conducted an investigation and were shocked to find that this guy was even more difficult to deal with. Unknown to Link and Norman Osborn, they had survived a minor crisis, and the transition of the Osborn Group was going very smoothly. The group was split into several parts, and the originally diversified business model only retained the biology, medicine, and weapons research and development departments. Afterwards, we devoted all our efforts to conducting biological experiments on the special effect drug on a large scale. The data we obtained were very encouraging. We believe that we will be able to report to the regulatory committee and apply for human trials soon. At this time, Link came to the testing site of the Osborn Group. A flying skateboard was ready for him, and Norman Osborn introduced it to him. The flying skateboard is equipped with 2 machine guns and 2 missiles and has spikes that can pop out. Link thinks these are unnecessary, after all. The flying skateboard is so small, and its main function should be flying. Of course, it would be nice to carry a few small missiles or replace them with micro-missiles. Things like machine guns and spikes are completely unnecessary and do not fit his combat positioning. All he needs is movement and flying. Norman, Stark Industries, is building 3 new buildings using the new energy invented by Stark. I think we should buy one, Link said. Norman Osborn was stunned and asked, is it used as the new corporate headquarters? Yes, it's in Hell's Kitchen. Link said, the progress is good. It is estimated that it will be put into use in May next year. Then we will sell the current building. Because of the geographical location, it is estimated that we can save a lot of money. Lynn, this is not about money, Norman Osborn reminded. Of course I know, but my idea is this. I plan to build a supercomputer using artificial intelligence. Link said, I plan to make the top floor my residence and concentrate the research and development department here, and arrange a small automatic factory. These are the things I use. Of course, you will still be in charge of the management. I developed all those drugs. Link suddenly lowered his voice and said in the other person's ear. Norman Osborn was stunned, then looked at Link in surprise and asked, really? Do you need to test me? Link smiled. In the future, whether it's medicine or weapons, I need to research and develop them, but this matter must be kept secret for the time being. Do you understand? Now I need the Osborn Group to become stronger. As the CEO, all you need to do is run the business well. By then, artificial intelligence will supervise the entire building, and Richard Parker's incident will never happen again. His identity must be extraordinary. I think he is from the CIA, so we still have to be on guard. Norman Osborn nodded slightly and said, I have my doubts too. They will only run abroad after the CIA succeeds. They are stronger abroad, these greedy guys. Indeed, it's greedy, Link nodded. Also, the original building was built too early and many technologies were not used. If it is renovated, it will also cost a lot of money. It's better to just sell it. Of course, you can keep it if you want. No need. Norman Osborn shook his head. It's not bad to have something better. If you are really a genius, then I am willing to rebuild a building for you. We are a technology group, but my level is limited. I am no longer able to do it. From now on, I will not be responsible for R&D and will leave it to you. Link smiled. This Norman Osborn was really decisive enough, so he said, "Don't worry, I said I would make your shares more valuable. After the stock price goes up, we will immediately select suitable shareholders." Of course, Norman Osborn was now relatively relaxed and was also very surprised that the special medicine was actually researched by Link, which really shocked him. However, this matter still needs to be kept confidential. He doesn't plan to tell anyone else. The key is to observe whether it is true. Because it was too unbelievable, he investigated Link, who studied psychology and had a reputation in the underground world. Of course, he was a policeman after all. Link didn't know what Norman Osborn was thinking. He got on the skateboard directly and then flew up, from low altitude to high altitude, and soon mastered the flying skateboard. However, Link was not very satisfied. This thing was not flexible enough, and the user needed to maintain a strange posture, somewhat like a flying crab. Link plans to modify it himself to suit his own combat needs. After all, his current performance is like that of a sharpshooter. And of course, he can fight against Black Widow on equal terms. That's all the fighting power he has shown. He can add a flying skateboard to increase his flying ability, and after making the battle suit, he can directly give it to the Osborn group. After all, this is a technology group, and Link is just covering up for himself. The more cover he has, the safer his and Jessica's secrets will be. There's no information about Asgard now. It should be about 2 years from the time Thor returned to Asgard to the time Loki led the Chitauri to attack. Time is still quite tight. Next, he needs to complete the creation of artificial intelligence, combat suit, and flying skateboard. Time is a bit tight, after all, the key lies in nanotechnology. What if skateboards were also nanotechnology? The super brain is not so good either. Once his thoughts start to spread, he really can't stop. He even thinks that flying may not require a skateboard. Maybe the Falcon's flight equipment will be more suitable? Not necessarily. Link doesn't like that pair of wings. Okay, this skateboard has a lot of shortcomings. I will try to improve it, but I need a studio. Link said, "I'll talk to Stark Industries. The building they have in Hell's Kitchen is the fastest, so it won't be a problem to just buy it. Okay, I'll keep an eye on the medicines." Norman Osborn and Link divided the work. Link contacted Pepper Potts, and the two met in New York at the United Construction Company. Pepper, long time no see. Link hugged and kissed her before separating. "You've really surprised everyone recently. You actually acquired the Osborn Group," Pepper said. "I'm good at this. I shorted the Hammer Group before, but they have the military behind them and they managed to survive. I can only look for new targets." What Link said was of course not true. He didn't want to take over the Hammer Group because that group didn't have much background. If it hadn't been for the conflict of interest with the military, it would have been torn apart long ago, and Link was just making an excuse by saying so. He was a prophet and knew that since Norman Osborn was willing to cooperate, he would naturally not let go of the Osborn Group. Pepper admires Link very much. After all, Link does have abilities, which is good for Tony Stark. "What do you want to talk to me about today?" Pepper asked. "Among several buildings of Stark Industries, I hope to purchase the one in Hell's Kitchen and make some modifications to its original design." Link said, "I want to use this building as the headquarters of the Osborn Group. After the stock price goes up, I also hope to obtain the weapons department of Stark Industries." After listening to this, Pepper did not agree immediately, but started to think about it. First of all, there's no problem with the buildings. The 4 buildings are mainly for the use of new energy. The effect of selling them is the same as renting them out. If the Osborn Group purchases one building, the value of subsequent buildings will inevitably increase. Next is the weapons department, which has been closed, but no processing has been done yet, and at the same time, Stark Industries' focus has shifted to New York. Dealing with it now is a problem, and with the large number of employees, it is also a headache for her. "The building can be sold to you," Pepper then said with a smile. "What about the weapons department? My idea is that after the special medicine is launched on the market, the stock price will definitely increase, and Stark Industries will invest in it through the weapons department." Link said, "I can give you 15 to 20% of the shares." Pepper nodded and said, "This is a good idea, but now there's a problem, that is whether Tony will agree." Link was stunned and asked, "You are the CIO now." "Yes, but I respect Tony. I need to ask him what he thinks. After all, he closed the weapons department. If we use the weapons department to acquire shares in Osborn Group, would this go against his wishes?" Link understood what Pepper meant. She agreed. However, Stark's ideas must also be respected. Link nodded and said, "Of course, you can ask him." "I'll ask now." Pepper took out the phone and called Tony Stark. After the call was connected, Pepper told the story again, and then there was silence on the other end of the phone, but it didn't last long. Tony Stark soon made a decision and he agreed. After Pepper hung up the phone, she smiled and said, "Tony agreed. He thinks you are not someone who abuses weapons. After all, weapons still have to be produced by someone." Link nodded slightly and said in agreement, "It seems that he has figured it out. After all, weapons will not disappear. They have existed since the birth of mankind. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure working with you." Pepper shook hands with Link, and then the two of them attended a meeting at the United Construction Company. The reason for meeting here is because the United Construction Company also has a meeting, which was also convened by Link. The purpose is to acquire shares in United Construction Company under the name of Osborne Group. Wilson Fisk was very happy, even though Link was a major shareholder of the Osborne Group and the current stock price of the Osborne Group was extremely low. However, it was established for quite some time and was very powerful before. Now that Link has taken over, I believe the situation will be turned around quickly. Others don't believe it, but Fisk does. However, the Osborne Group currently has limited funds and can only purchase 5% of the shares. In this way, together with the shares held by the Jessica Charitable Foundation, the total share is only 13%. Fisker does not plan to sell shares again, but plans to wait until the stock price rises after a period of development and then look for a group of capable partners. Making money and gaining more allies, the current situation is the best for him. The only pity is that he is temporarily unable to invest in other projects. Link then went to look at the blueprints of the building, which had a similar appearance to the Stark Tower. Link was not going to change it because he liked the rooftop terrace and flying platform the most. The font of Stark will be changed to Osborne, which needs to be redesigned. At the same time, Link needs a small automatic factory, with the top layer facing down, occupying the middle position. He will discuss this directly with Stark. At the same time, a supercomputer will be placed in the building, and Link plans to place it underground for the convenience of cooling and security. Like holographic projection, intelligent control, and so on, the entire building will have a layer of intelligent security system. Of course, there will not be only one security system. Link does not want S.H.I.E.L.D. to be able to enter and leave his territory at will. The Osborne Group was short of money at the moment, so Link purchased it with his own money to serve as the headquarters of the Osborne Group. The Osborne Group will pay him rent and wait until the funds are relieved before purchasing. Otherwise, it will have to raise funds. Norman Osborne does not have much money, and his shares will be diluted. The building was then divided into two parts. The upper part was all laboratories, and the lower part was all administrative areas. This time the security of the laboratory was strengthened, which was also agreed by Norman Osborne. He had suffered a great loss, so this time all the experimental departments were placed there to directly strengthen the security force. Of course, this would also help him manage the Osborne Group without being influenced by Link. The chairman. For now, there are only two of them on the board of directors, so some things can be settled with just one phone call, but what if there are more directors in the future? The building is not completed yet, so Osborne Group cannot move now, and Link does not have his own laboratory and automatic factory, so he has nothing to do now. He was quiet, but Norman Osborne became busy. He only rested for one day, and then began to focus on the testing of special drugs and actively communicated with the regulatory authorities. The scale of the biological experiment was not small. Because his genetic disease was cured by the injection developed by Link, he trusted Link very much, so he directly conducted large-scale experiments. Trading quantity for time, once the test quantity is reached, the sorted data is submitted. Moreover, he released the test data and results to the media, which were very successful. Some media even suspected that the Osborne Group had committed fraud, but Norman Osborne had completed the patent application for the special medicine and announced that he welcomed third-party institutions to participate in the testing, and the Osborne Group could provide samples. Now the media has nothing to say. People don't care about the testing of third-party agencies at all. It would be better if they are willing to join in. As for the regulatory committee, the approval process was very quick due to Norman Osborne's lobbying. Lobbying is a unique way of the Western world. It involves spending money and effort to give indirect benefits to those in the regulatory committee, so naturally they get the green light all the way. This is a very common phenomenon, so the Osborne Group started human experiments. This time the experiment was conducted in a hospital in Hell's Kitchen, where there are many poor people who cannot afford medical treatment and are willing to receive free treatment. As a legal guarantee for human experimentation, the law firm of Jessica Charitable Foundation will provide free legal aid to patients participating in the experiments. In addition, Norman Osborne invited the media to come, and several media outlets could conduct follow-up interviews, filming, and special reports. After all, it was quite rare to conduct human tests on more than a dozen special drugs at the same time. At the same time, the diseases targeted are still medical headaches, but now there are specific medicines, and different courses of treatment can cure them according to the severity of the disease. This is good news for many patients, so the program and reports are also very popular. Many patients or their families, as well as people who care about medical care and worry about their own illness, are a fixed audience group. The daily program is not very long. After all, treatment requires a process. As long as they see the patients recovering little by little, it gives them enough confidence. There are more than a dozen special medicines, and each one requires a lot of patience. Moreover, 3 consecutive phases of testing are required, which means the number is even greater, but the patients are still not small. They were all poor people. After their identities and background checks, Matthew Murdoch drafted a contract to protect the interests of the patients. Then, in the presence of the media, all the patients in the first phase signed the contract. Fortunately, the hospital has expanded. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate so many people. People with the same illness are concentrated together and all need comprehensive examinations to prevent other diseases. Everyone's medical records need to be written clearly. After all, some people do not have a single disease and require comprehensive consideration of treatment plans. Such comprehensive preparations really excited the audience, because with such a tight arrangement and even media supervision, they can see the patient's conditions every day, which cannot be faked. This proved that the Osborne Group was confident in human experiments, and under such circumstances, the first phase of experiments was launched. Link also made an appointment with Jessica every day to watch the show and learn about the progress of the first experiment. "My dear, your medicine is very effective," Jessica said. "The patients in the first stage were specially selected with different severity of illness. The mildest ones have shown obvious improvement. After the first course of treatment, there is hope that they will recover." Jessica is in charge of the foundation and has a very detailed understanding of the treatment process. She really likes to get to the bottom of things. Link smiled. He developed the medicine himself, so he naturally knew the efficacy. After the first batch recovers, let them continue to be observed in the hospital for at least 3 weeks. This is written in the contract. Let Matthew remind these people not to just run away thinking that everything is fine. This is very important to the Osborne Group. These people are poor and uneducated. Once they are cured, all kinds of situations will occur. Let Fisk increase the security level and notify the media to report this situation. Jessica was stunned at first, but then she understood. These people had no medical insurance and their diseases were difficult to treat, so they could only rely on medication to maintain their health. Now that they have been cured, they might just run away. Many of them need to work or even commit crimes. Who will be responsible if something goes wrong? I understand. I will remind them. Why don't you go and take a look? Jessica asked. After all, you are the boss of the foundation. No, I'm not suitable for frequent appearances. For the time being, I need some mystery. Link said, I'm an agent of SHIELD. Although I don't have many missions right now, it's not good to be exposed too much. There are no reports or photos of me outside yet, so it's still relatively secret for now. When I become an Avenger in the future, my exposure will definitely increase greatly. However, by that time, the new headquarters of the Osborne Group will be completed, and I can just live and work there. This is a really good idea. He can bask in the sun at a higher position, live and work together, and do whatever he wants. He can also create some equipment he wants, especially the nano combat suits in the future, which can be made in automatic factories. Link is not idle now. He has been thinking about the improvement of the flying skateboard. He has thought a lot about the design, but none of them are ideal. Jessica watched Link finish his words, and suddenly she didn't know what she was thinking. She immediately hugged his head and kissed him on the cheek. "My dear, what are you thinking about?" Jessica asked. "Oh, I'm thinking about the design of the flying skateboard, but I don't have any idea. If it's too big, it won't be good. It doesn't fit my position." Link said, "I'm not the main force." Jessica didn't understand why the main force was not here. She said, "If there really are aliens, then how are they designed?" Link had a flash of inspiration, and then he laughed. "My dear, you are really smart. Why didn't I think of it?" Jessica was stunned, and then she saw Link stand up, pick up his laptop, and run to the study. Jessica rolled her eyes. Her boyfriend began to develop into a scientist and started working in a crazy way. And Link did think of the alien spaceship. The Predator's fighter plane looks like a skateboard, and the special layout of its wings makes it extremely flexible. Link wasn't quite sure what the Predator's fighter was called. Its main wing extended to both sides, and then each branched into 3 small wings. There are 2 jets under the main wing, a thruster behind it, and jets on the small wings. So many power jets make it very flexible. Link can completely manufacture a flying skateboard in this way. Of course, because there is no joystick, artificial intelligence is needed to assist in flying. This is not bad, and it can be regarded as a reference for the future construction of spacecraft. The overall appearance of this Predator fighter is actually more like a swallow, so it is reasonable to borrow the shape of the swallow to build a flying skateboard. Link quickly invested in research and development. The next day, Jessica went to remind Norman Osborn and Wilson Fisk to pay attention to those who had been cured and not let them leave directly. They must go through an observation period, and they need to come back for regular checkups. Of course, checkups are probably very difficult, and they might get sick again in the future and come back to see you. However, everyone took it seriously, especially Matthew Murdoch. Although he sympathized with these poor people, the contract had already been signed, and if these people ran away, it would be a violation of the contract. Not to mention Norman Osborn, Wilson Fisk alone is not a good person. If you really make him angry, he'll be dead. This guy will definitely kill people. So Matthew Murdoch began to go to the hospital frequently, asking about the treatment procedures and constantly reiterating the legal responsibilities of both parties. In this case, the first phase of treatment is completed, and with observation, the cured patients pass the observation period and gradually begin to be discharged from the hospital. The audience who had been following the program were full of expectations for the miracle drug, and many even called for it to be immediately put on the market, and the share price of Osborne Group began to rise continuously. Many investors are looking to buy stocks, but they are not available on the stock market for the time being. Link and Norman Osborne have acquired a lot of them before, and they can't hold on to them forever. After all, there are requirements for circulating shares. The Osborne Group almost went bankrupt before, so now they can wait for a while, but not for long. Link decided to release 10 million shares into the stock market first, but not all at once, but to gradually increase the price. If you release them all at once, you will lose money, so you need to release them slowly, allowing the circulating shares to slowly flow back into the stock market. Starting from the second phase, the same process is followed, and treatment begins after the case is completed. At the same time, individual patients in the first phase return to the hospital for regular follow-up examinations. In this case, by the end of the third season, it was the end of 2010, and Link had perfected the design of the flying skateboard. It snowed heavily in New York. The share price of Osborne Group broke through the 100 billion mark. More than a dozen special effect drugs began to be produced and orders were accepted. Their main sales were not in the United States, but abroad. Especially in the big Eastern countries, products are exported at low prices, and even with tax increases, the prices are not expensive, and Link is actively promoting entry into the medical insurance system. The price could be even cheaper, as Link was selling at a low profit and high volume. The acquired building had already been built, so Link and Norman Osborne decided to move in immediately. At the same time, the original Osborne Group building was sold, and the proceeds from the sale were used to repay Link. The top floor of the new building is not completely open like Tony Stark's. The balcony outside is like the helipad, but the interior is in a different style. The living room, kitchen, and dining room are completely open, but the study, bedroom, guest room, toilet, bathroom, and other home functions are designed. The floor below is the automatic factory, which is completely enclosed and has only one staircase as an entrance. One must go down from the top floor to enter, and all elevators skip this floor. Link does not need to build the Iron Man armor, he only needs to build a flying skateboard and a battle suit. He has been designing it during this period. The flying skateboard is going very smoothly. He even got a cold nuclear fusion reactor built with new elements provided by Tony Stark. In addition, Link also completed the design of nanotechnology, and Link suddenly realized that since he had nanotechnology, why did he still need to wear a tight combat suit? He doesn't fight with his fists, but with weapons, guns, and throwing knives, so there's no need to stick to the Superman costume. New inspiration came, but Link still completed the relocation of the group headquarters first. The entire upper part was a laboratory, and Link was responsible for this aspect. Link began to examine all research projects. He quickly selected those with a chance of success, and then formed R&D teams and assigned laboratories to them. If there is no hope at all, or the R&D direction is wrong, it will be cancelled directly, and he will be responsible for assigning tasks. Of course, this was done in secret, with Norman Osborne in between, so why didn't Link come forward himself or do his own research? On the one hand, it was for the sake of confidentiality. Link didn't want to expose himself too early. After all, this matter sounded reliable, and it was easy for people to suspect something. On the other hand, the Osborne Group is now in the limelight. With the sales of drugs and more cured patients, the stock price of the Osborne Group has continued to rise, directly reaching $200 billion. It is not the pharmaceutical group with the highest market value. However, this share was already very good, and then Link immediately contacted Pepper Potts, and the weapons department of Stark Group was merged into Osborne Group, and Stark Industries acquired shares through this. However, this weapons department only includes production plants and research and development laboratories, and does not include weapons developed by Stark Industries in the past. The production rights of these weapons are in the hands of the military, otherwise the price would not be this high. Stark Industries holds 20% of the shares of Osborne Group, which is worth $40 billion. Link's share was reduced to 52%, Norman Osborne held 20%, and the remaining 8% flowed into the stock market as circulating shares. This is the temporary equity structure. If more shareholders are to join in the future, it will have to be discussed at that time, and Link will not reduce his shares again. The Weapons Research and Development Department has been reduced at this time because Tony Stark closed it down, so a large number of researchers were lost, but the laboratories and equipment are still there. The production department is temporarily intact. Norman Osborne lobbied the military and obtained some production shares. The military also hopes to continue to maintain these weapons production factories. After all, they are all top-notch equipment and workers. After Link dealt with these things, he finally began the final improvements. Link made the final integration of technology and ideas, and he positioned himself as an agent killer or something like that. Of course, he was quite special as he was a latecomer. Although he is a level 6 agent, this level is neither high nor low, and he cannot get the real core secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he has to go there for real when something happens. Like dealing with Ironmonger, meeting Bruce Banner, alerting Captain America, etc. From this point of view, Nick Fury didn't arrange any good work for himself. That is, he was just not involved in the problem of Thor's hammer. This director is not only a black person, but also has a black heart. If Link did not have sufficient psychological ability, he would not be able to handle these problems. Therefore, he would not prepare an iron armor for himself, as that thing was actually not suitable for him. The battle suits designed by Link were no longer limited to tight-fitting ones. Finally, Link thought of a skin of a hero in League of Legends, Lucian from Project and Hyperion Team Z01 Orion Lucian. The two skins gave Link a lot of inspiration. He had a lot of skins in his previous life, including the Project series, but he didn't have the Hyperion Team series. However, this team has wings behind them, so Link thought about the problem of flying. The newly modified flying skateboard can be spliced to the back of the battle suit, which is equivalent to having flying wings. This is considered a second form of flight. With the help of artificial intelligence and the use of nanotechnology, this flying skateboard can carry and connect two flight modes while also helping to transport ammunition. Lucian's Project skin is designed to carry weapons and medicine, but he only uses energy weapons. This is not shown, it's just a point. Is it reasonable to hang a pistol magazine around the belt? You can carry your own box of throwing knives at the back, but a pistol alone is not enough. You also need an assault rifle, and the magazine can be placed on the flying skateboard. The position where the missiles are mounted can also be used to hang ammunition boxes to supply yourself. There are many accessories in this regard, and Link's thinking has been completely opened up. He is not Superman now, he is just a shooter, and in this way he should make up for the Avengers' lack of firepower. That's right, no matter how you look at it, the Avengers are underpowered. Many people have complained about this, especially Wakanda. With such advanced technology, why are they still using spears? Facing a massive number of enemies, the only option is hand-to-hand combat. Is this still a way to forcibly narrow the gap? Of course, if it were all alien fleets, the Earth would be no match at all, and special effects might be more expensive. Link made a little joke and then continued with his design. His idea had been completely finalized, and now he just wanted to let his thoughts run wild. It doesn't need to be too powerful, this is the key point. Link is conducting research and development at a low level, and he is also forcing himself to lower his own strength. After all, he joined the Avengers just to make a cameo appearance, just for the Infinity Stones, not to be the main force and attract attention. Aliens are not scary, what is scary is the Earthlings. Link doesn't want to expose the fact that he is a Superman. Getting one Infinity Stone can stop Thanos from snapping his fingers. Getting two will make Thanos a little weaker, and maybe Captain Marvel or Thor will kill him directly. Taking Project Lucian's skin as a template, the belt, shoulder pads, arm guards, knee pads, and leg guards are all enhanced. Although it is just for show, they still need to be strong and durable enough. It is best to use vibranium, and this skin comes with a helmet. To facilitate communication with artificial intelligence, there's a tuxedo-like decoration on the back, which also looks like a swallow's tail. Because it uses nanotechnology, there is no need to leave an interface on the back. The interface can be installed on the upper part of the flying skateboard, which can be directly connected. In this way, a set of variable flight suit was designed, with some weapons carried on the waist and a Glock 17 pistol placed on the thigh. There is no need for energy weapons for the time being, but Link is also planning to design one, a pair of energy pistols using Tony Stark's new elements, which he has scanned before. The comm accelerator is also available in the automatic factory below, so he can manufacture them. However, he cannot use Tony Stark's reactor. He needs to design a reaction device inside the energy pistol. He perfected the design, but did not build it because he did not have vibranium. If he had vibranium, he could immediately build nanocomponents. The automatic processing plant has nanoprocessing capabilities. Link designed another set for Jessica. This time he used Ash's Project skin, which also came with a helmet. Her design fits the body well, highlighting her figure, and a flying skateboard can be connected to the back with the same color as the battle suit. However, Link designed a large-caliber long-range energy weapon for her weapon, and she can usually use an assault rifle. The two sets of armor themselves do not require energy. On the one hand, both of them have great strength and endurance. On the other hand, Jessica is not here for fighting. The key is defense and escape, and Link's energy pistol is enough. When there is no one else around, his own attack power is enough. Coulson, I need to go to Africa and I need to carry weapons with me. Is there a plane? Link asked. Lin, you really surprised me. Do you have any information? Coulson asked. No, it's my personal matter. Link said, how about it? If not, then I can charter a plane to go there. Yes, I'll arrange it for you right away. You are a level 6 agent, so you still have some authority. Coulson did not refuse. Although Link's identity has changed greatly now, Link has not left SHIELD and is still a level 6 agent. Okay, I'll wait for your news, but there are no missions in such a long time. Link asked again. No, after all, you are a high-end combat force. There is no mission that requires you to go out in person, and your current status is very good. The director hopes you can keep it up. Coulson's words made Link roll his eyes. It's just a non-dangerous mission. Otherwise, Nick Fury would probably let him do it. That's just the way that guy does things. Link didn't insist. It was like Bruce Banner couldn't be seen by Link anymore, and he didn't know what Nick Fury had arranged. This time Link will go alone without Frank because his target is Ulysses Claw, a guy with a lot of vibranium. Ultron can use it to build a huge body for himself, so there is no problem in making 2 sets of suits. Africa, Ulysses Claw's base camp is here. Link got off the plane, asked the plane to wait for him, and then left with a large backpack. He did not stay in any hotel but walked until night, then opened his backpack and armed himself fully. Combat uniforms, combat boots, gloves, tactical vests, and tactical helmets, followed by a submachine gun, a pistol, and a large number of magazines. These things have been processed so that his fingerprints will not appear on them, so Link did not plan to take them back. Then we listened attentively and even flew up after dark, as satellites were ineffective at this time and could not see the situation on the ground. Here in Africa, there was no need to worry about being discovered by anyone or surveillance. Link quickly found his target, then flew close to the ground and arrived at the location in a short while. This is a shipyard. Ulysses Claw chose an old cargo ship as his base. Every time he took action, he would take people out and then return. At the Salva Wharf, Ulysses Claw was watching his men loading cargo. The constant war here made it a good place for him to make money. Gold and diamonds were both currency. Suddenly, all the lights in the boat went out. He immediately became alert and shouted, "Go check the generator." Bang, bang. Without waiting for anyone to respond, bursts of gunfire rang out and everyone here started to panic. Ulysses Claw was stunned. Someone actually attacked him. "Pick up your weapons." He shouted, then turned back to his room, took out an assault rifle, and came out again. Standing on a high place, looking down, trying to see something. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued. Darkness was Link's best cover. After he came here, he directly used his X-ray vision to observe and found the power lines and generators here. He even saw where the vibranium was stored, so he directly cut off the power supply and the backup power supply. Then he rushed in. The people here couldn't see him at all, and even when they fought back, they just shot randomly. Link just held the assault rifle and killed everyone one by one. There were no screams because everyone was shot in the head and no one could survive, but Link found every target easily. There's no way to hide, there's nothing made of lead here, so it's naturally impossible to block X's sight. There was no sound at all. Ulysses' Claw was covered in cold sweat. It was not that he didn't want to escape, but he didn't dare to go out. Someone attacked me here. He was an absolute master. I couldn't tell how many people were on the other side, but he never shot randomly. It was impossible for him to judge, and his own men were in a panic, firing randomly, which made it even more difficult for him to judge. Now the gunshots finally stopped, and he couldn't hear any sound. Someone patted his shoulder. Ulysses' Claw was so frightened that the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. He turned around tremblingly and saw a yellow-skinned face, fully armed, standing behind him. He pointed a gun at him, and when he turned around, he even smiled at him. Bang. Link showed no mercy and shot the guy dead with one shot. This was a person who was always talking nonsense, and Link only let him see his face because he didn't want him to die with regrets. With a hint of bad taste, Link threw away his pistol, took off all his equipment and threw them away, then opened the backpack behind him and changed into the clothes he wore when he came. He went to recover the diesel generator, which he had merely shut down, and the backup power was completely destroyed. When the light suddenly came on, Link walked back leisurely. The place was littered with corpses. Each corpse had a look of fear and confusion on their faces. They had no idea that they were being killed, and Ulysses' Claw knew that his expression was merely one of surprise. The elevator started, and Ulysses' Claw's treasure appeared in front of him immediately. He put all the containers of vibranium into his backpack, which was full. One backpack was not enough, so he went to find another one and put some diamonds and gold in it as well. As for the cash, he did not touch it, after all it might be found out, and then he prepared to leave with 2 large bags. He found a box of grenades here and there. There were a lot of them, and there were ammunition everywhere. Then he pulled the pull ring and threw it out. He used super speed to throw all the grenades in the box out. Then he picked up the bag again and disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already in the sky outside. He flew a long way before he heard a huge explosion behind him. The entire cargo ship was thrown high into the air. There were so many weapons and ammunition inside that it almost formed a mushroom cloud after the explosion. Link took a look and then went straight back. He carried his things onto the plane and rested on it. The next morning, he applied for a flight and returned directly to the United States. It took him less than a day to get a large amount of vibranium, which he could just hand over to the automatic factory when he returned. "Alfred, it's time for you to get to work." Link returned to the top floor of Osborne Building and spoke as soon as he entered. "Sir, have you got the materials?" An older voice sounded. This was Alfred, the artificial intelligence designed by Link. He is his intelligent butler and assistant, and is also responsible for monitoring the entire Osborne Building. Its main engine is on the second underground floor, while Stark Industries' electromagnetic arc reactor is on the first underground floor. "Of course, I'll send it down now. You can get ready to start work." Link came to the factory on the lower floor, took out the vibranium from the container, and put it into the smelting equipment. By the way, the gold will also be melted down and recast into gold bars. The LK mark will be stamped on the back. Each bar weighs 500 grams. "Order me 1,000 grams of platinum." "Okay, sir." Alfred began to execute Link's plan. The flying skateboard was made of titanium alloy and came in 2 colors, both of which were the same as the project skin. The two's battle suits only require the creation of nano-modules and then the input of programs. This nano-level technology is currently only possessed by Link. Link returned to the top floor, took a bottle of bourbon and a cigar, went to the lounge chair on the balcony, lay down, and began to enjoy the sunshine. At this time, the phone rang. It was Coulson calling. "Lynn, you really made a big noise." "It's okay. I killed Ulysses Claw. It's not a big deal," Link said directly. "There are some things he doesn't need to hide now because his identity and status are different." "Ulysses Claw," Coulson was stunned. "This guy is quite famous. He does everything and he is very powerful." "Not that strong in my opinion. After turning off the power, you can easily kill them with night vision goggles." Link did some processing here. "What's wrong?" "It's okay. Since it's your personal matter, the Bureau won't interfere." Coulson said, "I called you today to ask about something. Did you get a reactor with a new element from Stark?" Link suddenly realized what was going on, so he said, "Yes, I did get one." Link actually has 2 in his hands now, and there are many new elements which are currently being manufactured in the automatic factory in front. 2 reactors, one for myself and one for Jessica. Jessica can't use it now, and there is nothing else that can directly threaten her, so it's hard to say when she will be able to use it. The new elements are used for weapons. Smaller energy devices are installed in 2 energy pistols, and the ones given to Jessica are large energy weapons. The large energy weapon is inspired by Jinx's weapon and can be transformed into a machine gun, shoulder cannon form, or even charge up for a big one. This was designed by Link for Jessica. After all, he didn't want Jessica to fight in close combat. After all, she was not himself and did not have such strong strength. Once her superpower was exposed, it would be difficult to explain. Link added, "The Osborne group has a flying skateboard. I tried it and it works fine as a flying prop. After all, although my shooting skills are good, my movement speed is a bit slow, so I asked them to modify it for me and install an energy source so that I can fly for a longer time. It can fly longer than Tony's. After all, it doesn't need to release energy, nor does it need to supply the energy consumption of the armor." Coulson understood and said, "I see. I will inform the director that your combat capability needs to be reevaluated." Link said, "No problem." The 2 quickly hung up the phone. Link's identity was different now, but Nick Fury was definitely a black-bellied guy, even blacker than his face. Knowing his own situation, he would certainly adjust his use of himself in the future, but Link was not in a hurry now. His original apartment was given to Frank and McCall to live in. They no longer had to rent a house, and there were parking spaces in the underground parking lot, so Link bought them a car. So they drove to Osborne Building every morning, picked up Jessica for work, and brought her back after get off work. There's only one gym left. Link doesn't own many properties. He doesn't buy properties casually because real estate is of no use to him. A small villa on the West Coast is enough. Link would never go to other places. It was of no use for him to own too many properties. He preferred the penthouse on the Osborne Building. It was a pleasure to bask in the sun here. Link plans to make some changes to the gym because he now has a gym in his mansion. After special treatment, it will be large enough for him and Jessica to train. The separately built gym was no longer of any use, so Link planned to modify it and turn it into a workshop. This workshop is specially used for car modification. Plans to upgrade his Subaru. Considering future combat issues, he needs a mobile arsenal, so this large SUV is very suitable. Now I use it to load weapons, but I don't need it for the time being, but I will definitely use it in the future. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. will use the Quinjet in the future, and maybe Tony Stark has provided technical guidance for it now, but Link doesn't know it. The main function of this fighter is more about transportation. Its main weapon is a rotary machine gun, and its main function is to transport personnel. A Quinjet can transport a S.H.I.E.L.D. combat team and the equipment they need, and Link believes that some modifications can be made. In addition to the pilot and co-pilot seats, some other things can be deleted and finally used to transport his own car. The flying skateboard is responsible for transporting ammunition to itself, so it needs to be matched with the car. You can also place the flying skateboard in the car at ordinary times. The only pity is that he cannot use armored vehicles, which are heavier and bigger, and the future Quinjet will definitely not be able to fit them. Only large SUVs may be able to make do. Jessica returned to the mansion on the top floor of the building. Alfred, where is Lynn? MS. Jessica, the gentleman is working downstairs. Artificial intelligence. Alfred solved the problem of not being able to find a boyfriend because the house was too big. Jessica walked down to the automatic factory in her high heels and found Link busy at the workbench. After walking over, I found that Link was using a holographic projection. It was just a holographic projection on the workbench, and Link didn't make it too big. Holographic projection requires all-round light exposure, so it is not suitable to install it here. Even Tony Stark did not install a large holographic projection on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Link turned his head, looked at Jessica, and asked, "How is it?" "This is a platinum necklace inlaid with 108 diamonds of the same size, of which form a heart shape." Jessica smiled and said, "It's beautiful." "Okay." Link saw that his girlfriend was satisfied and then ordered, "Alfred, start building." After Link finished speaking, he stood up and pulled Jessica back upstairs, and they went to the kitchen to cook. They seldom ate out and mostly cooked at home, being very much homebodies unless they had necessary social engagements or were with Tracy. Thanks to Jessica's charitable foundation's investment, Tracy has complete control over her radio show. She can say whatever she wants, and the show's producers can't control her. Because the foundation doesn't care about the number of listening shares, the main focus is on being rich and willful, and Tracy also let herself go. The two had dinner and then looked for interesting TV shows. The battle suits had not been completed yet, mainly because the nano-level processing speed was very fast and it took a lot of time. In particular, the processing of vibranium is not easy and requires several days, but there is also an advantage, that is, the solidity of vibranium. Once it is completed, Link almost does not need to process it again. At the same time, the material of vibranium should be able to withstand the infinity gems. After Link gets the gems, he can wear them directly on his fingers. Vibranium is indeed a good thing. It has solved most of Link's problems. I will definitely get more of it if I have the chance in the future. It's just that his current situation is not convenient. Otherwise, this guy Ulysses Claw could be sent to Wakanda in exchange for a lot of vibranium. The next day, Link brought some technicians from the Osborn group to the gym, opened it, and asked them to take measurements. The underground floor will remain unchanged, and only the ground floor will be modified. The lifting platform here is high enough to lift a large SUV and automatic robotic arms. Lifts, computers, etc. will be installed. This is a small automated factory, which is Link's personal property, and he naturally pays for it himself. The underground shooting range is still preserved. This is where Link and Jessica practice shooting. There is no shooting range designed on the top floor of the Osborn building. After all, it is not suitable. Jessica still needs to practice design. Energy weapons cannot be used easily, so she can only practice with firearms. There is a big gap, but the design of energy weapons can use the help of intelligent systems. Link is preparing for the Chitauri invasion. He then modified the vehicle, trained Jessica, and tested the battle suit many times. Time passed quickly, and the development of the Osborn group continued as usual. When Link has time, he will arrange for Alfred to guide the research and development teams. The Osborn group has made great strides in the pharmaceutical industry and has developed extremely rapidly, continuously launching new drugs. At the same time, the weapons department produces some of the orders given by the military, which is not a large part, and more of it is the manufacture of prosthetic limbs. The Osborn group retained both the biological and medical divisions. Link's research in the biological department was determined to be bionic prostheses, and he developed bionic fibers. The muscle tissue is simulated by bionic fibers, the bones are simulated by titanium alloy, and the nervous system is connected by biochips. The nerves send instructions to the chip. After receiving the neuron information, the chip controls the bones and sends microcurrents to stimulate the bionic fibers. The bionic fiber contraction simulates muscle movement and cooperates with the metal skeleton to complete all movements. This sounds difficult, but the signal is transmitted very quickly, and all movements are completed almost instantly. Moreover, the biochip has the function of recording behavioral habits and then continuously adjusting them to finally achieve human-machine integration. The weapons department was acquired not for the purpose of producing weapons, but for the equipment and workers. After nearly 2 years of development, the Osborn Group's market value has exceeded $350 billion, and there is still huge room for growth. There is no doubt about Norman Osborn's ability. Now he has completely given up research and development work and concentrated on managing the group, and the effect is very good. Not only is the Osborn Group developing, Tony Stark has completed his new energy layout, and Stark Industries stock is soaring. The United Construction Company is also developing rapidly. The 2 completed buildings have begun to be rented out, and high-end apartments are also being rented out. A new construction plan has already begun. Link didn't let him go too fast because he didn't know exactly how far the Battle of New York would spread, and he also made preparations to prevent Loki from choosing his building. Just when Link was ready, what was supposed to happen still happened. "Lin, we need you," Coulson called. "A shield fighter will be coming to pick you up soon." "Okay, where do I wait?" Link asked. "Right in your mansion." After saying that, Coulson hung up the phone. Link looked at his phone and then smiled. After preparing for so long, it was finally time to begin. The space gem was already waving at him, but how to get the space gem? It is estimated that the cosmic cube is now in Loki's hands, otherwise Coulson would not contact him. After all, Link has not carried out any missions in almost 2 years. This period of time is long enough, and now that they suddenly contacted him. Link calculated the time, and it is almost time, right? He looked down at his watch. He only needed to wear his battle suit and flying skateboard. He didn't need to carry any weapons. The final battlefield was in New York anyway. Besides, there was no need to notify Jessica now. She would have time to notify her later. "Alfred, activate the Swallow flying skateboard." "Yes, sir." Before Alfreda finished his words, a gate opened and the skateboard rose directly and flew to Link's side. Link reached out and grabbed it, and its power system immediately shut down and began to decompose. This is made of titanium alloy and also uses nanotechnology. Then a platinum bracelet is formed on Link's right wrist. It is relatively wide and has a triangular cursor on it. This is the new element. After all, this thing cannot be nano-sized. The battle suit is in the watch on the left hand, and because it does not require energy, it can be completely nano-sized. Link came to the helipad outside. He guessed that it was the Quinjet that came to pick him up, but the Quinjet could not park there. However, the Quinjet can hover and then open the tail door to become a staircase, so Link went straight outside to wait. Sure enough, the Quinjet arrived quickly, hovering above the helipad, and the tail door slowly opened. Link walked straight up and found that there was only one pilot. "Sir," the other party turned around and greeted him, then turned back, closed the cabin door, and the fighter took off. Link came to the passenger seat and sat down, fastened his seat belt, and put on his headphones. "Is this a new development?" "Yes, sir," said the pilot. Afterwards, Link said no more, but observed the driver's operation and looked at all the instruments. He could remember all of them and then find a manual to read it again, and he would basically be able to drive. "After this war, we must have won." Seeing that Link stopped talking, the pilot focused on flying the fighter and increased the speed, while Link continued to learn driving skills. An aircraft carrier was sailing on the sea, and a fighter plane landed directly. Nick Fury was waiting for him there in person. "Lin, long time no see." Nick Fury stretched out his hand and shook hands with Link. Link said, "Mr. Director, I don't really want to see you. Is there something wrong? Otherwise you still wouldn't have asked me to come." Nick Fury smiled and said, "You are no longer suitable for ordinary missions. We need to gather more forces this time. Some people are on their way. We'll talk about it when the time comes." "Okay." Link followed Nick Fury into the interior of the aircraft carrier and came to the command room. Link had seen the scene here in movies, but after seeing it in person, he still felt a little surprised. Link asked, "Can it fly?" "You figured it out," Nick Fury asked with some pride. "Yes, at least this command room is not used for diving." "Shield is doing well." Link looked around, then took out a cigarette and asked, "Is there a smoking room?" "Of course, Agent Hill, you take Link." Nick Fury asked Hill to take Link to the smoking room, also let him see the combat uniform. Maria Hill, Level 9 Agent, is the next director trained by Nick Fury to take over the public SHIELD, while Phil Coulson takes over the part he established secretly. Nick Fury is indeed the king of agents, but his layout has no support. After discovering Hydra, he can only rely on Captain America to stop Hydra's plan. In this way, S.H.I.E.L.D. disappeared from the surface. "This is the room prepared for you. There are combat uniforms and equipment inside." "Take a look," Maria Hill said. "You can smoke in your room." "Thank you," Link said, then pushed the door open and looked at the layout inside, although there was only a bedroom and a bathroom. There are a lot of guns hanging on one wall of the bedroom, as well as Link's throwing knife box, a set of black combat uniforms, military boots, etc. Link lay directly on the bed. He should be the closest one, and the others should be on their way, so there was no rush. Link was smoking a cigarette and thinking about what to do next. The cosmic cube was now taken away by Loki, and he needed to build a machine to activate the cosmic cube. This was not a big problem, as the Mind Stone could control people. He can find enough people to help him do it, but will he still plan to attack SHIELD? If Hawkeye is taken away, many secrets will be lost, just like this helicarrier. In fact, the attack here is unnecessary. As long as he can open the portal, the Chitauri army can immediately attack the Earth. There's no need to attack the helicarrier. The key link now is actually Hulk. Does Hawkeye know that Bruce Banner has controlled Hulk? The problem facing Link now is timing, the timing to take away the cosmic cube. He reviewed the plot of the movie, and it seemed that there was no chance. Unless you fall down yourself directly from the aerospace mothership. and then use the flying skateboard to fly back to New York and get the cosmic cube before the machine starts. Once the machine starts, an energy shield will be formed. I can break it myself, but once I break it, won't I be exposed? This is not what Link wants, but he can try. If Loki really lets himself be captured on purpose and comes to the helicarrier in order to provoke Hulk, Hawkeye will definitely attack him. He can find an opportunity to fall down and try. Even if it doesn't work, you can go back to get your equipment, start your chariot, and go to the battlefield. What if circumstances change? If Loki did not attack but directly activated the machine, his scepter would be the key. But there is a problem, that is, the World Security Council may launch a nuclear bomb, which is a big problem. Link was clueless for a moment. Plans would never change as fast as things change. It would be better to remain constant in the face of ever-changing circumstances. If that didn't work, he would smash the roof of Stark Tower and let the machine fall down with the cosmic cube. Simply crush the outer shell of the cosmic cube, take out the gems inside, and finally wrap it with vibranium to isolate the gamma rays. Link put out his cigarette, then looked at his combat uniform and started to take off his clothes. The black combat uniform is a one-piece piece. It feels very fitted after putting it on, with the trouser legs tucked into the military boots. He put on a weapon belt, took out a thigh holster, and tied it to his right thigh. This position was the most comfortable and quickest to draw the gun. Link tried it at normal speed. There were many weapons hanging on the wall. He only had a Glock 17 in the holster. Now was non-combat time, and there was no need to carry spare magazines, making it seem as if he needed to fight at any time. However, after Link finished equipping himself, he did not leave the room. He lay down on the bed again, took out a cigarette, and started smoking. Someone will call me soon, or the communicator in the room will ring, so I'd better lie down and be comfortable. Bruce Banner was far away. He boarded the Quinjet. Nick Fury had called him before and asked him for help. He did not refuse. He had to say that he owed SHIELD a favor. He could stay in the Canadian forest with peace of mind and live a worry-free life. This was a favor from SHIELD. Tony Stark received the news last night, and Coulson gave him some information. He read it overnight and realized the importance of the matter. Captain America Steve Rogers was invited personally by Nick Fury and was also given a piece of information. Only Link doesn't have it. Soon, these people boarded the aerospace mothership. The flight system was activated, and Link's door was knocked. The person who came was the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Lynn, long time no see. It's been a long time indeed. Link nodded. They had met once before, and that was at the New York branch when the other party came to test his fighting ability. Let's go, Fury is waiting. After saying that, Black Widow turned and left, with Link following behind. The two came to the command room, where there was a round conference table and everyone was sitting here. Link raised his eyebrows, and there were indeed some changes. Tony Stark is here too. He actually arrived on time. It seems that I can't think completely according to the plot. Hey, Lynn, Stark waved at Link, followed by Bruce Banner and Steve Rogers. The three of them had met Link before and accepted his help. Nick Fury glanced at Link, then said, "You all already know each other. Now let me explain the situation." He then briefly introduced the situation of the Cosmic Cube, then the matter of Loki and Asgard and the captured personnel, and then said to Bruce Banner, "Doctor, you are an expert in this field. If anyone knows the Cosmic Cube, it must be you. Bruce Banner needs to gather all the gamma testers and put them on the roof, and then he will write an algorithm to find the whereabouts of the Cosmic Cube." Nick Fury asked Black Widow to take the doctor to work and asked Tony Stark to help, leaving Captain America and Link. Nick Fury said, "Our people are still around the world, mobilizing all cameras, mobile phones, computers, etc. to search for Loki's whereabouts. Once found, Captain Lynn, it's up to you." "No problem," said Steve Rogers, and Link asked, "Loki came to Earth through the Cosmic Cube, so he should be facing heavy defense, right?" "Yes," Nick Fury nodded. Link asked again, "So bullets have no effect on him?" Nick Fury nodded at him and said, "Indeed, a guard shot him at the time. The bullets from the assault rifle were indeed ineffective." End of this chapter, but the bullet mainly hit his clothes. The specific material is unclear, but there was no damage at all, but he didn't seem to be hindered in any way. Nick Fury said, "I don't know what would happen if it hit the head." Link thought for a moment and said, "Looks like I need to use the shotgun, use the slugs, and see how it works." Nick Fury agreed and said, "You have the equipment and ammunition in your room. You can be in charge of the fire support, Captain, when the time comes. Even if it hinders Loki's movements, it's good." Link nodded and said, "Got it." They kept waiting, and soon Black Widow came back and sat down to wait for news together. A global search cannot be fast unless the other party shows up on their own initiative. At night, Rocky appeared at Königstrasse 28 in Stuttgart, Germany, where a party was being held. Captain Link, Natasha, Nick Fury spoke, and the three of them stood up immediately. Link returned to his room and got a Benelli M1014 shotgun. He poured 2 boxes of single-headed bullets into a tactical waist bag and hung it on the right side of his waist. He also took out a few Glock 17 magazines, inserted them on his belt, and then set off directly. A Quinjet was ready. Captain America, Steve Rogers, had already put on his suit and walked over with a shield. The two of them boarded the plane together. Black Widow was in charge of driving. Link sat down, then checked the gun, took out the bullets, pressed them in one by one, and then adjusted the length of the butt. "I hope this guy is useful," Link said, "otherwise it will be difficult for me to support you." Steve Rogers said, "I hope you're a good shooter." "Of course, it's definitely accurate." Link smiled. The fighter jets were flying very fast. The aerospace carrier was originally staying over the Atlantic Ocean, not far from Europe. After Loki entered the banquet hall, he waited for a long time before taking action. He was waiting for the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. to appear. Link pondered in his mind for a moment. Loki still wanted to board the helicarrier, but why? Doesn't Hawkeye know about Bruce Banner's situation? If he knew, how could Loki realize his plan? Link was now full of questions when the fighter plane arrived at the location. There was a crowd of people kneeling on the ground below. Loki was still giving a speech. Steve Rogers asked Black Widow to open the back door and jumped directly from a height of more than 30 meters. Link tapped the bracelet on his right hand, and a flying skateboard gradually took shape. Black Widow took a look and said, "Cool, I'm going down." Link also jumped down, and then the skateboard came to his feet. He held the shotgun in both hands and stared down at Loki. Loki looked at Captain America. Link and the fighter above smiled slightly and suddenly raised the scepter towards the fighter, and a beam of energy shot out. Black Widow controlled the fighter plane to dodge, while Captain America rushed forward and wrestled with Loki, but at disadvantage. With a bang, just when Loki was about to hit Captain America, Link opened fire. The single-headed bullet only had one bullet, and there was no steel ball inside. All of its kinetic energy is concentrated in one warhead, so as long as it is shot accurately, it will not hit Captain America. There was some effect. Loki paused slightly and frowned. Although he was not injured, it did hurt and it hindered his movements. Captain America took this opportunity to fight back immediately, and the two began to cooperate with each other. At this moment, the speaker of the Quinjet was turned on and an exciting song played. Link turned his head curiously and saw Stark falling from the sky in a battle armor. 2 energy bombs directly hit Loki and knocked him out. Then Stark landed and opened all the weapon systems on his body and aimed at Loki. Link didn't expect that Stark would come after all. Did Nick Fury ask him to come? "Hey, your support has arrived." Stark's cynical voice came. "Why are you here?" Link asked after landing. "Don't talk about me first. Is this your flying skateboard?" Stark asked curiously. "Not bad, the Swallow-style flying skateboard." Link bent down and touched it, and then the flying skateboard disintegrated and formed a bracelet on Link's wrist. "Oh my God, you realized nanotechnology," Stark exclaimed. Steve Rogers said helplessly, "Should we take the people away first?" "Okay." Link stepped forward and seized the scepter. Then the Quinjet landed and Black Widow sent down a pair of handcuffs. After handcuffing Loki and taking him to the fighter plane, Stark couldn't wait to ask, "Is this really nanotechnology?" "Yes, do you want it?" Link asked with a smile. "Of course, if I have nanotechnology, then I can carry my armor with me." Stark was very excited. "What are the conditions?" Dang dang tilde. Link knocked on the reactor on Stark's chest. "Exchange, but neither of us can put the other's technology into commercial use." "No problem, but who did this?" Stark asked. "Trade secret," Link said with a smile. "For now, the Osborn Group has no intention of commercializing it. I use it to build a set of combat clothing and a flying skateboard. I didn't use the battle suit this time. Of course, my battle suit is different from yours, so I can't use your battle suit." Then he patted the pistol on his thigh and continued, "I still like to use guns." Stark said proudly, "Not everyone can be Iron Man." Boom tilde thunder suddenly sounded outside, and Loki shrank his neck in fear. Steve Rogers couldn't join in the conversation between Stark and Link, but kept staring at Loki. He asked, "Are you afraid of thunder?" "I just hate the man who thunders," Loki said. With a boom, someone jumped onto the plane. Stark picked up the helmet and put it on, then walked directly to the back door. Link immediately clicked the watch on his right hand. Soon the battle suit was put on, and at this time Thor had already come down. He pushed Stark away with a hammer, then grabbed Loki and jumped out. Stark got up and chased after Captain America despite his attempts to stop him. "Lynn," Captain America turned and looked at Link. "I'll take you to chase him." Link clicked the bracelet on his right hand, then pulled Captain America and rushed out. Steve Rogers was a little confused. However, the flying skateboard soon rushed out, then rushed towards them, and finally connected with the back of Link's suit. Boom tilde, pushing it in to start, Link grabbed one of Captain America's wrists and led him after Stark. Soon, Link found Tony Stark. He came up to the sky and let Captain America down while he was suspended in the air. Stark took a look and said in surprise, "Is this your battle suit?" "There's actually such a trick." Link said, "I'm not a fool. Flying around on a skateboard, I leave this to you guys. I can't get involved." Having said that, he flew directly upwards and then looked at the 3 people below. Thor, the god of thunder, naturally would not give up just like that, and Stark's mouth also deserved a beating, so the 2 sides started fighting. A lot of the surrounding trees were destroyed, and finally everyone realized that they were evenly matched, so they stopped. In the end, they took Loki back to the Quinjet and headed towards the helical carrier. When he returned to the helicarrier, he had restored his original attire. Stark kept asking him about his equipment, and Link could only say, I don't understand the technology. Loki was escorted by heavy soldiers to the place where he was imprisoned. This was a special cell. Once he tried to break out of the cell, the decoration below would be triggered, and the entire cell would be thrown down directly from a height of 10,000 meters. Everyone came to the command room, gathered together, and began to analyze the current situation. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Loki seems to really want to stay. Nick Fury said, Lin, you are a psychology expert. What do you think? Link said, if we want to analyze Loki's thoughts, we must first start with intelligence. Hawkeye was captured by him and is willing to work for him, so he must know some things about SHIELD. So how much does Hawkeye know? It seems that this helicarrier is no longer a secret. Does he know about Dr. Banner's situation? Nick Fury was stunned, and then he realized that Hawkeye knew a lot, including Dr. Banner's situation. So he said, yes, Hawkeye knows what's next. Link added, if that's the case, then many things are no longer secrets. Loki was caught by us on purpose, and he has ways to attack us, such as destroying this battleship. Thor, what do you know? Thor said, Loki has an army, the Chitauri army, and from what I understand, they are ready to attack. Link nodded slightly and said again, so Loki plans to use the cosmic cube to open a space gate and then let this army reach the Earth. But why don't they just fly over here? A huge space fleet is flying directly to Earth. But we have to open a portal, Thor said. The Earth is protected by Asgard, but after I returned to Asgard 2 years ago, I destroyed the Rainbow Bridge in order to prevent Loki from destroying a planet. Loki fell into the darkness of the universe, and we all thought he was dead. I don't think he knew whether the Rainbow Bridge had been repaired. If the Rainbow Bridge is repaired, the fleet heading for Earth will be intercepted by Asgard. And by using the cosmic cube to open the portal, the Chitauri army will quickly enter Earth to wage war and quickly conquer you. Link smiled and said, it seems that we are Loki's biggest obstacle now. It is obvious that he will deal with us first. S.H.I.E.L.D. and some powerful people, Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, etc., especially Hulk. Bruce Banner smiled and said, but I can control myself now, that's the problem. Link said, I remember the director said that Hawkeye was controlled by Loki's scepter. Then there is something wrong with the scepter. Why can it control people's thoughts? After escaping Loki's control, can it still play a role and influence human thinking? Everyone was stunned. No one had thought about this. Stark said, so what are you waiting for? Banner, we should get to work. On the one hand, we should look for the cosmic cube, and on the other hand, we should check the scepter. Okay, Banner said and left with Stark. No one else could help with this matter except Link. Link said again, now we have to be on guard against Hawkeye. He knows how to board the battleship. Now we need to increase the defense level. Black Widow said, we can let him come up, then we can catch him. Hawkeye is just being controlled. Nick Fury agreed with this. He didn't want to lose Hawkeye, so he said, Agent Hill, be prepared. Any Quinjet that wants to land must be intercepted and forced to stop. Yes, sir. Maria Hill always looks cool. Nick Fury turned to look at Link. Lin, I need you to talk to Loki. Try to understand his true thoughts. Link raised his eyebrows and said, I can only try. After all, he is an Asgardian and I don't know much about them. Link stood up and walked out, while Nick Fury fell into deep thought. Thor started talking to Coulson, and Captain America stood up, ready to see the progress of Banner and Stark's work. Link arrived at the cell where Loki was standing, surrounded by special transparent materials. Loki looked at Link and smiled, saying, it's you. It seems Hawkeye's mouth is not reliable. Link said, he gave you all our information. You know my expertise. That's right. Your so-called psychology on Earth is of no use to God, Loki said proudly. Link shook his head and said, I know from the relationship between you two brothers that you are nothing but a stupid brother. Loki was stunned and then angry. He is not my brother. Hatilda. Link laughed and said, look, you're angry already. Even a god is no better than that. Hatilda, I see you want to irritate me. Loki asked tentatively, you want to understand my thoughts when I'm angry? No, in my opinion, you are just a grown-up kid. By the way, how old are you? Link asked suddenly. Damn it, Tilda. Loki didn't expect that the weak human in front of him could actually irritate him so many times. Link shook his head and said, we know a little about your affairs before Thor came to Earth. Just want to get the attention and respect of your father. A naughty child will always get the attention of his parents, no different from other children on Earth. You think your father neglected you, and of course you were adopted, which only reinforces your belief that your father didn't love you. Bang. Tilda. Loki's fist hit the transparent wall. With a click tilde sound, the surrounding fixed arms vibrated and Loki himself was startled. In fact, in my opinion, Mr. Director should just throw you down, but this may become a diplomatic incident. Link shook his head with a little regret. You are a big trouble. Even if your scepter is out of your control, it can still arouse other people's emotions. We had to isolate it. Loki suddenly laughed and said, you are really amazing. He said you can solve many problems. He was referring to Hawkeye, but you wouldn't expect it. Link was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized and immediately contacted Nick Fury. Mr. Director, it's not just Hawkeye who is invading. Maybe there is an army. Link turned and left. Loki was confused for a moment. He seemed to have exposed something, but how? Link was actually a little annoyed. The situation was obviously different, and Loki was not stupid either, so he would naturally use more strength. He can control the cosmic cube. It is difficult to open a big door, but it is still difficult to open a small door. He can activate the cosmic cube by controlling the scepter. That's how he got here in the first place. Now that Banner can control the Hulk, the scepter's effectiveness becomes less, and Hawkeye alone is not enough to destroy the battleship. In this way, it is possible for Loki to adjust his strategy. Link rushed to the command room at this time, and Nick Fury immediately asked, "I have ordered a level 1 combat readiness. What is the situation?" Loki has mastered the cosmic cube, but to guide a fleet over, he needs a huge space channel. But what if he opens a small one? Link said. He can first mobilize a group of Chitauri soldiers or even aircraft or something. In this way, it won't be difficult for them to attack us. Let Hawkeye land and destroy us first and then attack us. In this way, it won't be difficult to destroy us, right? Understood. Nick Fury also became serious. Everyone pay attention, prepare for battle immediately. All fighter jets take off and search the nearby airspace. Woo tilde, the combat alarm sounded, and first the stealth fighter pilots boarded the fighter planes, and then all the runways were opened, and they took off with missiles one by one. The Quinjet doesn't need to take off for the time being because its transportation capability is the worst, but its combat capability is much worse. Nick Fury then said, "Hill, you take charge. I will go to see their progress. Now we must find the Rubik's Cube as soon as possible." Nick Fury walked towards the laboratory, and Link followed behind him. The scepter was there, but it was a pity that he couldn't take it now. Once the cosmic cube was activated, the scepter would be the key to shut it down. Thor also followed, and they all went into the laboratory, including Black Widow. But things are not going well. An energy weapon is placed on the table, and Natasha Romanoff is explaining something. The situation has changed, but Nick Fury still left a loophole. Tony Stark does not believe that the Tesseract is a new energy source because Nick Fury did not ask him to study it. Stark is now an absolute authority in the field of new energy. After all, he has developed new energy. Captain America also had doubts, so he began to search the inside of the battleship and found energy weapons developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. "You're just in time. Can you explain it?" Captain America asked Nick Fury. "Captain, now is not the time to talk about this." Nick Fury said seriously, "Loki may have a small army now. Then when is the time?" Stark turned a monitor and asked, "Wait until you succeed in research and development." They started arguing. IU started arguing. Link took a step back, then looked at the scepter. He didn't understand magic and didn't know whether he needed to know magic to control the Infinity Stones. The unlucky Red Skull was sent into space by the cosmic cube and became a half-dead being. Link took a step forward and came to the side of the scepter. He picked it up and felt it. It seemed that there was nothing special about it. Lynn Tilda, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff suddenly shouted. The female voice was more penetrating, and everyone looked at Link. Link smiled and said, "It seems that it has played a significant role. You are all very emotional. A little bit of dissatisfaction has sparked such a quarrel." Everyone finally reacted. "All right, everyone put on your gear now, grab your weapons and go to the deck. Loki's men should be here soon." Link tapped his watch and his battle suit immediately covered his entire body. "I'll take this first. You've all been affected, but I haven't. Also, this is to prevent Loki from taking it back during the chaos. Take action." Link has no intention of taking it for himself now. This scepter is still useful, and Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch still need it for their birth. Link took the lead and came to the deck. The Swallow-style flying skateboard had also been assembled. Link stepped directly on it, holding the scepter in his hand as a weapon. All stealth fighters took off, began to form a formation, and flew around the aerospace carrier. Suddenly, a message from the command room came through the headset that Quinjet was approaching. Link thought about it and thought that Hawkeye could indeed get in, but what about the Chitauri? How are they going to get close to the helicarrier? Link immediately asked, "Agent Hill, does the helicarrier have a blind spot?" "Blind spot?" Hill was stunned. "We have activated all kinds of radars, and there is a reflection below." At this point, Link understood, Hill understood, and everyone understood. The skateboard under his feet started to move, and Link rushed directly to the edge of the battleship, then dived down. The skateboard seemed to melt, and then it expanded behind Link. Boom tilde increasing the thrust, Link dived down and saw the Chitauri below. They were flying over the sea in small aircraft, preparing to attack from the bottom. Link pointed the scepter downwards and tried to emit energy, but the scepter did not move at all. Link grinned and dived faster. Swish tilde, the Chitauri also discovered him and began to attack him. Link moved swiftly amid the hail of bullets, drifting left and right, showing his swallow-like flexibility. The two sides soon encountered each other and passed each other in an instant, and Link waved the scepter and used it as a weapon with considerable power. Behind Link was a formation of fighter jets. They launched missiles and used machine guns, and the two sides fought in the air. Swish tilde, Link used the scepter in his hand as a weapon, and when it crossed the Chitauri's flying vehicle, he smashed it directly, knocking the Chitauri soldier in the driver's seat down. There were two soldiers standing behind him, and they were also taken away. However, they were connected to the aircraft with chains, and their bodies were pulled by the chains as they flew out. Link didn't have time to turn around and deal with it because there were more aircraft in front of him, so he could only charge forward. However, he also had his own plan. He dived directly towards the sea surface and occasionally spun 360 times a circle to avoid enemy attacks. He couldn't see behind him, but the continuous explosions made him know how fierce the battle behind him was. Those stealth fighters were unable to conduct beyond visual range strikes and could only dive following Link. Otherwise, these aliens would be allowed to approach the aerospace mothership. It must be said that these pilots were very brave. Link rushed all the way to a position close to the sea surface, suddenly made a right-angle turn and flew towards New York along the sea surface. With more than a dozen aircraft following behind him, he became the main target of the Chitauri. Link's plan was to lure away some of them, no matter how many, so that he could fly towards New York. The scepter is in his hand. Even if the cosmic cube is activated, he can shut it down, Dr. Eric Selvig should have left a back door. Even if he didn't want to keep it, Link would still smash it. After all, there should be no one there. Above the aerospace carrier, Hawkeye led a team in a Quinjet to approach the aerospace carrier, but they were surrounded by several Quinjet jets. The onboard machine guns were pointed at them, and at this time the aerospace carrier sent a communication. Hawkeye, land immediately, otherwise I will have to order you to be shot down. This was Maria Hill's voice, and she was in charge of the command at the moment. Hawkeye was very surprised, but he had no choice now. Just as he understood S.H.I.E.L.D., S.H.I.E.L.D. also understood him. If he opened the rear hatch, he would be attacked. He could only give the order, land. The Quinjet landed, and at Maria Hill's command, the rear door opened, and Captain America and Black Widow greeted him. Stark, Thor, and Coulson can all fly. Coulson put on the improved ironmonger and flew into the aircraft carrier. Coulson's armor is too big and not very fast. With all the firepower equipment he has, his speed is even slower. So instead of charging into the enemy camp, he came to the flank, just in time to see Link leading the Chitauri away. This gave him an opportunity, and Coulson opened fire at full force with 2 machine guns firing from high above. Boom, boom. Link was stunned and turned around to see that more than a dozen aircraft behind him were destroyed. Lin, are you okay? Coulson's voice came. Link looked up, then said in a low voice, it's okay. Great teamwork. Coulson gave Link a thumbs up, and Link was speechless. His plan was interrupted at the very beginning. He couldn't just leave like that. He could only respond, great fight. After saying that, he started again and attacked directly again. You can imagine how depressed I was. All the conditions were met, but I was interrupted halfway. It felt so uncomfortable. After a round of fire, most of the stealth fighters were shot down, and Stark and Thor arrived and intercepted the remaining Chitauri. After all, there were not many, only about 100, and Link was restrained at first and only shot down a few aircraft, and then the flying forces of both sides collided. The stealth fighters were too large, so they were at a disadvantage in this kind of hedging, so most of them were shot down, and the rest were also injured, but they also shot down dozens of aircraft. Link led away a dozen of them, but was caught off guard by Coulson from the side and was directly annihilated. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. technology is also good, and Stark and Thor are so powerful that they can crush the remaining ones with ease, and this small force of Chitauri is completely wiped out. When Link rushed forward again, there were no enemies anymore. He flew back to the helicarrier depressed, collected his battle suit and skateboard, and then returned to the command room. Nick Fury was also relieved at this time. If Link had not reacted quickly enough, they would have been wiped out. With hundreds of alien aircraft approaching, the helical carrier would not have much power to fight back. Hawkeye did know the weakness of the helicarrier, and he planned to land directly from above, guide the location of the Chitauri helicarrier, and then these aliens would attack from below. Agent Romanoff, how is Barton? Nick Fury asked. Hawkeye's real name is Clint Barton. Most people call him Pat. After being hit by the captain, it seems like my brain has rebooted. Natasha Romanoff said humorously, that's good, ask him about Loki's plan. Nick Fury turned around and said, Agent Hill, immediately send a Quinjet down to the sea to bring back our brave pilots. Also, see what's floating on the sea and bring some back for research. Yes, sir. Hill immediately began to execute the order. Nick Fury looked at Link and the others and said, thank you, everyone. If it weren't for you, we would be in trouble. Link was still depressed, but still said, this is my duty. Now Loki's plan has failed, but the cosmic cube has not been found yet. He used the cosmic cube. Why didn't Dr. Banner search for it? He looked at Banner, and Banner said, Dr. Sevger should know how to hide. After all, they can only open a small space channel, and there are no large space battleships among the attacking enemies. Some air raid shelters will do, but if you want to open a large passage, it won't work there. Link nodded, then looked at Thor and asked, Loki's still in our control, so will the Chitauri attack without his orders? Thor said, yes, their target should be the cosmic cube, not the Earth. The Earth is Loki's target, so they are cooperating. Even without Loki, they will attack. Once the passage is opened, it will be war. Link looked at Banner again and said, now we can only fight back. The key is where will they open the portal and what conditions are required to open it. Banner said, a stable energy source needs to be heated to a temperature of 100 million degrees. Any nuclear power plant? No, Link interrupted Banner. We don't need a nuclear power plant. Stark Tower or Osborn Tower will do. Loki's personality is similar to Stark's. He wants to stand in a more dazzling place. Just like he hopes to gain the approval of the God King. Damn it, why did he choose my building? Tony Stark's face turned ugly, then he turned around and rushed out. Link said, Captain, take charge of leading the team in the Quinjet. Fly as fast as possible and leave for New York immediately. Director Fury, seal off all nuclear warheads. Nick Fury was stunned, then nodded solemnly, turned to Maria Hill and said, Agent Hill, you lead the team to immediately block all nuclear warheads. Any fighter planes that can still take off are not allowed to carry them. All fighter planes are equipped with air-to-air missiles. Those that can take off are flown out. Yes, sir. Hill immediately led his men out of the command room. Link said as he turned and walked away, equipping his suit at the same time. Alfred, immediately contact Jessica, McCall, Frank, and the Osborns and have them evacuate the Osborn building and hide in the gym. Get my car out and go to Stark Tower. Yes, sir. There was only one vehicle that Alfred could control, and that was Link's modified Suburban. Link came to the deck and started flying directly. He was still holding the scepter at this time. He was one step faster than Stark. After all, Stark's armor was not so easy to wear. Boom tilde, he accelerated to full speed, hoping to get to the scene as soon as possible, but Stark was not slow either and soon caught up from behind. Link was helpless. His flying was more flexible, but he couldn't match the speed unless he flew by himself. Stark passed him first and rushed straight to New York, and Link could only follow behind. Lynn, what happened? Jessica suddenly answered. Where are you? Link asked immediately. Tell Tracy to go to the gym too. Go to the shooting range in the basement. New York is about to become a battlefield. Aliens are about to invade. What? Jessica was stunned. There's no time to talk. You have to be quick and be ready to put on your suit at any time. If you can arrive in time, don't expose yourself, Link warned. I understand. Jessica was not an indecisive woman. She knew Link's true strength, so she was not worried about Link's safety at all. The only thing she had to do now was not to become a burden to him. Stark returned to Stark Tower first. There were still Chitauri soldiers here, but there were not many of them, and the machines had already been started. Stark fired a shockwave directly, killing the Chitauri soldiers, then landed and hovered above the machine. He looked at Dr. Selvig and said, Doc, turn it off. It's too late, it's already started. Even if you shut off the power of the building, it won't work because it is the energy source itself. Dr. Eric Seviger looked up and saw a blue beam of light rising into the sky, hundreds of meters above the Stark Tower. Energy is gathering and a space channel is slowly opening. Link also arrived here at this time, then looked up at the sky and smacked his lips. Stark raised his hand and aimed at the machine, and the energy blasted out. Boom tilde, an energy shield was actually protecting the machine. It was formed by the diffusion of energy after the cosmic cube was activated. The impact spread and directly pushed Dr. Seviger out, causing a physical reboot of his head. Link did not try to wake him up. After all, he shouldn't know too much. So your car has arrived. Alfred's voice sounded. Link said to Stark, I'll go get the weapon. Tony tilde, get ready to fight. We have to stop these aliens from spreading. I understand. I'll also change into a new set of armor. It's a new development of mine and has more weapons. Stark turned and flew into the building. Link flew down to the ground without paying attention to the eyes of the people around him. He directly opened the back door of the car, then took out the tactical vest and began to arm himself. He brought a modified M4A1 carbine equipped with upper and lower tactical rails, on which was installed a X-scope, vertical grip, and telescopic buttstock. He always carries a pistol, a Glock 17 on his right thigh, and he now tries to carry as many magazines as possible. The flying skateboard detached from his back Link and floated beside him. Link hung 4 ammunition boxes on the 4 hanging points below the flying skateboard. Finally, an M249 machine gun was taken out of the car and an ammunition box was directly installed. However, an ammunition box only contained 200 rounds of bullets, which was the type hung on the flying skateboard. The flying skateboard was too heavy to carry, and Link could only step on the skateboard now. Skateboard carried him into the air and flew towards the space channel. Sirens sounded near Stark Tower. The NYPD received the notification and immediately evacuated the crowd within a 10-kilometer radius of Stark Tower and set up a defense line. Nick Fury is not doing nothing now. He dispatched all the fighter jets that can fly and notified the NYPD to evacuate the crowd. This is what a director of SHIELD should do. The aerospace carrier is approaching New York, but it cannot take part in the battle. Instead, it provides a close-range landing position for fighter jets. The space channel is fully open, but you need to wait for a while to ensure that the space channel is stable. Link held up a machine gun and waited for the Chitauri to come in. Stark had already changed his armor and also came to the entrance. Lintilda, how is it? Stark asked. Are you confident? Link said, "We have to fight whether there is one or not, but we need to know how to close the space channel. We still have to ask Dr. Sevager about this. His brain has been physically rebooted. I don't know when he will wake up. Let Natasha ask him later." At this moment, the Chitauri army could no longer hold back, and the first wave began to enter the passage. "Ready?" Link said, "I'll go first." Swoosh tilde, the first aircraft passed through the space channel, and Link opened fire directly. Tilde, a burst of fire directly hit the pilot of the aircraft. There were 2 Chitauri soldiers behind each aircraft, so Link naturally would not let them go and used short bursts of fire. After all, he has limited ammunition and must save its consumption. Riding a flying skateboard is not suitable for him to fight in the air and is not flexible enough. Bullet shells were thrown continuously. The Chitauri could not see Link. Link could not see clearly from their perspective, but Link was hiding outside the space channel and moving along the edge. He didn't give them the chance to judge their own position and played the ball very cleverly, which amazed Stark. This agent is different not only in his shooting skills, but also in his actions. But the Chitauri didn't care about casualties at all, and it was not known whether they had issued new orders. The number of aircraft that came out began to increase, with 3 or 4 aircraft coming out at a time.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.